Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. In the Marine, the lightsaber I invented slashed Kaido. Chapter 51. Let's go help Daddy and snatch the fairy beans from Marine. With fairy beans to treat Daddy's body, Daddy can return to his full heyday. Haha, Daddy's heyday really misses no one is Daddy's opponent. Daddy is the strongest man in the world. The crowd became so excited that they wanted to go to Marine to snatch the fairy bean treatment Whitebeard. Click. Cracking sound sounded. Everyone looked at it, and the ground was full of debris. It turned out that Whitebeard drank the wine bowl in his hand and smashed it at random. I don't need this kind of thing. Whitebeard waved his hand, showing a look of disdain. Just as soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard started coughing. Ahem, ahem. Daddy. The sons were nervous. They've seen that Whitebeard's body is deteriorating day by day. Before this, where was there such a violent coughing sound? Daddy, if the fairy beans are real, they may be able to cure your stubborn diseases. Marco couldn't bear to see Whitebeard continue like this. Marco misses the enthusiastic Whitebeard of yesteryear. I don't want to see my dad aging day by day. Even Kaido has been hit hard, and it is even more impossible for you to capture the immortal bean, not to mention that this may be Marine's trap. Whitebeard slowed down and continued. Everyone then understood that it wasn't that Whitebeard wasn't interested in fairy beans. Instead, Whitebeard is more worried about their safety. I don't want them to put themselves in danger. The temptation of fairy beans is great, but in Whitebeard's heart, it is far from being as safe as his sons. Daddy. Everyone wiped their tears and felt Whitebeard's fatherly love. Contrary to Daddy, they will not do it. Only after the banquet, Marco still secretly took out the phone worm. Ace, it's me. I want you to help me find out about one person, the marine scientist in that newspaper, Roy. Grand line, first half. Ace, who had just found out about Blackbeard's whereabouts, jumped on a boat and prepared to go to sea. I got a call from Marco. When he learned of the existence of Sendo, Ace was shocked. There is such a thing that can help Daddy recover his health. For Ace, Whitebeard is the real father. From Whitebeard, Ace felt his father's love. Daddy's health is more important than anything else. So Ace immediately returned to the village and bought a newspaper to take care of. I was surprised to find that during the time I was hunting Blackbeard, so many major events had happened in the world. Even Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, is now seriously injured. Lightsabers, bamboo dragonflies, and fairy beans. Especially when he mentioned the fairy beans, Ace's eyes lit up. If there are fairy beans to restore Daddy's health, it may inspire the adventurous spirit of the Watch team. It's even more possible to liberate Wano Kuni and defeat Kaido. Help Daddy become One Piece. Ace didn't know that Whitebeard had long lost interest in the title of One Piece. Because for Whitebeard, the most important family. Second, after listening to Roger's words, Whitebeard realized that to go to the final island, Raftel's people had special conditions. And he does not have this condition, and there is no point in reaching it. On the contrary, in the process, not knowing how much family is lost is unacceptable to Whitebeard. But Whitebeard doesn't mind helping Ace become One Piece. That would be the path that belongs to Ace, not its own. Verona. Ace stared in a certain direction. According to reliable sources in the village, Blackbeard was met on the island of Verona. If it weren't for Marco's call, Ace would have been on his way to revenge by now. In Ace's heart, there is a burning in the air. In the end, defeat Blackbeard first and avenge his companions. Or go to investigate the intelligence of Shandu and strive to restore Whitebeard's health as soon as possible. After much weighing, Ace finally looked away from Verona. Sendo, Roy. With these two names firmly in mind, Ace carried the newspaper in his pocket. When I got on board again, the direction had changed. Head towards the water capital in the direction of Marineford. And at this time, the sea is not far from the water. On the Gold Mary, the Straw Hat crew also saw newspapers. 4 emperors. Luffy looked shocked, as if he had discovered a new continent. You don't know about the 4 emperors. Robin next to him was even more shocked. The sea thief with a bounty of 100 million, but he does not know the 4 emperors who are famous all over the world. Luffy, the captain, how many surprises or frightens can he bring himself? This guy called Kaido, is he awesome? Luffy looked at Robin with wide eyes. Robin sighed and could only explain to Luffy what 4 emperors meant. represents the 4 extremely powerful pirate groups in New World. Their captain is like an emperor in New World. Prestige and strength are extremely close to incomparable to the sea overlords of the pre-era of the sea pirate world. One Piece, Roger. 4 Emperors, is a huge mountain that all pirates have to face when challenging New World. Usually encounter 4 emperors, only the options to challenge, join to be destroyed, return home, etc. Robin looked solemn. That is, you must defeat them to find the great secret treasure and become One Piece. Luffy frowned. There is nothing wrong with saying this, the only way to become One Piece is definitely to defeat them. Robin nodded. The way to Raftel is the territory occupied by the 4 emperors. Ordinary pirates want to spend it safely, it is simply impossible. 2. Want to beat such a strong guy. Can't we go around? Usopp stammered. Exclamation mark. Nami immediately slapped him over. Idiot, if you don't stop on the island, what about the record pointer? Without a record pointer, you can only wander aimlessly on the sea. Food can also go to the sea to catch fish to feed your hunger. But without fresh water, you can only die of thirst on board. After being slapped, Usopp remembered. This is common knowledge that everyone knows in the Grand Line. Actually, I think our adventure is enough, it's better to just return home. But Usopp covered his swollen face and said, yes, I'm scared too, the 4 emperors are scary. Chopper also stepped forward and hugged Usopp's thigh. However, no one paid attention to this pair of living treasures at all. They release negativity almost every day. 4 emperors, yes, whoever stops me in front of me will knock him away. Luffy smiled. I'm interested in lightsabers, and the weapons that can slash 4 emperors must be very powerful. Zoro is looking forward to it. What would become if he had a lightsaber? It should be one step closer to the road of the world's #1 sword. How? At the same time, the island of White Earth, the yellow sand flying in the sky. Few people know that this barren island full of rocks and quicksand is actually the base camp of the Revolutionary Army. Regarded by the world government, the biggest threat to world stability, the world's most vicious criminals in one revolutionary army, Dragon. At this moment, a meeting of cadres is being convened on the island. It's bad luck, the world government has another scientist who can create miracles, and he is still so young. Sabo sighed. In front of everyone is the newspaper that has just been delivered today. The news of lightsabers and bamboo dragonflies was learned by the Revolutionary Army long ago through intelligence channels. But the existence of fairy beans was also known through newspapers. I don't know how many innocent people have become experimental subjects in order to develop this kind of thing. Clar's face was solemn. With the Revolutionary Army's previous knowledge of the world government and Marine Scientific Research Department. Behind a successful product are the blood and tears of countless people. It also costs a lot of money, which is levied from the countries that are members of the world government. There is also Shichibukai's plunder of countries that are not part of the world government, part of the stolen goods. Originally, this money belonged to ordinary people, which could allow them to live a better life. Not to mention that Marine often takes criminals and even civilians to use as consumables for live experiments. When a product like Shondo came out, it must have undergone many human trials. Only then did he dare to give it to Marine Vice Admiral for Burning Mountain to use. Especially if I don't know what the raw material of Xion bean is, there may be another evil behind it. The exploitation of many rare raw materials has brought about the destruction of a country. In that case, we're going to stop this guy named Roy no matter what. Sabo hadn't thought of that just now. He stared at Clar, his eyes full of concern. Sabo knows that Clar has seen more dark sides than he does. As a former slave of the Celestial Dragons, Clar has memories in her heart. Hit the intelligence force, find out Roy's news, if you have the opportunity, you can capture it alive. Long said after pondering for a while. It's like when world government captured Vegapunk. Immediately let the technology of the world government be upgraded by several levels. If the Revolutionary Army could capture Roy for his own use, it would have had the same effect. Even in Long's opinion, Roy's scientific research products are more effective for improving combat effectiveness. What if you can't catch it? Sabo had doubts. Marine can't be allowed to have a second Vegapunk-like genius. The dragon said slowly. Although this statement is not straightforward enough, everyone present can understand the meaning. Shoot and kill when necessary. Otherwise, given a period of time, Marine's strength will change very rapidly. It would be very unfavorable to the Revolutionary Army. Sabo, Clar, you guys choose a few more people to secretly approach Roy, and this matter can only be left to you. The dragon's gaze was solemn. Yes, yes. Sabo and Clar stood up at the same time, even more aware of the heavy responsibility they were shouldering. We'll lead the trend of the world pattern. East Blue's 10,000-meter altitude. A group of floating islands are the headquarters of Golden Lion. Ha 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 ha, interesting. It's really interesting. Seriously injured by Marine, more you have today. As newspaper birds flew in, Golden Lion also saw the newspaper news. For its former companions, Golden Lion had little sympathy and concern. When they got together, they just wanted to do something big, and they didn't have much friendship with each other. But this bamboo dragonfly makes me very unhappy. After the laughter, Golden Lion. The expression on Z's face became fierce again. Marine's new invention is destined to make the sky no longer peaceful. It's no longer Golden Lion's exclusive domain. But this fairy bean, simply a good thing. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion's gaze became extremely fanatical. Rebirth of severed limbs and healing wounds. He touched the rudder above his head, a failure that Golden Lion felt. In order to rule the world, Golden Lion proposed to join forces with Roger. As a result, Roger did not know how to be a villain, and even rejected himself. Embarrassed, Golden Lion led the flying pirates to attack. Roger had already been driven to the end of the road. As a result, a sudden storm saves the Roger pirates. In that battle, the rudder of the ship swept up by the storm was stuck in Golden Lion's head. Due to the danger to life if the rudder is forcibly removed, the rudder is still embedded in the head of Golden Lion. Originally, I had already defeated Roger. We'll rule the whole world. Golden Lion's eyes burned with anger. Golden Lion couldn't accept that defeat, let alone Roger's capture by Marine. That's why they single-handedly broke into Marineford to confirm what was true. This eventually led to Golden Lion being caught and locked up and impelled down. There was a faint pain in the severed legs, which made Golden Lion grit his teeth. This pain is not physical. Unwillingness and anger make him miserable. Immortal Bean, I'm going to get Immortal Bean now. In my heyday, I will make the whole world tremble. Golden Lion laughed maniacally again. Golden Lion was angry and laughing, and his mood was very unstable, so that the surrounding subordinates did not dare to approach, otherwise they might eat guns. But they at least understood that fairy beans were their primary target now. Golden Lion, the legendary sea thief, has decided to shelve his plan to destroy East Blue and instead snatch the fairy beans first. Get yourself back to peak form. The name of Golden Lion will once again resound around the world. The birth of Sendo made the calm sea boil again, causing the legendary pirate who had disappeared for many years to peak. But all this, Roy in the center of the storm did not know. He is now sitting in a conference room at Marine headquarters, listening to Sengoku's roar with other Marine executives. Waste, idiot, eater, idiot. Sengoku slapped the table angrily, a shocked look on his face. The resourceful General Sengoku, known as the Marshal of the Buddha, did not have the slightest appearance of elegance at this time. Already so angry that he was hoarse, completely disregarding the image of the Marshal. Akainu and the others in the room also lowered their heads and endured the reprimand. Who would have thought? Sengoku had just ordered that the matter of Sendo be kept completely secret. As one of Marine's top secrets. But in a blink of an eye, it was leaked, and even the photo of Roy on the pier was exposed. Now in the whole world, there is no one who does not know Marine, this young scientific genius. Roy was also very big for a while. Originally, according to Roy's vision, he should have spent a period of time slowly carrying out scientific research and development. Then through the system reward, make yourself stronger. But I didn't expect to be exposed by the newspaper now and become a sensational celebrity in the world. Roy knew that his situation had become dangerous. It will become the focus of all forces that spy on Xiando. No way, the importance of fairy beans is far more tempting for many people than lightsabers and bamboo dragonflies. Those people may not be interested in flying and powerful weapons. But you definitely want a healthy body. Roy is thinking of what Sengoku and everyone is worried about right now. In the future, no matter which branches Marine encounters Morgans, it will be eradicated at all costs. Sengoku's anger still lingered, and he said to everyone present. Sengoku's anger can be understood by his family. Although the world government and the World Economic Newspaper, from time to time there is a partnership. Some news that the world government wants to release will be instantly spread throughout the world with the powerful influence of the World Economic News. This time, however, Morgans went too far. Not only did he expose the existence of Sendo, but he also printed Roy's photo on the front page of the newspaper. Greatly damaged the interests of Marine, causing unimaginable damage. If Morgans are not punished, where is the majesty of Marine? What should be vigilant now is Roy's safety, and none of his whereabouts can be leaked to the outside world. Aokiji, who had just returned, spoke. In the naval headquarters, it's good to say that no one dares to make a second here, but once you leave the headquarters, the consequences will be serious. Kizaru nodded as well. As soon as these words came out, the conference room fell silent. Roy, who is targeted by many forces, will definitely be dangerous to leave the headquarters, and everyone understands this. However, the cultivation of fairy beans required Enies' lobby, and the production base required Roy to personally supervise the installation. This can't be done without leaving Marine headquarters. Five Elders gives such great convenience and is also looking forward to the mass production of fairy beans. If Marine messes this up, it will lose Five Elders' trust. The worst-case scenario is that the world government will take over Roy's command directly, and Marine will no longer be under the siege. By then, Roy's scientific work, Marine may not be able to get a lot. At this point, the only way to protect Roy is to increase his combat power. Even use Admiral. Akainu looked determined. Let Admiral protect Roy. Hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. Roy is no less important than Admiral. However, Admiral is an important fighting force for Marine and is responsible for maintaining the balance of the new world. Now taking the initiative to break this balance will cause no one knows. Whether it's Aokiji, Akainu, or Kizaru, all three have their own responsibilities. It seems inappropriate to send anyone. A dilemma lay ahead. Even Sengoku frowned, embarrassed. Wasn't the security thing discussed before? Just have Momoshiki protect me, I trust Momoshiki. At this moment, Roy took the initiative to speak. Momoshiki, who was sitting next to Roy, blushed when he heard this. I didn't expect Roy to be so sure of his ability as a Marine executive. In his heart, he secretly vowed to do his best to protect Roy, even if he sacrificed his own life. As Marine, Momoshiki was prepared to dedicate his life to a just cause. I just didn't expect that it would turn into a specific protection of Roy as a person. Now the situation has changed. The appearance of Shiondo has allowed more people to peek into your scientific research ability. You have to strengthen your security, Kizaru explained, looking at Roy. Although my strength is not strong, I also have the ability to protect myself. Roy said, patting the metal stick around his waist. Lightsaber. If you carry a lightsaber, your strength can be raised several notches. As far as I know, your sword skills and hockey should not be very strong. If you encounter a strong opponent, I'm afraid. Akainu's words were not finished. Roy already understood what Akainu meant. Sword fighting and hockey are not very strong. This is already a very euphemism. Don't look at Roy as now Vice Admiral, and his strength is at most Colonel. Even with the blessing of a lightsaber, it is at most similar to Vice Admiral. Once you meet a really strong opponent, there is no resistance. Even if it is Burning Mountain, holding a lightsaber is no match for Kaido. Kaido will be injured, largely too underestimated. I'm not helpless. The lightsaber I carry is modified to instantly unleash all the energy to cause massive damage, and although it hasn't been tested, I'm very knowledgeable about my technology. Roy smiled slightly. The Logia fruit is immune to physical attacks, but it cannot block the power of the lightsaber. Because the lightsaber itself is also an energy. The improvement of the lightsaber is complete. Then why not hurry up in mass production? Sengoku's breathing was a little short. Last time Sengoku heard about Roy about lightsaber improvements. So it has been waiting for a long time. No money, Roy said with a clapping of both hands. Sengoku held his forehead. How could he forget about this? The appearance of Sendo was too shocking, and Sengoku was full of thoughts about how to mass produce Sendo first. Let Zephyr and the like get healthy first, equip Marine on the front line, and so on. Ignoring that Roy needs money not only to mass-produce fairy beans, but also to produce an improved version of the lightsaber. After the meeting, I'll help you apply, Sengoku responded. Fortunately, the problem of funds today does not need Sengoku to worry about. Just give back to 5 elders and let them decide. Hard Marshal. Roy expressed his gratitude. Since you're so confident in your product and Momoshiki, don't add security. Sengoku then said. Increased security means more people around Roy. Marine's confidential information leaked one after another, making Sengoku begin to suspect that there are spies inside Marine. In fact, this suspicion is superfluous, and Sengoku can be 100% sure that there is a spy. After all, world government has done similar things. Sengoku himself once planted a spy by Ming Chef's side. Not continuing to add personnel for security is also a protection for Roy. That's right, severely injured and dying, fire-burning Mountain can hurt Kaido with a lightsaber. Roy has a stronger lightsaber, believing that as long as it is not for the 4 Emperors' attack, Roy will not be in danger of life, not to mention Momoshiki's protection. Aokiji nodded approvingly. Next to him, Akainu frowned, but didn't say anything. Akainu didn't have an opinion on Aokiji's words, he actually did. I just didn't want to say the same thing to Aokiji. When the rest of the Marine executives heard Aokiji's words, they all suddenly realized. The power of the lightsaber is stronger than before. Then Roy is less threatened. They are also looking forward to seeing how destructive the improved lightsaber is. Closely monitor any movements of the 4 Emperors, and you can't relax for a moment. Sengoku gave the order. At all times, 4 Emperors are always Marine's biggest threat. Understood. Marine, who was in charge of intelligence, stood up. Then today's meeting is over. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the teacup on the table and drank it. The tea was already cold, enough to prove how long today's meeting lasted. There is an emergency. 2 of the 4 Emperors, Redhead and Whitebeard, have met at New World. At this moment, a signal soldier hurriedly broke in and shouted. Poof! The sip of tea that Sengoku had just drunk came out directly. Afraid of what comes, Sengoku had just ordered the 4 Emperors to be closely monitored. Unexpectedly, Redhead and Whitebeard are moving faster and have already acted. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Even Kizaru, who has always been leisurely, and Aokiji, who is nonchalant, looked sideways at the signal soldier. Sengoku, who came back to his senses, immediately asked a series of questions. What about surveillance warships? They all found out what news, why these 2 guys contacted. Marine has always had ships monitoring the 4 Emperors. After all, their every move will affect the balance of the New World. The surveillance warships have all been sunk. The signal soldier looked sad. For a moment, everyone felt an invisible pressure. Surveillance of the sinking of the warship proves that what Redhead and Whitebeard are plotting must be very important. Redhead and Whitebeard are united, and the target is definitely Sendo. Zephyr, who never spoke, also expressed his opinion. That's right, it's Sendo. Sengoku reacted immediately. Whitebeard is riddled with disease, red hair and broken arms for years. Immortal beings have endless temptations for them. He may want to snatch the fairy beans at all costs and strengthen his strength. In the final analysis, the strength of the 4 Emperors does not lie in the many pirates under their command. It's the 4 Emperors themselves. Once the captain dies, even the most powerful pirate group will fall apart. The Invincible Rocks pirate gathered many masters. Whitebeard, Auntie, Kaido, Golden Lion, Captain John, Akoku, and many more. Either way, it's a super powerful pirate. Even 3 of the 4 Emperors are from Rocks pirate. The rest are also famous and have caused many major incidents. However, after Rock's death, none of these people came back together. Sengoku was an experiencer of that era and understood this. You can't let Whitebeard and Redhead get fairy beans, especially Whitebeard. Akainu's face was solemn. Known as the strongest man in the world, he has the history of destroying the world. Marine didn't want to go to war with Whitebeard in its heyday. Make this a priority. Next, Whitebeard and Redheads must pay special attention to whatever they do. Sengoku understood this and directly carried out a series of deployments. When all this was done, Sengoku announced the end of the meeting. Roy and Momoshiki stayed first. Roy, the materials and equipment are ready? Sengoku asked. Well, already in the port. Roy nodded. With the help of Jarvis autonomous robots, part of the arsenal has been relocated. Then you guys are secretly heading to Enies lobby. Sengoku nodded. Understood. I was ready for a long time. Roy responded. Sengoku's mind, Roy had already guessed. Now countless lights have converged on Marine headquarters, looking for Roy's shadow. Staying here is not good for your own safety. Head to Enies lobby first to avoid a lot of eyes. Stay safe, don't be too nervous, the whole Marine is your back. Sengoku patted Roy on the shoulder. Roy couldn't laugh or cry, was he the kind of person who would get nervous? Not to mention Roy himself, even Momoshiki around him is much more relaxed. No more of the feeling of overreacting before. Leave the conference room and head to the port, where the warship has long been waiting. Lord Roy, long wait for you. The commander of the warship is a tall vice admiral. And Roy theoretically, the two are also equals. At this time, the title is Roy-sama. Don't do that, just call me Roy. Roy waved his hand and said. How can that work? You saved my life in the Burning Mountain, how can you be rude to the lifesaver? Burning Mountain said loudly. The G6 branch was destroyed, and Marine has not yet begun to rebuild. Originally, according to Sengoku's plan, Burning Mountain should be hidden until Sendo was officially disclosed. But it was not exposed so quickly, and there was no need to hide the Burning Mountain. He was responsible for leading warships, escorting equipment and materiel, and protecting Roy and Momoshiki to Enies lobby. Well, whatever you want. Roy was a little helpless and stepped up the stairs. Momoshiki and Burning Mountain followed, and the three men came to the deck. Set sail. Burning Mountain roared. The anchor slowly rose and the sails were pulled down by the soldiers. Gradually move away from the port to see the full view of Marine headquarters. The Marine flag flew all around, and in the midst of numerous fortifications, a huge fortress stood on the ground. The word Marine appears extremely solemn, declaring the power of the world of Megatron. It's Marine's pride, Roy muttered. That's right, every time I come back from a mission, I am very proud to see Marine headquarters. Momoshiki is also tall and smiling. Burning Mountain also nodded Joe. Marine headquarters, symbolizing Marine's glorious history, was watered with blood by countless Marines. Roy was tempted to ask how they would react if Marine headquarters were destroyed one day. It's just that Roy can't say these words, it will only cause trouble for himself. The warship gradually moved away from the Marine headquarters and entered the Gate of Justice. Impel down, Marine headquarters and Enies lobby, three important places of government connected by a huge vortex that has changed shape. Only by passing through the Gate of Justice can you take the right Marine and reach your destination. Otherwise, it will be swallowed by the vortex. This is a fast track that belongs to Marine and ensures that the three agencies can support each other. The huge Gate of Justice slowly opened, allowing warships to pass. This is when the Burning Mountain contacts in advance before the gate is opened. Warships alone cannot open the door of justice. If a ship accidentally strays into the current inside the Gate of Justice, unless the world government opens the Gate of Justice. Otherwise, you will drift forever in the whirlpool ocean. How exactly was such a magnificent wall built in the first place? Roy said. See the Gate of Justice up close, as well as the surrounding walls. Only then can you experience the suffocating sense of oppression. And the shock of its craftsmanship. On the outside, this is beyond the technology available to humans. I don't know, anyway, this is definitely one of the most amazing buildings in the world. Jumping Rabbit exclaimed. After passing through the Gate of Justice, two huge iron gates slowly closed. Roy clearly sensed that the speed of the ship had increased a lot. We're now in the ocean vortex, so it's a lot faster. Fire Mountain is introduced on the side. Will the ship go straight to Enies lobby, or will it go through Impel Down? Roy was a little curious. He's interested in Impel Down, especially the legendary pirates inside. Roy couldn't help but think of Crocodile. If Crocodile knew about the existence of fairy beans, would he want to eat a broken hand to repair himself? Considering that Lao Sha is now in LV6, there should be no information passed on. Otherwise, this Shishong, after learning the news of Shondo, will not sit still. In the plot, Lao Sha is imprisoned, not to beat himself up. Instead, after the failure of the Pluton plan, he has been thinking about what to do next. Roy understands that Lao Sha's strength is not just this. Lao Sha's tricks and ambitions are equally threatening. Unfortunately, this time there was no chance. The existence of the ocean vortex makes the current appear as a triangle. Impel Down is not directly accessible from Marine headquarters, so you can only head to Enies lobby. On one side of Impel Down is the Vortex Ocean, and on the other side is the Calm Belt. Make sure that the prisoners of Impel Down never want to escape. The fact that such an amazing structure can be built on the sea is a testament to the unfathomable power of the world government. Far from what it seems. Along the way, Roy has a lot of respect for Roy, just like a little henchman. Let unfamiliar people see it, and think that the two people are superior subordinate relations. The enthusiasm was a little excessive, which embarrassed Roy. Fortunately, soon they reached another gate of justice. After passing through the gate of justice, Enies lobby comes into view. Only a few days have passed, and the planting base of fairy beans has been arranged. Right between the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Might, an island-like platform has been established. The area is about 2 football fields, with dirt and vegetation. Choosing this location shows that the world government attaches great importance to fairy beans and ensures the cultivation and safety of fairy beans. If you want to approach from the front, you must pass the Justice Tower on Medima Island, which is very difficult. And enter from behind, unless the enemy can open the door of justice. Otherwise, Roy can't be approached here anyway. The warship landed, and the Burning Mountain ordered the soldiers to start preparing. "What are you going to do?" Roy asked strangely. "Of course, it's moving equipment and materials." Burning Mountain spared his head and replied. "This is the Enies lobby, and their warships can't stay for long, and they have to leave after the material is moved." "No need." Roy waved his hand. "Not needed." Burning Mountain was stunned. Could it be that Roy was not satisfied with the environment of Enies lobby? Or are there other requirements that you haven't prepared to complete? Then Burning Mountain heard Roy's voice. "Jarvis, start moving supplies." When the words fell, small robots pulled the packed boxes and came out of the cabin. This scene made the Burning Mountain and the soldiers on the ship completely dumbfounded. What are these iron boxes with lots of arms and legs? The robots made by Jarvis are not in human form. In order to maximize efficiency, it is equipped with multiple robotic arms. Naturally, there are no heads and the like East BGED West. So the appearance looks like an iron box with legs. However, although the shape is not good looking, they are carried quickly. 5 times more than manual handling. Lord Roy. Burning Mountain leaned over curiously, intending to ask what these things were. But as soon as he thought that this might be related to scientific research secrets, Huo Yanshin immediately closed his mouth. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Once Roy's technology is leaked, the consequences are unimaginable. Oh, these are autonomous robots, and the production in the arsenal depends on them. Of course, I developed them. Roy explained generously. There are already quite a few people who know about this. Before that, they would definitely question how there could be such a robot. As Roy's status in the eyes of everyone increased, there were fewer and fewer doubts about Roy. When I see something I don't understand, I only suspect that my IQ can't understand it. I believe that no matter what scientific research products Roy comes up with, no one will question the ability of the product like he questioned the lightsaber bamboo dragonfly before. So it was. Huo Yanshin nodded quickly, not daring to say more than half a word. Many times, there is no benefit in knowing too many secrets. The port is busy. At the top of the Justice Tower in the distance, a figure walked back and forth indignantly. Cut. This person is still coming. A small person. Spandam cursed as he spun in circles. Enies lobby is his territory, and he was forced to carve out an area for Marine. Giving it to a vice admiral named Roy was a shame on himself. He also said that he would fully cooperate with Roy. It was even more contempt for Enies lobby, which Spandam couldn't stand to bear. Now seeing Roy start assembling the lab, the dissatisfaction is even stronger. Sir, this Roy is not a small person, the recent newspapers are all his news. Next to Jabra said cautiously. Except for Lu Chi and the others in the water capital, the other members of CP9 are by Spandam's side, waiting to be dispatched at any time. Newspapers. What's important news on that? It's just some gimmicks. Spandam made a disdainful sound. CP9 members looked at each other with amazement in their eyes. Spandam didn't even read the recent newspaper, although they all knew that this arrogant chief had always thought he was in charge of everything. Intelligence sources rely on CP9 to search for news and the like, come back and don't pay attention. However, CP9 did not know much about Roy's intelligence, and directly sandwiched newspapers and other intelligence in Spandam's office. Now it seems that Spandam simply ignored the newspaper. Little did I know that Roy is as important to Marine as Vegapunk is to the world government. Sir, if you read the recent newspaper, you won't complain. This Roy is not simple. Jabra coughed dryly. I'd love to explain to Spandam who Roy really is. Lightsabers, bamboo dragonflies and fairy beans. But the hottest topic in the world today. I don't care who he is. Lousy is about to become a hero of the world. As long as Luffy they caught Nico Robin. And found the Pluton blueprints. Spandam looked back and laughed maniacally. Joke. Ancient weapon. Back. One cannon can sink an island and has the power to destroy the world. If Spandam finds Pluton's blueprints, he captures Nico Robin, the sinner who interprets the historical text, into Impel Down. Then he is the only hero of this era. At that time, any Roy will be just an inconspicuous wave. Thinking of this, Spandam laughed narcissistically. Jabra and the others looked at each other and understood that this was Spandam again engaged in unrealistic fantasies. By the way, Luffy, how are they now, and what is the progress of the operation? After narcissism, Spandam remembered the situation in the capital of water. Luffy has captured Nico Robin, and now all that is left is Pluton's blueprints, and there are clues. Once found, you'll take the sea train back to Enies lobby. Jabra reported. Very good. Looks like I don't have to wait too long, haha. Spandam couldn't help but laugh maniacally again. Offshore platforms. The lab has been assembled and occupies most of the football field. In addition to the laboratory, there are dormitories and warehouses next to it. Suddenly, Roy tilted his head slightly, looked in the direction of the Justice Tower, and seemed, faintly, heard bursts of maniacal laughter. Jien raised his eyebrows, and his face raised with a meaningful indifference. That disgusting laugh should be Spandam, the CP9 chief in charge of Enies lobby, who is only responsible to the world government and has the right to kill people who hinder the mission and are detrimental to the world government. Momoshiki noticed Roy's expression and thought it was Roy's confusion about Enies lobby. So I explained Enies lobby to Roy. The right to execute anyone, this is called legal killing. Roy shook his head. Of course he knew that the owner of that laughter was Spandam. Roy is not too impressed by this scumbag with a dark personality. As long as he didn't offend himself, he didn't bother to care. Momoshiki's expression was equally uncomfortable. Momoshiki also complained about the enormous power that CP9 wields. It is even more believed that the existence of lawful killing itself undermines the name of justice. However, with Momoshiki's identity and influence, there is nothing to be done about it. One day, these injustices will come to an end. Momoshiki looked determined. That's why Momoshiki chose to join Marine. To this, Roy just smiled and did not speak. The most important fairy bean at the moment does not need to pay attention to Spandam. So Roy diverted from the subject, chatted with Momoshiki, and then turned around and returned to the lab. Momoshiki sits cross-legged on the edge of the platform, silently guarding Roy. There was a hint of excitement in his expression. Enies lobby, after all, unlike Marineford, the garrison is not on the same level. This is where Roy needs his own protection. This makes Momoshiki feel that the bond between himself and Roy has increased. Inside the lab, Jarvis, how is the test field? Roy asked into the virtual light curtain. It is divided into two parts, one side is the operation room, and the other side is the test field. Roy only needs to enter the operation room and give instructions for Jarvis to do everything. Everything is ready. Jarvis's side rang in his ears. The humidity is still a little low, turn it up by 2 degrees. There was a big screen in front of Roy. The data inside the test field is displayed. Roy's voice fell, and the controls were activated. The pipes around the test field began to spray a light mist. After 10 seconds, the humidity reached a level that Roy was satisfied with. Start seed cultivation. The seeds of the bean are synthetic, not naturally cultivated. The required process is very tedious, and a large number of special nutrient solutions are soaked. Together with the extraction of ingredients from other plants, the seeds of fairy beans can be synthesized. Huge financial expenditure, all spent in this place. There are some parts that even Jarvis can't help with, so Roy can do it himself. In the end, Jarvis is a convenient and fast assistant for Roy, and it is Roy himself who really masters the core technology. Even without Jarvis, Roy could do all this. It's just more time-consuming. A lot of the work doesn't want to reveal secrets, and Roy has to do it himself. 2 robots came to the center of the test field, dug a 10-centimeter pit with precision, and then threw a green seed the size of a walnut into it. This is the cultivated fairy bean seed. Much larger than the finished fairy beans. It also means that the finished fairy beans can only be eaten and cannot be carried out as seeds. Otherwise, Roy wouldn't have to spend a huge amount of money to synthesize artificially. Then the robot slowly covers the soil and watered the nutrient solution again. Jarvis, analyze the growth environment of fairy beans and measure the growth time. Roy has long entered the growth formula of fairy beans into Jarvis' data curry noodles. In the calculations, replied Jarvis's mechanical voice. Even Jarvis's computing power probably waited for nearly half a minute. I can't give a specific time, but the sunshine here is very special and may allow the fairy beans to ripen early. Mature early. This discovery made Roy very happy. After all, the geography of Enies lobby is different from the rest of the world. Real-time monitoring to ensure that the temperature and humidity are within the optimal range. Roy was engrossed, staring at the data on the console. After only a few hours, the seeds took root and broke through the soil. Grows at a speed visible to the naked eye. The capital of water. Today is the day when the gods of water strike. Aqua Akula, the water god in the long-standing story of the capital of water. Every once in a while, the gods of water come to the capital of water. In fact, this is due to the special geographical location, which has led to huge tsunamis covering the water capital from time to time. After the gods of water leave, they leave a high concentration of sea salt on the Haka-eves. Local residents use this sea salt for cooking, called the gift of the water god. In the former lively water capital, the streets are no longer visible. As early as the afternoon, residents leave by sea train or boat. A drizzle has fallen in the sky, signaling that a storm is coming. At this time, Iceberg, who encountered the CP9 attack again, woke up and hid Nami alone. From the mouth of the iceberg, Nami learned the truth about the attack on the iceberg. And Robin's real thoughts. Do you know something? At this time, Nami was also very confused. In the past 2 days, the Straw Hat Pirates have undergone tremendous changes. The first is the Golden Mary, which has been riding, the keel is broken and can no longer be repaired. Usopp is unwilling to give up the Golden Mary and quit the Straw Hat Pirates. Then Robin suddenly disappeared after entering the water capital. Then came the news that Robin had assassinated Iceberg. The Straw Hat Pirates have been hunted down by everyone. This evening they found Robin's tracks and tracked them down to Iceberg's residence. As a result, he met Robin with his own eyes and heard Robin's declaration that he would break ties with them. Nami and others were completely confused. Tell you everything I know. Ever since you found out that Robin wasn't there, the world government battle has begun. Iceberg said slowly. Iceberg and Robin have one thing in common, both of which have the ability to awaken the ancient weapon. One holds the design drawing, the other can interpret the ancient Wen Chen. And the Iceberg would rather die than hand over the design drawings. So he gave CP9 a fake one. The real design drawings have long been handed over to junior brother Frankie. As a result, in the confrontation with Robin, Robin said what he really thought. She was looking for ancient inscriptions before, not for some ancient weapon, just to understand the truth of history. CP9 gave Robin 2 conditions. The first one will put the charge of assassinating me on your head, and the second is to let Robin cooperate with them to find Pluton's blueprints and submit it to the world government. CP9 has the power to launch a buster call against the Straw Hat crew, an emergency call from 5 Vice Admiral and 10 warships at Marine headquarters that can destroy the power of a nation-level war. If you don't promise to hash, buster call is used on you, you will surely die. Iceberg said slowly. Buster Call. This was the first time Nami had heard of this kind of thing. 5 vice admirals at Marine headquarters, plus 10 warships. A force enough to destroy a country. Nami already felt fear just when she heard about it. Robin's hometown, Ohara, was destroyed by Buster Call. A woman who has been on the run for more than 20 years finally decided to give her life in order not to implicate you. Iceberg was also incredulous when he heard Robin's words. Nico Robin, known as the son of the devil, is so gentle in his heart. Why would Robin rather do it for us? Nami's pupils constricted, incredulous. According to Robin, you saved her life she had given up, awakened her lost soul, and regained her dreams. You are her most trusted companions. The iceberg repeats Robin's words sentence by sentence. Nami burst into tears when she heard these words. Robin had no intention of living when she was in Alabasta, and it was Luffy who saved her. And on Sky Island, Robin saw historical inscriptions. All of this has given Robin renewed confidence in life. Who would have thought that when everything was going well, the world government would strike? Even if she awakens the weapon and destroys the world, Robin, she doesn't care. This woman is crazy. When Iceberg said this, he had an admiring expression. Nami's breathing became rapid, caused by excessive excitement. Great, Robin didn't betray us. I have to gather my companions to rescue Robin. Thank you, Mr. Iceberg. So far, I'm telling you these words, just to get you to leave and live up to Robin. The iceberg is in a hurry. Leaving the water capital, a place of right and wrong, is the best choice in the opinion of Iceberg. They're just confused. Anyone will be weaker that way. Once they learn that Robin is worth saving, there is no limit to their power. Nami waved his fists. Robin didn't betray them and leave. That alone is enough for them to fight for their lives. Everyone, help them together. Iceberg immediately gathered everyone and shouted. After learning that the assassin of the iceberg was not Straw Hat and others, everyone also took action to make the real murderer pay. Soon in the water capital, shouts were everywhere. At this time, Luffy and Sanji, both of them were very embarrassed. Luffy was stuck in the middle of 2 buildings, unable to move. Zoro fell headfirst down into the chimney. Although both were injured, they did not faint. The other side, on the last sea train, it was Luffy and other CP9 members who rode. And the target they captured this time, Nico Robin, son of the devil. Although they were not able to find Pluton's blueprints, they already had clues. Years of hard work have not been in vain, and undercover agents have a significant effect on the iceberg. As a disciple of shipbuilder Tom, the iceberg did contain Pluton's blueprints. Lucy even learned hypothetically that Pluton's design was on another of Tom's disciples. A man who should have died, Frankie. So this sea train, smoking Tom. Not just Robin, but Frankie and Usopp, who were arrested together. The next thing is much simpler, just ask Frankie Pluton where the blueprints are. With CP9 means, no one can withstand the interrogation. Not to mention that they still hold Frankie's handle, that is, many little brothers and senior brothers icebergs. With their lives at stake, Frankie will have no choice. Thinking of this, the CP9 members on the train all showed relaxed expressions. The long task is finally coming to an end. And what they don't know is that the Straw Hat Luffy and others who were easily defeated before, but did not give up. As well as on the train, another member of the Straw Hat Pirates was also mixed in. Later known as Blackfoot Sanji, the capital of water. After a long search, someone found where Luffy was stuck. The distance is too far away, and the sea is about to flood there. Without hesitation, Nami ran over and reached a distance of less than 100 meters from Luffy. Luffy, what are you doing? Nami yelled desperately. Nami, are you behind? Luffy faced the sea and couldn't twist his body. No wonder you couldn't hear the shouts just now. And Luffy is still explaining himself. I was just beaten away by the guy with the pigeon, and I flew over like this, and I just happened to be stuck here. Luffy was embarrassed too. What a joke. While you were grinding, Robin was taken away by them, Nami said with tears in her eyes. When Luffy heard this, his eyes changed. Luffy, Robin was willing to be captured by the world government so as not to implicate us. She is going to die for us. He knew he would die if he was taken away. Nami's cry was still particularly harsh in the storm. Sure enough, Was Robin before lying? Robin is not going to die. Luffy growled. The huge waves are already in front of you, even higher than most of the water capital. This is the gods of water. Bang! 2 buildings exploded. Ah! Luffy stretched out the building with both hands and finally got out of trouble. Sanji, on the other hand, is also reviving his activities with Chopper's help. Before the waves crashed, we finally came to the highest position in the capital of water. The population and the injured iceberg and others gasped. This is the shipbuilding island, the headquarters of the Carrera Company. No matter how high the waves are, they can't reach here. It is also the only safe place in the water capital. Just after Luffy and the others took a breath, Bali told Nami the news. I have already found out the route of the sea train that Lucci and the others took just now. What? Robin's train just now went to Ace Hall. Nami's face turned ugly. What's that? Zoro asked, leaning against the wall. Ani Ace Hall, the judicial organ of the world government, is commonly known as the Enies lobby. Nami explained in a solemn tone. The island has real courts, but there is no single judge or jury. Rot. Being brought to Enies lobby is proof of guilt in itself. Prisoners enter the gates of justice through the Enies lobby. It is the guilty who cannot see the door of despair again. Because after entering the gate of justice, there are only 2 places that can be reached. Marine headquarters, and Impel Down. All criminals have to go through the Enies lobby. Robin is constantly approaching the gate of justice. We can't wait any longer. Nami shouted. Let's not mention that this storm is not over and there is no way to go to sea. Even if you really arrive at Enies lobby, there are heavy guards. No matter what pirates go to that island, they will definitely die. Are you going to challenge the world government? Barry, the boatman, kindly reminded. Barry's words immediately made the others around him nod. You better not go. Yes, Enies lobby is terrible. If you go, you will definitely die. Give up. They didn't want the Straw Hats to die. World government, even if I want to snatch your ship, I will go out to sea and rescue Robin. Luffy clenched his fists. Then try it. Barry was even more resolute, and 2 ropes sticking out of the cuffs. This is Barry's usual tool, and it is also a weapon in battle. Although they only got along for a short time, Barry would not let them die in vain. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to break out, Iceberg stepped forward to solve the siege. But mother-in-law Kokoro spoke first. If you are ready to die, then come with me. There's also a sea train, I'll help you drive it. Mother-in-law Kokoro smiled, again. Poured a sip of wine. Follow Granny Coco to a repair shop. Only to find out that there was already a person here. It was an iceberg. And what the iceberg is repairing is the first-generation sea train, Rocket Man. Rocket Man is the smoking Tom, completing its previous failure. The speed of the Rocket Man is uncontrollable, and I can't guarantee your safety. Iceberg warned. It's okay, we have already gambled our lives. Zoro seemed unconcerned. In the end, the sea train was crowded with people who dared to go to Enies lobby. Not only Luffy and the others, but also Frankie's younger brothers, they knelt down and begged Luffy to take them. Even Barry and other shipwrights, who had almost shot before, also went together in the carriage. Barry wants to tell Lucy and the others a word to let them know that he has been fired from the company. After replenishing the food, Luffy and the others set off. Driven by Granny Kokoro, Rocketman rushed into orbit. Unexpectedly, another huge wave was face on. It's over. Just out to sea is about to capsize. Quote. There is absolutely no way to avoid such a huge wave. Wait, Straw Hat Luffy and the green-haired guy stand at the front of the sea train. Is this to send to death? On the island, the people watching with binoculars were stunned. If you hide in the sea train, you may be able to retrieve a life. But now to stand up, that is to send to death. Sure enough, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates are all crazy. Especially Captain Straw Hat Luffy and this green algae head. Rubber, siege guns, 300 troubled winds. In the face of the great waves, Luffy and Zoro hit it with all their might. Bang! The huge wave was abruptly broken through a big hole, and the sea train passed unimpeded. Seeing this scene, Iceberg and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to break such a huge wave is enough to prove the strength of the Straw Hat group. Before being defeated by Lucci and others, he was really just confused inside. Mr. Iceberg, it's dangerous outside, let's go back to the room. Someone next to him said. Iceberg nodded. At Carrera's corporate headquarters, it is protected from huge waves. Mr. Iceberg, we found a man who fell into the water and seemed to be a pirate. Just as Iceberg was about to return to rest, suddenly another subordinate came to report. A drowning man was slapped on the roof of a house by a huge wave and happened to be spotted by them. If it is a little later, it will be swept away by the waves. When that guy was unconscious, he was also holding a severed boat. Otherwise, it would have sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago. His subordinates' eyes were full of admiration. The people of the water capital are actually not disgusted with pirates. Because most of their customers are pirates. Coupled with the fact that the water capital is very close to Enies lobby, no pirate has dared to cause a big incident in the water capital. Bring it to sea, Iceberg hurriedly shouted Hiroshi. Bring it to sea, Iceberg hurriedly shouted. He worries that a member of the Straw Hat Pirates has fallen into the water, or someone from Frankie's studio. After all, the huge wave faced by Straw Hat and the others just now was very exaggerated, and someone was washed out of the car. When the unconscious and the others were carried over, the Iceberg stepped forward to check. After seeing the man's face clearly, his face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Mr. Iceberg, what's wrong? People around were nervous and didn't know what was going on. Instead of answering, Iceberg came to Dimmy to see if he had a tattoo on his back. After confirming his identity, Iceberg said slowly. This person is Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard, Pirates, captain of the second team. A pirate who broke through his fame while he went to sea, Marineford. Marine is said to have extended Shichibukai invitations to Ace, but was rejected by the other party. Finally, he joined Whitebeard and became a member of the Four Emperors Pirates. Fire Fist Ace, obviously a big man in New World, why did he come to the water capital? It would bring disaster to the water capital. It's over. The water capital is set on Whitebeard, and it will become Whitebeard's territory. The subordinates shivered and wailed. The first half of the Grand Line, however, is called a paradise. Few Four Emperors will set their sights here. Now that Ace is here, it will bring chaos and destruction. Nope. As far as I know, Ace is not a notorious pirate. Maybe he came here for other things. Anyway, we have to save people first. Iceberg immediately made a decision. Once discovered, Fire Fist Ace died in the water capital. That would have led to Whitebeard's retaliation. Every year, in order to prevent people from leaving the water capital due to accidents, there will be medical personnel left in the water capital. The doctor quickly came and helped Ace drain the seawater from his abdomen. Where is this? Ace woke up slowly, and looked at Iceberg and the others. This is the capital of water. You fell into a coma, we saved you. Iceberg stepped forward and said. As for the others, they all took a few steps back, afraid of this sea thief of the New World. Thank you. I'll definitely help with anything in the future. Ace sincerely thanked him. Iceberg and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Ace was indeed not a vicious person as rumored. How did you fall into the water? Someone next to him couldn't help but ask. Pirates like Ace can actually fall overboard. It's unimaginable. Oops, because it's so boring, I fell asleep on the boat. Ace scratched her head sheepishly. As a result, I did not expect that the weather suddenly changed, and the sea tide receded and a huge wave hit. Directly split the boat in two, photographed Ace to the bottom of the sea, and passed out. In the end, he used all his strength to capture the half-cut boat, only to resurface and drift to the capital of water. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Ace said. You're a monster, you're not dead. It seems that you are still capable, and you should be weak when you fall into the sea. After withstanding the great wave, you can still be unharmed. Ace had no other wounds except for drinking some seawater. Only Iceberg is not surprised by this. After all, this is the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could it possibly defeat Ace? Are you all here to take refuge? In the past, when the gods of water attacked, it seemed that there were not so many people. Ace looked at everyone and said. Ace isn't the first time in the water capital and knows what's going on here. It's just that before this, Ace has not yet made a name for himself and is a small person. Not many people care. If it weren't for helping Straw Hat Luffy, we would have, someone said. But before the words were finished, they were stopped by the iceberg. Something has changed during this time, so we are staying here. Iceberg looked at Ace nervously. Straw Hat Luffy, as a newcomer who has recently become popular, will cause many pirates to peep. Defeat Straw Hat Luffy to prove that you are stronger. Although he seems very kind in front of him, there is no guarantee that he and Luffy have no contradictions. Luffy, you mentioned Luffy. Is he here? Ace suddenly became excited, and his eyes lit up. Iceberg and the others panicked. Little did he think Ace would really be interested in Straw Hat Luffy. The person who just said that he leaked his mouth was even more annoyed. Straw Hat Luffy is Mr. Iceberg's lifesaver. How could they betray the intelligence of Straw Hat Luffy and others? Mr. Ace, did you hear you wrong? None of us mentioned anything Luffy, who is that? Iceberg gave a professional smirk. I obviously heard him say Luffy. Ace pointed to the person who had just said the leaky mouth. No, I'm talking about Straw Hat Lucy. The man immediately shook his head. Ace was speechless. When did a Straw Hat Lucy appear? But Ace could already see from the expressions of Iceberg and the others that they were protecting Luffy. I'm Luffy's big brother. I'm not an enemy, I met him when I was in Alabasta. Ace quickly indicated his identity. Luffy's big brother. Iceberg and the others looked at Ace in surprise. Outwardly, there is no resemblance between the two people. But this big grinning personality is exactly the same. In addition, Ace's expression is very sincere, and it does not look like a lie. Pirates of this level do not need to lie if they want to know the intelligence. It is entirely possible to use force, and no one present is his opponent. Straw Hat Luffy, his companion. Iceberg told Ace everything about the cause and effect of the incident. After hearing all this, Ace was furious. That idiot, challenging somewhere, that's Enies' lobby. Enies' lobby. In these 800 years of history, it has never been breached. It is the pride of the world government and symbolizes where justice lies. But anyway, it's my brother. How can this kind of thing leave me? Ace suddenly showed a doting look and smiled. Iceberg and the others looked at Ace's changes and were stunned. What the hell is going on? Both brothers are weirdos. Luffy, I'm here too, Ace said, picking up the piece of wood on the ground. He looked like he was going to go to Enies' lobby under the huge waves against this piece of wood. Wait, the tide is still very big, and if you go to sea alone, you will be photographed under the water just like you did just now. The iceberg hurriedly stopped. If you are photographed again this time, you may not have good luck and be able to drift to the shore. Sure enough, he was a guy as reckless as Luffy. Luffy plans to grab a boat and head to Enies' lobby, and this Ace is ready to walk on a piece of wood. I can't wait. Ace was determined to go, but he couldn't stand it anymore. The tide will fade in half an hour, wait for that one to go to sea. Take advantage of this time to prepare faster ships for you. Iceberg knows when the tide ends. Okay. Eventually Ace compromised. The seriously injured Iceberg takes Ace to the shipyard and waves his men to find a single-person fast boat from inside. The ships have been firmly reinforced to prevent them from being swept away by the sea. Half an hour later, the tide receded. The boat was also unwound and reinforced, and Ace couldn't wait to step on the boat and go out to sea, turning around and waving to everyone. Thank you. Wait for us to come back and drink together. The crowd responded. Wait for you and Luffy to come back. You guys are all good guys. You must be alive. The iceberg let out a long breath, and could no longer support the coma. Enies' lobby ideographic period. Haha, that's great. Roy's surprised laughter came from inside the operation room. He was happy to see the vines growing 3 times tall in the test field. Because Enies' lobby has plenty of sunlight energy, the cultivation process of fairy beans is unexpectedly smooth. Bite. The progress of mass production and cultivation of fairy beans exceeds 50%. Congratulations to host for getting a chance to draw 10 consecutive draws. The system's reminder sound sounded in his head, which made Roy even more happy. Open the dimensional technology system. Roy does not hesitate to use it directly. A huge turntable appears in Roy's mind with various classification rewards on it. Use 10 consecutive draws. Bite. Congratulations to host. Obtain. Physical strengthening. Congratulations to host. Obtained. Dao power enhancement. Congratulations to host. Obtained. Chi enhancement. Congratulations to host. Obtain. Physical strengthening. Congratulations to host. Obtained. Dao Power Enhancement. Congratulations host. After 10 consecutive draws, Roy nodded in satisfaction. It's a shame that there is no devil fruit, but it's not bad. Roy began to look at his panel. Host. Roy. Rank. Vice Admiral. Dao Power. 6000. Hockey. Observation Hockey Intermediate. Armament Hockey Intermediate. Gymnastics. Marine 6 Styles Advanced. Technology. Bamboo Dragonfly Mass-Produced Lightsaber Mass-Produced Sendo Upgrade 50% of Mass Production Progress. Unlock. Xian Bean. After the mass production progress begins, the next technology can be unlocked. The physical changes brought about by strength swept away Roy's tiredness. He stretched his limbs and felt more powerful than ever. The current strength is almost the threshold of an ordinary vice admiral. Roy probably estimated that his strength was twice as strong as before. Finally worthy of the rank on his own now. The state of the fairy bean vine has stabilized, and Jarvis controls the humidity and problems at all times, and Roy does not need to stay here for a long time. Roy happily left the lab. Then, at the edge of the outer platform, Momoshiki, who was sitting cross-legged, sensed that Roy came out, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Roy, you. Momoshiki was a little surprised. Although it was only 7 or 8 hours without seeing each other. But now Roy feels a little different to Momoshiki than before. It's just that there is a difference, Momoshiki can't say. It seems that nothing has changed. Why have you been looking at me? Have you been obsessed with me during this time? Roy quipped. What are you talking nonsense? Momoshiki blushed, not expecting to say that. Am I not attractive to women? No wonder I don't have a girlfriend right now. Roy looked a little disappointed and sighed. Momoshiki didn't expect that his words would hit Roy. What is even more strange about her is that with Roy's appearance and ability, there would be no girlfriend. But on second thought, Roy was able to get where he is now. That must be a full focus on work, where there is energy to care about feelings. Roy, you are excellent, don't doubt your attractiveness to women. Momoshiki said seriously. I was afraid that because of my own words, Roy would fall into self-doubt. So are you attracted to me? Roy looked at her seriously. I. Momoshiki even turned red at this time, and he couldn't say half a word. She was certainly attracted to Roy. But can this kind of words be said casually? Why have you been staying here? Didn't you rest in the room? Roy smiled slightly and diverted from the topic. Seeing Momoshiki, Roy knew he was attractive. My duty is to guard you, especially at critical moments in your work. I can't rest. Momoshiki retracted his shy expression and regained his original heroism. That's fine, the cultivation of fairy beans has stabilized with Jarvis watching. You shouldn't have eaten, let's go eat something. Roy nodded, no longer forcing Momoshiki. Besides, he was a little hungry. The change of 10 consecutive pumps, while becoming stronger, will be particularly eager to eat to replenish energy. However, Momoshiki blushed again. I forgot to arrange the delivery of daily necessities. Previously, the shipped materials were Momoshiki to refer to waves. Machinery and equipment, raw materials, etc., have not been left behind. But I forgot about the living materials. But we can contact Spandam of the Justice Tower and ask him to arrange for someone to deliver supplies. Without waiting for Roy to smile wryly, Momoshiki quickly added. There are also many soldiers on Enies lobby, and the number of troops stationed regularly is about 10,000. Includes members of Marine and World Government. Of course, there are many living materials, and some can be distributed to them. Good. Roy nodded. Momoshiki then pulled out a phone bug and contacted Spandam directly. Bulu Brew. Hey. On the other end of the phone, came Spandam's voice. I'm Momoshiki. Now the World Government Special Laboratory is short of supplies, send me some. Jumping Rabbit is really unkind on the phone. The tone is even more general to a subordinate. World Government Special Laboratory. This is the name of Roy's arsenal too, temporarily used at Enies lobby. In order to hide the eyes, there is no mention of weapons or research or the like. It's just a special lab, but prefix with the word World Government. Shows the importance of the laboratory. This is my territory. You are not qualified to order me. Spandam roared on the other end of the phone. Just now, Spandam was still immersed in the fantasy of becoming a big hero. Even the commanders of the 3 armies and the 5 elders were trampled under Spandam's feet. A backup admiral, what to look like in front of himself. CP9 and Marine are not a system and have no hierarchical relationship with each other. Is it? Am I going to report to the above? What orders were given to you above, you should not forget. Momoshiki said coldly. Although I have long heard that Spandam is an arrogant guy. Now he dares to openly discooperate with himself, and Momoshiki is angry. Marine and CP9 have no hierarchical relationship, but after all, they belong to the world government. 5 elders has given orders for Enies lobby to fully cooperate. Spandam is the opposite. Abominable. Well, I'll send someone to send it to you. Spandam was reluctant. That's good. Phone worms are on standby 24 hours a day, and there will be demand here at any time. Momoshiki snorted coldly and hung up the phone. In the Tower of Justice, Spandam wields an elephant sword to vent his displeasure. Everywhere the sword went, the walls and floors shattered. The other members of CP9 saw it, but did not dodge at all. They understand very well that their commander is very weak. The Dao power value is only 9. A soldier armed with a gun can reach 10 Dao power. After more than a minute, Spandam was exhausted and out of breath. Bending over the elephant sword gasped. After I become a big hero of the world government, you all kneel at my feet. Spandam's expression became arrogant again. Sir, so are we still sending supplies? Jabra asked in a low voice. Of course I sent it. And send a lot. Let those guys on the platform know that this is the last food they can enjoy. Spandam smiled. The train that Lucci and the others were on would arrive soon, and he wouldn't have to wait long. As long as the whereabouts of Pluton's design are tortured, the world government will pay more attention than ever before. All resources will then be given to Spandam. No matter what he wants to do, world government will satisfy him. Thinking of this, the expression on Spandam's face became more and more proud and rampant. Half an hour later, supplies were delivered to the platform. It's rich. Roy was a little surprised. There are lobsters and the hind legs of the sea kings. Plus fruit as well as dessert. Even extra intimate, with 16 complimentary 2 bottles of red wine. The food delivered is not only very varied, but also looks particularly delicate. At first glance, it is the chef in Marine, carefully cooked. HMPH. This Spandam, you still have to scare a little. Momoshiki said with some disdain. If at the beginning, Spandam was very cooperative in delivering these delicacies, then Momoshiki will have a good impression of Spandam and thank him for his cooperation. This is not a trustworthy guy. Roy didn't forget to remind him. That's right, Momoshiki agrees. Just from Spandam's repeated jumps, it can be proved that his mood and personality are unstable. But that didn't stop Roy and Momoshiki from enjoying the food. After pushing the dining cart into the dormitory, the two of them couldn't wait to taste it. After becoming stronger, Roy found that his meal intake also increased. Even after stuffing a lot of things, I still don't feel full. Why don't you eat? Roy noticed that Momoshiki in front of him hadn't eaten much. While still in Marineford, Roy hadn't seen Momoshiki eat. Momoshiki always said at that time that it was easy to relax when eating, which was not conducive to protecting oneself and so on. Now they're in Enies lobby, and they're much safer than Marin. It is impossible for anyone to break into here. I'm eating, Momoshiki whispered, holding a loaf of bread in his hand very reservedly. Roy understood when he saw this. Momoshiki, it's shy. I don't want to show the amount of rice in front of myself. After all, a strong person like Momoshiki definitely has a lot of rice. In the pirate world, the amount of rice can be converted into life force. A person with a small amount of food means that the stored vitality is not enough, and it is difficult to become a strong person. Eat more, girls who like to eat are attractive. Roy smiled slightly. Do you like big stomachs? Momoshiki was a little surprised. She misunderstood what Roy meant. I like to be confident and dare to show myself. Roy replied. Dare to show yourself. Hearing this, Momoshiki understood something. Summoned up the courage to pick up a piece of sausage with a fork and stuffed it into your mouth. The action is very tempting. That's right, you're welcome to follow me. Roy was relieved. After a gust of wind, both of them were content, with pleasant expressions on their faces. Sitting on a lounge chair while savoring dessert after dinner, there was a small talk without a match. You said before that all injustice will end. What does that mean? Roy did not forget this sentence of the jumping rabbit. It's just my dream, Momoshiki replied with a happy face. Joining Marine, Momoshiki was with the simplest of ideas. That is to make all injustice disappear from this world. A great dream, Roy commented. It is very shameful to laugh at other people's dreams. Not to mention that Momoshiki's dream is so noble. Most of the members who join Marine have a yearning for justice in their hearts. It's just a pity that it's too difficult, and it's almost impossible for one person to change the whole world. Momoshiki laughed wryly. Just do what you can, Roy comforted. The power of one person is limited, and of course it is impossible to rely on one person alone. Whoever it is, you need companions. If it's just a pirate, I can do my best, but many times the enemy is around, but there is nothing to do. Momoshiki's face was full of helplessness. You mean Shichibukai? Roy understood at once. Momoshiki in front of him should belong to the anti-Shichibukai faction. There are many such people in Marine who do not agree with the Shichibukai system. It is believed that without Shichibukai, Marine can still maintain world peace. On the contrary, the addition of Shichibukai will give a very negative impression to Marine. At the same time, there are many innocent people who will be plundered by Shichibukai. And all they can do is watch. Even Shichibukai can only rob countries that are not members of the world government. But this does not mean that these people are people who can be abandoned. But Roy knows that the Shichibukai system has pros and cons. The advantage for the world government is that the Shichibukai system can win over some powerful pirates and stand on the side of the world government. Otherwise, allowing these pirates to act arbitrarily is likely to bring even greater damage and trouble. Later developments proved this. In the future, when the world government abolished the Shichibukai system, those Shichibukai, one by one, caused more trouble. Of course, Roy wouldn't say that. Crocodile, who was captured before, actually tried to control Alabasta. Momoshiki seemed palpitated. The truth about Alabasta was covered up by the world government. But at the level of Momoshiki, I know some insiders. Without Luffy the Straw Hat, world government might never have discovered Crocodile's plot. Crocodile, Luffy. Hearing these two names, Roy nodded silently. But the next moment, a bolt of lightning crossed my mind. How long ago was that? Roy asked with a stunned look. Momoshiki was surprised that it was the first time she had seen Roy like this. Could it be that this matter has a lot to do with it? But Crocodile's arrest was a big deal some time ago. You don't know. You haven't seen the news in months. Momoshiki couldn't help but ask rhetorically. I've been busy lately, so I haven't read the newspaper, Roy explained. It's June 20th, 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. Momoshiki directly stated the exact time. Even specific to today's specific date. Roy's face couldn't help but change, and his face was a little stiff. He traveled back 3 months and kept his head down on research. Coupled with his knowledge of the world of pirates, Roy doesn't care what happens in the world at all. Anyway, everything is already known to Roy. It's just that some time ago, people everywhere were talking about Shichibukai Crocodile. When Roy's research came out, no one talked about Crocodile. Now that Roy arrives at Enies lobby, he realizes that he has forgotten what will happen to Enies lobby. Attack by the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Buster Call bombing. Knowing this, Roy would consider changing places. Nowadays, fairy beans cannot be removed after planting, and can only grow in one place until they wither. The fairy beans that had just been planted were destroyed, and Roy would definitely not be able to accept it. My luck is not bad, I should not be so unlucky, Roy Nan said to himself. He still has some luck, maybe after his fairy beans are fruited, Luffy and the others will come. What Enies lobby became at that time had nothing to do with Roy. What luck, Momoshiki is weird. Roy's performance has been unpredictable since just now. The voice fell. Woo! A shrill alarm sounded. Roy and Momoshiki's faces changed drastically. This was followed by the shrill sound of gunfire, densely packed one after another. There was an attack. This is the Enies lobby. Momoshiki was shocked. Who has the audacity? Could it be thorny enemies like the Four Emperors? But there was no warning message in advance. Those who dare to attack Enies lobby can't think of anyone other than the Four Emperors. Thinking of this, Momoshiki directly pulled out the lightsaber on his waist. Now that the existence of a lightsaber has been exposed, there are no taboos for those who hold a lightsaber to use it. Don't worry, let's find out what the situation is first, Roy said quickly. It should be the Straw Hat Pirates who came, as well as some people from the water capital. It's not so stressful yet. Yes, I lost my cool. Momoshiki reacted immediately and quickly put away the lightsaber. Then, take the phone bug out of your pocket. On the other side, the Justice Tower. In Spandam's office, the phone worm on the desk looked anxious. This is the main entrance, request a reply. What's wrong? Spandam took the phone and frowned. An intruder broke into the main gate and headed towards the front door of the main island. What? There's just one intruder, calm down and kill him. Spandam didn't care. If a person dares to break into Enies' lobby, I am afraid that there is a brain problem. With so many garrisons, it can't be stopped. Live alone. This man is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, this man is a pirate with a bounty of 100 million Bailey, Straw Hat Luffy. The tone of the soldier. It became unbelievable. What? You even let him break into the main island? What the hell is going on? What's going on with the two giants being, and are they killed too? Spandam patted angrily. Table, it's just a bunch of waste, and even one person can't stop it. That, because it's late at night and both giants are sleeping. The soldier explained. Don't look at Enies' lobby, it's still daylight. But the time outside, it was already late at night. Most of the garrison was resting, which led to being taken advantage of so quickly. The alarm is so loud, can you still sleep? Shout them all, and the sleeping soldiers on the main island. Spandam growled. Yes, the soldier replied. Spandam hung up the phone worm, looking furious. Breaking into the main island, the meaning is completely different. Sir, an intruder doesn't have to panic so much, and we're here. Also in the room were Jabra and others, who looked relaxed. Straw Hat Luffy, a new pirate who has just made a name for himself, is not worth mentioning for them. It is not known how many such pirates died at their hands. Don't be silly, this is the Enies lobby, which is the gate to the world government, and carries the sacred symbol. Spandam gritted his teeth. Straw Hat Luffy, that guy must have come to take back Nico Robin. If they snatched someone away, it would be something that Spandam could not bear. Booloo brew. The phone worm rang, and Spandam frowned. It's this troublesome woman again. After muttering, Spandam answered the phone. What the hell is going on? Why is there an alarm? Momoshiki split his head and covered his face with another question. It's just a little trouble, it will be solved soon, there is nothing to worry about. Spandam chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. The anger and panic just showed were completely different. Because Spandam doesn't want to be underestimated by Marine, especially Momoshiki. Once it is known that Straw Hat Luffy has invaded the main island, that spread to the 5 elders, Spandam would most likely be punished. Solve trouble quickly. World Government Special Laboratory, do not allow any unexpected factors to interfere. Remember this, otherwise your position will come to an end. Momoshiki snorted. Hung up the phone directly. Unexpectedly, you dare to treat me like this. Spandam was exasperated. He was not given this CO9 commander at all, the slightest face and dignity. Straw Hat Luffy, it's all because of you. Go to hell, Spandam cursed. Lab platform. After hanging up Spandam's phone, Momoshiki told Roy about the situation. It's just a small commotion, that coward Spandam didn't panic much, so he shouldn't have to worry. Momoshiki's tone was as gentle as possible. Because from the moment the alarm sounded, Momoshiki noticed that Roy was obviously a little strange, and seemed to be worried about something. Counting on Spandam won't work, we have to find a way. Roy muttered. It's okay, Enies' lobby has 10,000 troops here. The armed forces are second only to the Marine headquarters and the Holy Land, and it is impossible for anyone to break through here, and I heard that there are 2 giants working here. Momoshiki isn't actually in a hurry. Scolding Spandam is also to make the other party more serious. To put Roy at ease, Jump also introduced Enies' lobby's special location. Unless the hole falls, the platform lab is absolutely safe. Roy was also frustrated to see Momoshiki so confident. For 800 years, Enies' lobby has never been breached, making everyone feel incredibly confident here. If Roy hadn't known the plot, he wouldn't hesitate to believe Momoshiki. Well, you're here anyway. But in the end, Roy put his mind down and didn't worry too much. After all, with Momoshiki, the backup admiral here, it will definitely be different from the plot. The balance of combat effectiveness will be completely tilted to the side of Enies lobby. Straw Hat Crew's current strength is not strong enough to deal with Momoshiki. Not to mention the plot, Straw Hat Crew itself is a crushing victory. Let's have tea. Momoshiki felt Roy's trust and was proud. But after a few minutes, the movement in the direction of the Tower of Justice became louder and louder. The riots not abated, on the contrary, there was a faint sound of artillery and a loud roar. Now it's Momoshiki who can't sit still. Spandam this waste. Why haven't you solved the problem yet? Momoshiki's pretty face grew colder. If this allowed the riots to spill over here, it would not even be possible to unload Spandam. Don't worry, it may take a while. Roy became the comforting one. Because Roy knew that it was time for Luffy and the others to attack the first door. This is not a big movement, the movement behind is even greater. I'm going to find out what's going on. Momoshiki, however, was still uneasy and dialed the phone again. Enies lobby in front. Spandam is in contact with the front lines. At the front gate of the main island at this moment, two giants are fighting, there should be no problem at all, and they can block the remaining invaders. The man in black on the other end of the phone said. The men in black are agents of the world government and belong to Spandam's direct subordinates. At this critical moment, it is still the subordinates who are more trustworthy. That's good. The Straw Hat Kid who invaded the main island, have you been caught now? Spandam nodded and continued to ask. Well, there are more than 400 people now. The man in black replied. 400? What are you talking about? Spandam frowned. It's casualty statistics. The man in black said loudly. Casualty statistics. 400 people. Hearing this, Spandam almost spewed out. The defenders are not waste, how can they be easily killed so much? Spandam is skeptical of that number. It's not 400, just now the casualties have increased to 5. The man in black had not finished speaking. A soldier flew over and threw him away. 5 people, what a gap between 5 people and 400. Can't you even do casualty counts? Spandam was furious. This is no longer a simple calculation error. On the other end of the phone, there was no sound again. Cut, no signal coming. Spandam muttered and hung up the phone. Then he looked at Jabra and the others sitting in front of him with a smile. It seems that Straw Hat Luffy is very embarrassed to circle around the main island, and it is only a matter of time before one dares to break into so many marines, and it is only a matter of time before he is caught. Failing to hear the intelligence clearly led to Spandam misjudging the situation. Sir, Luffy, they're back. At this time, the soldier at the door reported. Ha ha ha, finally back. Spandam smiled excitedly. With the sound of footsteps, Luffy and the others entered the office. The perpetrators of the attack on world government personnel in the water capital 8 years ago, Catty Flem, and Nico Robin, who attacked the marine battleship in West Blue O'Hara 20 years ago, have all been arrested and they are out there right now. Luffy reported back expressionlessly. Great, Luffy, Kaku, Bluno and Khalifa. Spandam shouted everyone's name. This is surname harassment, Khalifa said with a wink. Just calling a name is. Spandam was dumbfounded. Bulu brew. At this moment, the phone worm in Spandam's arms rang again. Spandam couldn't help but frown, he really didn't want to pay attention to Momoshiki. This is Enies lobby, and he's the supreme commander here. But there was an order from above that you must answer the call at all times. Every effort is made to safeguard Momoshiki's requirements and provide a quiet environment. So Spandam had to carry this phone bug with another golden phone bug that launched Buster Call. What the hell is going on? How many enemies there are? Momoshiki's tone was more angry than before. Facing Momoshiki, who is second only to Admiral, Spandam has a headache. The point is that Jumping Rabbit can report Enies lobby upwards. If Momoshiki said, the riots at Enies lobby bothered them. That Spandam didn't know if the top would be angry. Now he has not yet held the Pluton design in his hand, or he is more low-key and forbearing. Everything is under control. It's just a rookie pirate group making trouble, please don't be irritable, the chaos can be solved soon. Spandam could only breathe in a low voice. To cover up what happened, Spandam didn't even mention the name of Luffy. After all, Straw Hat Luffy is no ordinary newcomer. This is the man who defeated Crocodile in Alabasta. Hopefully, your guarantee counts, you don't have much chance. Momoshiki hung up again. Syllable. Spandam's eyes widened and he clenched his fists. It was the first time I had been reprimanded and threatened like this. Spandam felt that Momoshiki looked down on himself from the bottom of his heart. After I become a hero, I must make you regret it. Spandam gritted his teeth. However, when Spandam looked up and saw Luffy and the others, he thought of Franky and Robin, who had been captured. The arrogant smile was restored, and the disgusting laughter resounded throughout the room. Whose phone? Luffy and others were curious. Who is on the other end of the phone who can make Spandam, who has always been arrogant, put his posture so low? Seeing Robin and Franky being captured, Spandam was in a good mood. Momoshiki, these days, Marine has set up a laboratory here, doing some boring scientific research, it seems to be called fairy beans or something. Spandam said nonchalantly. In fact, the details were told to Spandam through channels. The intention was to get Spandam to pay attention to Marine's research projects. But the top management would not have thought that Spandam had not read the newspaper at all, so he did not know what Shiando was. Sendo. Is that fairy bean? Lucci and the others were taken aback. Even Jabra and the others, who had been stationed at Enies' lobby, heard about it for the first time. A look of shock appeared on his face. No wonder such a large formation also requisitioned the place of Enies' lobby. It turns out to be Marine's latest technology, a cross-era research product, a scientific research product that triggers the miracle of life, Shiando. For a moment, Jabra and the others had proud looks on their faces. Being able to place the lab that cultivates fairy beans in Enies' lobby is a trust in Enies' lobby. What's wrong? Do you know what this thing is? Spandam couldn't help but wonder why everyone reacted so much. He looked even more excited than catching Robin and Franky. Sir, Shondo is the most shocking intelligence in the world in the past few days, and it is Marine's scientific research product. Jabra took the opportunity to tell Spandam about the effects of fairy beans. Jabra has tried to look for opportunities many times before, but without success. Rebirth of severed limbs, resurrection from the dead, exaggerated. Spandam waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Today's Spandam has identified the Pluton design and will bring him supreme glory. Nothing else is worth mentioning in Spandam's eyes. It's true, Marine executives have already spread the word. The ship that entered Enies' lobby through the Gate of Justice before, escorting those supplies, was the burning mountain that was healed. Jabra saw it with his own eyes through a telescope. Even if it's true, is it comparable to ancient weapon Pluton? Spandam stared at Jabra. One shot can wipe out an island. Pluton, the emperor who destroyed the world. Jabra was speechless and said nothing more. In terms of pure power, Sendo is certainly not as good as Pluton. However, the more important role of fairy beans is to heal, not to fight. Okay, bring those two criminals here, I'm going to see them with my own eyes. Spandam looked expectant. Soon, both Robin and Franky were escorted into the office. After seeing the two of them, Spandam couldn't help but laugh even more. In the right mood. Unfortunately, people in the world don't know how great our work is, and by the time they do, it may be a few years from now. Spandam got up from his chair, came to the front of the two people, and finally stopped in front of Franky. To say that my current world government, and those old men, is naive. Without sacrifice cannot achieve the goal. This is for the peace of all mankind in the fight, like you stupid people, should sacrifice for the world, like the fish man who is unwilling to hand over the design drawings, is against justice. Deserve to be executed. Spandam, laughing maniacally, said. Even when he said that the fish man was executed, he made a gesture of cutting his throat. You've pissed me off. Mr. Tom's blueprints for civil protection will never fall into your hands. Franky's eyes were about to spew fire. Directly at Spandam, Franky will not be shackled by seastone to reduce his strength. The impact force of the transformation person burst out in an instant, knocking Spandam into the air. Spandam slammed into the wall. Ancient weapon Pluton. You'll never want to get Pluton. The sound of Franky's laughter came. 6 Styles finger pistol. Kaku next to him was unceremonious, and directly hit Franky's abdomen. Under Frankie's severe pain, his body curled up like a shrimp and rice. Shut up, there's a place for you to talk later. Kaku said coldly. Ahem, I can say a lot of things, but you should never want to know where the Pluton design is, haha. Frankie vomited blood, but still didn't shut up. Spandam, who was knocked into the air, also came over with a look of hatred at this time. Syllable. Stepping on Frankie's face, Tianmu laughed wickedly. It's still the same as 8 years ago, your temper hasn't changed much. If I had known that you were still alive and had the blueprints, I wouldn't have had so much trouble. Compared to Frankie, the iceberg is the real trick. After Tom's death, icebergs propped up the shipyards of the water capital. Then he found a way to deal with the feuding world government, and eventually became a contractor for the world government. As well as being trusted by the people of the water capital Nojos, he became the mayor of the water capital. As a result, Spandam did not have the means to use force directly for a long time. Had to take the form of planting spies. Cut. Frankie made a disdainful sound. No matter when he was arrested, he would not say the whereabouts of the blueprints. Now open Pluton's 2 keys, all in my hands, ha ha ha. Spandam held his head and laughed maniacally. A force that dominates the world. Right in his hands. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. Why did Aokiji give you the opportunity to launch Buster Call? Robin, who had been silent, asked. Robin had a hard time understanding Aokiji's move. Last time Aokiji had already let them go, why did he give Spandam Buster the right to use it? Unexpectedly, after hearing this sentence, Spandam's face changed, as if he was irritated by Robin. Straight forward and punched Robin to the ground. That's right, I forgot to tell you that the Straw Hat Luffy and his gang have broken into Enies' lobby, and I'm going to send them and Frankie to the undersea prison. This. Pandam smiled. This is not the same as our agreement. You promised that if I followed you, you would let them leave safely. Robin got up and shouted. Cut. What are you doing shouting so loudly, Luki? You repeat the agreement between us. Spandam smiled sarcastically. After hearing this, Lucci next to him repeated the agreement between them. Let the people of Straw Hat Crew set sail safely from the capital of water. Now Straw Hat Luffy and the group, didn't they come here safely from the water capital? Spandam said lightly. Scumbag, this kind of lame reason, do you think you can fool through? Robin wouldn't admit it at all. It's just a play on words. Robin wants CP9 not to do anything to Luffy and others, and is the absolute safety of his companions. Shameless. Frankie was equally disgusted when he heard these words. Hey, 2 lowly criminals, you don't have any power when you come here. Spandam gave another kick. Then he ignored the 2 people and gave orders to his subordinates. Frankie was taken to Impel Down, and Nico Robin was taken to Marine Headquarters. Go and prepare your ship now to set sail and pass through the Gate of Justice. Spandam didn't forget to remind them that Nico Robin was a capable person. As for the other members of CP9, Spandam allowed them to take a break first. But until then, remember to bring this thing with you. The things that Spandam took out of the drawer turned out to be 2 devil fruits. Sir, you actually got 2 devil fruits. Jabra was surprised. Even the CP9 members present had never met anyone from Devil Fruit. I have many channels, but to tell you in advance, I don't know what kind of demons are hidden here, so choose one yourself. Spandam is looking forward to it. Stronger men mean more tools in Spandam's hands. Devil Fruit can sell for hundreds of millions of Baileys on the black market. Spandam didn't care. He needs not money, but more power. Kaku and Khalifa ended up getting 1 each. By the way, Straw Hat Luffy seems to have broken in. How is the situation? Luki asked. It's only 5 casualties, so they should have been caught soon. Spandam shrugged version. The phone bug that has been silent on the table is the best proof of this. If there really was an emergency, its contact point would have already called. Lucci didn't say anything and the other CP9 members turned to leave. Only Bluno frowned as he turned around. It seems that the phone worm is biased, so that it can't receive the call. However, Bluno's reaction and thinking speed has been slow. He did not explain it on the spot, but left with everyone. On the other side, the lab platform. Again getting Spandam's reply, Momoshiki nodded silently. This time, the other party's attitude was more humble than before. It seems that he already knows his place. The riot won't last long, and Spandam assures that the intruder is a rookie pirate group. Momoshiki told Roy to put him at ease. Now that Spandam has figured out each other's identities, there's nothing to worry about. As long as it wasn't for the 4 emperors, Momoshiki didn't think it was a problem. I don't think so. Roy shook his head slowly. The armed forces of Enies lobby are still very reliable, and it is impossible for a rookie pirate group to break through the defenders. Momoshiki's knowledge of Enies lobby deserves this trust. Still, Momoshiki wondered why Roy was skeptical. It's just a feeling, if you encounter danger, you have to protect yourself. Roy said with a smile, as if joking. I'm Admiral, so it's okay to protect myself. Momoshiki smiled slightly, thinking Roy was joking. Confidently agreed. Bang! Explosions were heard again ahead, louder than before. During the time that the two were chatting, Enies lobby's movement not only did not abate. Instead, it became more and more intense, and the sound was getting closer and closer than before. At first, Momoshiki was able to face calmly, and gradually began to be silent. It was until the atmosphere quieted down and the sounds of the battle became clearer. You can even hear the screams of the soldiers. Spandam, this waste. Dare to lie to me. The pirates have invaded to the depths. Finally, Momoshiki was cold as ice. I couldn't help but take out the phone worm again, wanting to scold Spandam angrily. Look there. Suddenly, Roy pointed in the direction of Enies lobby and reminded. Momoshiki looked up. Under the gaze of the two people, a firebird volleyed into the air. Hit the flag of the world government accurately. With the burning flames, the world government flag turned to ashes and fell to the ground. This extremely shocking scene fell on the rabbit's eyes. That's the realm government. Momoshiki was dumbfounded. Has the enemy already invaded to this point? Enies lobby, you can't even guard the flag of the world government. What else is there to talk about upholding justice and what to talk about deterring criminals? Seeing this, Roy also secretly sighed. Worthy of Luffy. Only by seeing this scene with your own eyes can you know how shocking it is. The son of the plane, worthy of the name. But Roy won't let Luffy disturb his research. When it really comes time to make a shot, Roy is definitely not vague. Bang! Suddenly, from the front of the Enies lobby, there was a huge explosion. A cloud of flame mushrooms rose up, staying in midair and refusing to dissipate. The huge movement not only caught the attention of Roy and Momoshiki. On the Tower of Justice. Ah, did this bunch of fool really do it? Know what that means? This is the enemy of the world. Don't think you're going to live like this. Spandam is just below the flag. Still shocked by the Straw Hat crew's daring to break through the world government flag. It was during this time that Roy and Momoshiki were chatting. The Straw Hat pirates on the main island finally caught the attention of CP9. All-out combat has begun. Sir, look in the direction of the main entrance, that huge flame. Jabra shouted, pointing in the direction of the flame mushroom cloud. What is that? Spandam's eyes were almost glaring. Straw Hat Luffy, a group of people are here, and it is already a big trouble. Don't have another accident at this time. Frontline report, it's Ace, it's Fire Fist Ace who broke in. A man in black crawled to Spandam's side crying. Fire Fist Ace. Spandam, along with the CP9 members, was shocked. I felt a cool water poured from beginning to end, and a chill rushed to my heart. A sense of despair welled up. Why is Whitebeard's Fire Fist Ace appearing here? There was a glimmer of hope in Robin's eyes. Ace is coming, Luffy's big brother is coming. Courtroom roof. Luffy and the others turned back in surprise. What's that? Marine's secret weapon. Sanji also looked back in surprise. Behind them, there are two giants and members of the Frankie family, plus Barry the boatman and others dragging Marine in battle. Although everyone came for different reasons, now everyone is a companion who fights together. It is impossible for the people of the Straw Hat Pirates not to care about their safety. It's Ace, it's Ace. Nami suddenly shouted with a look of surprise, still holding a phone bug in her hand. Just now, everyone in the water capital told Nami by phone. A little brother wrapped in flames is helping them deal with Marine. Nami guessed the identity of the other party at once. Ace, is Ace coming? Luffy asked with a smile. Are you sure it's Ace? Make no mistake, why is he here? Zoro isn't quite sure yet. After all, the last time I saw Ace was when I was in Alabasta. Although we were in the first half of the Grand Line, we last met. Ace says he has something to do. Is it such a coincidence that Ace is also coming? It's better to figure it out first. Sanji nodded as well. It's rare that Sanji would agree with Zoro. After all, the riots appeared behind their backs. If the abdomen is defeated, the situation will be extremely critical. Luffy. Suddenly, Nami's handheld BGEB worm heard Ace's voice. It turned out that on the other side, Ace had already snatched the phone worm of everyone in the water capital. Ace, it's really you. Luffy immediately approached Nami, his tone full of surprise. Hearing that my stupid brother is declaring war on the world government, I don't mind if I come as a big brother. Ace smiled over there. Thank you, Ace. Luffy has a bold personality, but he is not a fool. It immediately became clear that Ace must have heard something. That's why they rushed to support them. It's hard to imagine how Ace got to Enies' lobby without the sea train. Nothing. I'll fix Marine here first, and then I'll get over. Ace's plan is simple. To help Luffy and others solve their worries. Otherwise, such a large group of Marine is still on the front island, and when Luffy and the others retreat, they will encounter considerable trouble. After hanging up, Straw Hat crew became more powerful. One by one, I can't wait. Spandam and the others could hear Luffy speak. Seeing the Straw Hat Pirates group of emotions high, it is even more certain that Ace is here to help them. Straw Hat Luffy, why did Fire Fist Ace come over and why would he help you? Spandam couldn't help but roar. Oh, Ace is my big brother. Luffy admitted with a grin. For a moment, CP9 members were shocked. The pirate who has been in the limelight lately, Straw Hat Luffy. His big brother turned out to be Fire Fist Ace. No wonder Straw Hat Luffy has just gone to sea as a newcomer, and dares to cause big incidents one after another. It turns out that there are such powerful pirates behind them, and they are used as their backers. Spandam cursed, immediately retreated to the Justice Tower, and even pulled Robin and the two back to the Justice Tower. What to do? Spandam was anxious. The appearance of Fire Fist Ace has changed things dramatically. Captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates. This name alone has been able to calm many people. Fire Fist Ace is a sea thief with a bounty of 550 million Baileys. Jabra took a deep breath, nervous. This is not Ace's real strength. His ability to hold the position of the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates always shows that his strength is not weaker than those long-known pirates. Lucci also did not have the calmness he had at the beginning. The expression on his face was very solemn. The bounty of a pirate does not represent his strength. It's just the crimes committed and the level of threat to the world government. When a pirate's strength stagnates, as long as he continues to commit some crimes, the bounty will increase. The people of CP9 understand this even more. Seeing the gloom in the room, both Robin and Frankie raised hope. Haha, a Fire Fist Ace, just scared you guys like this. Frankie took the opportunity to laugh. Instead, Jabra punched him in the abdomen again. Frankie curled up in pain again. But this time, even Spandam wasn't in the mood to torture Frankie. Don't think you're going to be rescued. You don't understand what Enies lobby means. It's so close to Marine headquarters, I can call for support at any time. Admiral can come over. Spandam cursed Frankie, while taking out the phone bug from his pocket and dialing. Only after pressing it a few times, I found that it was not unplugged, and it was a little quiet. This phone bug. Robin's pupils shrank and he exclaimed. What's wrong, son of the devil? There is no place for you to speak here. Spandam glared angrily at Robin. But the next second, Spandam discovered that it wasn't just Robin. Even Lucci and the others looked at him with strange eyes. The atmosphere became eerie for a moment. This phone bug is so special, it's golden. Jabra had never seen the golden phone bug and was curious. Spandam then looked down at the phone worm. Surprised eyeballs protrude, snot remained. No wonder there is only one button on this phone bug. It turns out that this is a golden phone bug. And what he just pressed was the signal transmitter. Once pressed, an extraordinary command is launched, summoning Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral to destroy the target indiscriminately. And this summoning order is called Buster Call. A brutal attack that burned everything. The warships that carried out the Buster Call were among the strongest and most aggressive in the Marine. All built by shipyards in the capital of water. It turned out that Aokiji passed through the Enies lobby before returning to Marine headquarters. Finds Spandam and leaves the golden phone bug behind to give him permission to launch the Buster Call. And Buster Call is specifically designed to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. With state-level war power, CP9 was able to threaten Robin. Is this what started the Buster Call? The corners of Lucci's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes became cold. He had only heard of the golden phone bug, and had not seen it with his own eyes. Although CP9 members all have a consensus that their chiefs are waste. But in a hurry, he took the wrong phone worm and accidentally triggered the mediocre order. It's still a foolish thing to believe. Ha ha ha, that's right, this is Buster Call. How's that it awaken a memory in you? Spandam laughed triumphantly. Robin's eyes were filled with fear. This fear comes from Robin's childhood memories. The island was blown up by the Buster Call. All her loved ones and friends were lost, and she was the only survivor. In the heart of a girl who is only 8 years old, it leaves unimaginable scars. In the countless tossing and turning nights, Robin's mind is full of horror memories of Buster Call. Now that she sees Buster Call launch again, she remembers the moment that destroyed her life once again. I forgot to tell you that the person who ordered the destruction of Ohara was my father. Spandam continued to rub salt on Robin's wounds. What? Robin could never forget the man who was smiling viciously on the warship. Unexpectedly, the Spandam in front of him is the son of the enemy. Frankie on the ground got up again. Desperately rushed towards Spandam. But this time, the CP9 crowd who had been prepared, how could they give Frankie another chance? Jabra punched Frankie completely without action. Good risk, you must protect me step by step. Spandam was taken aback. I was afraid that I would be hit by Frankie again. The situation is critical and we should not continue to waste time. Luffy spoke. Yes, arrange a transport ship immediately, and we will go to the Gate of Justice. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, Spandam gave orders to the men in black around him. Marine Headquarters, Marshal's Office, Aokiji, Garp and Suru Vice Admiral are all here. Garp was munching on senbei, while Aokiji was sleeping on her back on the couch. Kizaru was bored fixing his nails, showing no interest in what was going on. Only Suru Vice Admiral looked serious and sat in his chair. Aren't you nervous at all? I came to you to discuss. Sengoku was helpless. Enies lobby is invaded. That's why Sengoku urgently summoned the crowd. There's no need to be so nervous, it's just a small group of pirates. Garp didn't care about the look, but the fairy shell in his hand never stopped. Marine Headquarters doesn't know now that Fire Fist Ace has arrived. So the performance is still very calm. But Garp's attitude made Sengoku very upset. What a group of pirates. That guy Straw Hat Luffy is your grandson. It's all your fault. Sengoku snatched the senbei from the table. Well, it was the red-haired guy who misled Luffy, and I trained Luffy as the strongest marine. Garp was helpless. That's not a reason, Sengoku said as he shoved all the senbei into his mouth. You, give me back the senbei. Seeing this, Garp went up and snatched it. Suddenly, the two sides scuffled together. Two of the most qualified and military meritorious people in the marine are now fighting for a box of senbei. I'm afraid that if it spreads, no one believes it. Crane and Aokiji in the room did not react. For the actions of the two people, it is not surprising. After waiting until the nose and face of the two sides were swollen, Suruin spoke. There's Momoshiki there, the newcomer pirates can't make waves, and from East Blue, they seem to be unable to even use haki. Haki. This is the measure of a person's strength. Pirates who usually enter the Grand Line from all over the world don't use haki. Only after a bit of experience with Grand Line will you understand what haki is. Before this, there was no idea how many pirates would fall on this road. That's true, too. Sengoku straightened his clothes and nodded. Jingle bells. At this moment, a shrill phone bug sounded. In an instant, Sengoku and Garp, as well as Suru's eyes became sharp. Even Kizaru looked up, looking surprised. Only when entering the combat state can there be such a murderous gaze. Because they all know very well that this harsh sound is only made by one telephone worm. Silver phone bug. Only calls from the golden phone bug will be received, resulting in a screeching alarm ringer. That is, this piercing telephone bug sounded. That means someone started Buster Call. And the source of the sound. It was Marine Admiral Aokiji, who was asleep on the side, who came from his pocket. Aokiji took the phone bug out of his pocket in a daze and closed it. Everyone looked over and found that it was indeed silver. Aokiji, Sengoku immediately asked. I gave the golden phone bug to someone else, and now that guy has launched the Buster Call, which involves a threat left over from 20 years ago to the world government that must be eradicated. Aokiji did not hide it and explained directly. A threat to the world government. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned and did not continue to ask. Although in the position of a marshal, he can command the entire marine. However, this does not mean that others cannot mobilize marine, even admiral-level combat power. The world's aristocratic celestial dragons were able to directly mobilize Marine Admiral to do things. Because of this, it is already known that offending the celestial dragons will definitely die. Then arrange it yourself. Sengoku didn't want to know what Aokiji was going to do. The owner of the world government is too dark. Sengoku is not interested. He is now mainly worried about Enies' lobby, for fear that the attack of the Straw Hat will disturb the growth of Roy's cultivated sendo. Looking at Garp again, he turned his head and pretended to see nothing. Aokiji nodded and launched the summoning order directly in the office. The entire headquarters was operational, with 5 vice admiral leading elite warships and 10 soldiers. At this time, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a pirate ship with a lion's head, slowly floating down. Haha, there's Marineford below, it's really nostalgic. Sengoku and Garp, my golden lion is back. Golden Lion smirked. When he was alone, he dared to break into Marineford. Now that Golden Lion has rebuilt the Sky Pirates, he is not afraid at all. Captain, are we really going to attack Marine headquarters? The subordinates around him shivered. Marine headquarters, that's the highest organ of Marine, the place where countless pirates fear. Sitting on Marine's highest combat power. Now they are actually going to take the initiative to attack. Isn't this a death sending? Even if you follow the legendary sea pirate, Golden Lion. Their hearts are still terrified. Hey, of course. It's just the Marine headquarters, it scares you like this. When the captain broke in alone, Marine couldn't do anything with the captain. Without waiting for Golden Lion to answer, the ship doctor next to him, Indigo, said with a smile. If any of you are afraid, you can disembark. Golden Lion crossed his hands at his waist and said with a sinister smile. Disembarked. Hearing these words, everyone was even more frightened. No matter which pirate group, getting off the ship is not a simple and easy matter. Because getting off the ship means parting ways from now on. It also means that he will break the oath he made when he boarded the ship. Many pirate groups are not allowed to disembark, and getting off the ship means betrayal and will be hunted down. Even those who are allowed to disembark on the surface will have many conditions. For example, pay a lot of money, or leave some parts of the body behind. In the flying pirate group, getting off the ship is a breeze task. It's just that from this 10,000-meter height, it was directly thrown down. No, we always follow the captain. Isn't it Marine headquarters? We fought it. Today is the opportunity to make a name for yourself, go on. The subordinates shouted in trembling voices, cheering themselves on. Compared to being thrown alive and falling into mashed meat, it's better to go to Marine headquarters and fight, maybe you will have a chance to survive. Golden Lion nodded in satisfaction. Here is fully prepared, and he is confident that he will snatch the ferry beans over. Pirate ships pierce through the clouds, and the ground below is clearly visible. Sengoku, I'm here again. Golden Lion looks down from above. Unexpectedly, the port of Marine headquarters was busy. A whole 10 warships were neatly arranged and began to move in one direction. These warships are national orders. The Golden Lion immediately overreacted. The warships used by Buster Call are special and larger than regular warships. It is also more eye-catching and easy to spot. Buster Call. Why did Marine launch the Buster Call? Indigo was puzzled. Golden Lion frowned, pondering the mystery. Marine headquarters had 10 warships, plus 5 vice admirals leaving. Definitely a good thing for Golden Lion. It is equivalent to the strength of the Marine headquarters, which has been reduced a lot. It is more convenient for Golden Lion to attack Marineford to snatch the fairy beans. Interesting. Follow along. Golden Lion smiled. Captain, let's not wait for these warships to leave before we take advantage of the void. The Indians do not understand. For them, this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nope, let's figure out what Buster Call is aiming for, and then we act. Golden Lion is keenly aware that there may be information that interests him. Today, the world is in turmoil. If you don't follow Marine, you'll have a windfall. But are we going to waste this opportunity now? Indigo still does not understand. I am above the sky. It's not easy to surpass Marine's speed. Golden Lion said, pointing to the top of his head. This Indigo completely understood. With the flight speed of the Sky Pirate Group, it is naturally faster than the warship on the sea. Once they figure out who Buster Call will implement, they will wait for the opportunity. Whether it's an attack on Marine or an attack on Marineford, all of them can be seen in Golden Lion's mood. The pirate ship disappeared into the clouds and hidden, silently following the fleet away from Marineford. Marshal's office. What? Didn't make a mistake. Sengoku held the phone, dumbfounded. Indeed, Ace, the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, has invaded Enies' lobby. The soldier on the other end of the phone spoke in a tone full of despair. This is no longer an enemy they can deal with. After putting the phone down, Sengoku looked angrily at Garp. Your family again. Marine executives have long known about Ace's intelligence. It's just that because Ace is now in Whitebeard, Marine is not convenient to do it. As for Garp's hosting of Ace, Marine didn't punish him. After all, Garp originally wanted to train Ace to become a Marine soldier. Plus there is no way to charge Garp. Adopt One Piece bloodline, this is possible. Directly executed, but executing Marine heroes would cause Marine more serious damage. Ace. Garp panicked at this moment, holding his hair worriedly. Why did his two grandsons appear on Enies' lobby? It seems that this time, it is really going to break out of the big disaster. There's a good chance that Ace is looking for Straw Hat Crew. Sengoku's face was solemn. Without Momoshiki, Enies' lobby wouldn't hold, although it is said that fairy beans may be safe for the time being. However, Enies' lobby is, after all, the face of the world government, and must not be breached by Marine. Do you want me to go? Kizaru, who had been holding Erlang's leg, spoke. Admiral-level combat power goes to support, and it can be foolproof. Sengoku was thinking about Kizaru's suggestion, but Aokiji spoke lazily beside him. You don't need Admiral-level combat power to go. The place where Buster Call was launched just now is Enies' lobby. So it is, neither the Straw Hat Pirates nor Ace can block Buster Call. Sengoku nodded, feeling that the problem was solved. However, the words fell, and the atmosphere became strange for a while. Kizaru and Garp, as well as Suru's expressions, froze. The next second, Sengoku reacted. Buster Call on Enies' lobby. Sengoku slapped his hands on the table and growled. Buster Call, an indiscriminate coverage of firing sites. No matter who is inside, even women, children, old and young, they will be relentlessly fired. Even if it's Marine, Vice Admiral, who executes Buster Call, won't relent. Because the Buster Call is an order from the top. It represents the decision of the Marine leadership, which is absolutely just. Able to eliminate the existence that threatens the world. That's what Buster Call is all about. However, now the location of Buster Call is Enies' lobby. Little did they know that Fire Fist Ace had invaded Enies' lobby. Just prove that the use of Buster Call is just to deal with the Straw Hat Pirates. A rookie pirate group, Marine has to pay such a big price. Aokiji, you have to explain it to me clearly. Zanwei suppressed his anger. There must be a reasonable explanation today. Nico Robin on the Straw Hat Pirates, she has the ability to decipher ancient texts, plus CP9 found the Pluton blueprint. Aokiji will put things in the scriptures. Spoke up, explained why he gave the golden phone bug to Spandam. Pluton blueprint. Hearing about ancient weapon, Sengoku couldn't help but be cautious. This kind of power that can destroy the world must not fall into the hands of others. It must be taken back by the world government. As for whether to build another Pluton in the future, that's not something Sengoku is thinking about. Well, this can be said, but why didn't you tell me just now that Buster Call is launched in the direction of Enies' lobby? Sengoku was still furious. Didn't I explain it clearly? I don't see you all interested in the look. Aokiji scratched her head in embarrassment. Sengoku was speechless. Aokiji was right, neither of them continued to ask just now. Nico Robin, a survivor of Ohara 20 years ago. For world government, it is indeed a potential threat. Anyone who can read ancient texts and try to find that covered-up piece of history. In the eyes of the world government, they are all threats. Now that the Buster Call has been launched, it's too late to say anything. Suru said from the side. The warship that carries out the Buster Call will not contact anyone along the way. Without destroying the target, there will be absolutely no stopping. After all, Buster Call is not a joke. Ace's sudden appearance may have something to do with the previous meeting between Whitebeard and Redhead. Have they already discovered that Sendu's lab is in Enies' lobby? Sengoku associates worst-case scenarios. In order to conceal the public, the establishment of the laboratory has always been carried out in secret. Is it so hidden, or discovered? Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't bear it. Several calls were made in succession, all of which were New World locations. Ask if there's any new information lately, especially about the 4 emperors. It turned out that the Redhead had just left Whitebeard's turf. Whitebeard didn't take any action after the Redhead left. Kaido and Ant on the other side also found no abnormality. Sengoku's hanging heart relaxed slightly. Don't be so nervous, don't forget that Momoshiki still has lightsabers, as long as the 4 emperors don't go there in person, it shouldn't be a big problem. Suru noticed Sengoku's nervousness and said with relief. Now that Marine Headquarters has Aokiji here, I can go to Enies' lobby. Kizaru asked again. As Admiral, a scientific research officer, Kizaru never had much contact with Roy. This time, Kizaru plans to help Roy solve the potential threat of Enies' lobby. 633. It is best to make a quick decision so as not to disturb the cultivation of fairy beans. Well, there you go. After a moment of silence, Sengoku finally nodded. Marine Headquarters is usually necessary to have Admiral stationed to maintain combat effectiveness and prevent sneak attacks. 20 years ago, the attack on Golden Lion is still vividly remembered. Usually Kizaru is in charge of this role. Since Aokiji is here today, Sengoku has nothing to worry about. Okay, it's time for the event. Kizaru put away his nail clippers and walked out of the office. And what they don't know is, at this time, the Golden Lion that Sengoku was thinking about just now had just passed over his head. If it weren't for the Buster Call fleet, Sengoku would have seen Golden Lion again. Enies' lobby ideographic period, in the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation, in the middle of the sea platform. Bang! Another huge flame explosion sounded. Even here, Roy and Momoshiki can see the fire in the direction of Midima. Both of them have ugly faces, especially Roy. What's going on? What kind of movement is this? It shouldn't be. Roy muttered. In Roy's memory, it was only when Enies' lobby encountered Buster Call. There will be such a big movement. But when Buster Call was launched, the entire island was shelled. However, now the explosion only occurred on Front Island, and it is clear that it was not Buster Call that hit. So what the hell is going on? This powerful attack has surpassed Marine's artillery, it should be a powerful guy. Momoshiki said with a solemn face. She felt a powerful aura. Go to Enies' lobby and see what's going on, and provide support if necessary. Roy has accepted the plot change. After all, the emergence of their own scientific research products has changed the world in itself. Then it makes sense that the whole world has changed. Nope, my mission is to protect you. Even if the Enies' lobby is destroyed and these immortal beings are destroyed, you yourself cannot do any harm. Pipe. Quote. Momoshiki's righteous rejection. Whether it's Enies' lobby or Sendo. For Momoshiki, none of this is as important as Roy. It's not just about Roy's values. In Momoshiki's heart, Roy is the most important. Alright, Roy was so moved that he didn't say much. Momoshiki didn't come down, but dialed Spandam again. Bulu brew. When the phone was connected, Momoshiki slashed his head and covered his face. Spandam, what the hell are you doing? Haven't you destroyed the enemy yet? Momoshiki isn't even in the mood to curse right now. Hearing this, Spandam almost cried. He had just stepped down from the Justice Tower and was still discussing with Luffy and the others what to do. The phone called, and Spandam didn't dare not answer. It's Fire Fist Ace. That guy suddenly appeared on the battlefield. He seems to be brother to Straw Hat Luffy, and he came to help Straw Hat Luffy. Spandam said with a crying voice. The sudden appearance of Ace left Spandam helpless. Roy heard the conversation and was dumbfounded. I never expected that Ace would appear here. Isn't Ace now supposed to be after Blackbeard? How did you get to Enies' lobby and what happened? But don't worry, I accidentally touched Buster Call just now, and the island will be shelled later. Whether it is Straw Hat Luffy or Ace, it will die here. Spandam said quickly. Accidentally touched it. These words alone made Momoshiki angry. On Enies' lobby, it's not just pirates. And 10,000 soldiers. Idiot, you're really rubbish, Momoshiki cursed. But at this time, Spandam couldn't take care of that much. Marine's life was nothing to him. It's just a stepping stone on Spandam's path to power. I have two very important prisoners here, related to the power of ancient weapon Pluton. Can you provide cover for us to enter the gate of justice through the platform? Spandam pleaded. Impossible. The special laboratory does not allow anyone to approach. If you dare to approach, even the ship will be sunk. Momoshiki said coldly. Spandam also wanted to struggle to explain the importance of these two prisoners. He even promised Momoshiki some benefits. Toot toot. Unexpectedly, the phone had been hung up by Momoshiki. This selfish woman. You are a future world hero who refuses. Spandam's face is distorted. Originally, Spandam believed that it was safe to leave with the help of the platform's location. But now Momoshiki dares to threaten himself, and if he enters the platform, he will be attacked. There is no way, I can only go through the secret passage. Spandam said through gritted teeth. Then he glanced at the others. With so many people walking together, it is easy to be caught up by each other. Lucky, you escort prisoners with me, and even people block the Straw Hat Pirates. Spandam gave the order. It's just that everyone in CP9 didn't make any moves, just looked at Luffy. For them, Luffy is the soul of CP9. At such a critical time, Spandam's words had no effect. There you go. Luffy nodded. After receiving Luffy's affirmation, the CP9 people left to block the Straw Hat Pirates. When Spandam saw this scene, his heart was even more angry. It is clear that he is the chief of CP9, but these people do not pay attention to him at all. But Spandam knows that now is not the time for him to lose his temper. And voila, when this is over, I will be an existence that you cannot look up to. With this in mind, Spandam and Lucy take Robin and Frankie into the tunnel. Just as the door of the tunnel was about to close, a piece of iron the size of a palm fell from Frankie to the door. Please, notice the parts one left behind, Frankie said secretly in his heart. Syllable. Bang. There was a sudden loud noise from the upper floor, and the entire Enies lobby shook. Spandam stood unsteadily and almost fell. On the upper floor of the Justice Tower, in the billowing dust, a sea train rushed in. It's Ace. He also followed the Rocketman sea train to break through the city gate and reach Tongfatari. Luffy. Ace sat on the sea train and saw Luffy and the others who had entered the Justice Tower from above. He had jumped before the sea train crashed into the Inquisition. Directly cross the suspension bridge and come to the crowd. Ace, why are you here? Luffy jumped and raised his hands, looking dumbfounded. That's a long story. Ace scratched his head and laughed. At this time on an offshore platform not far away, both Momoshiki and Roy felt oppressive than they had ever felt before. Spandam is really waste, and he actually let the pirates invade here. Momoshiki gritted her teeth, she now understood it perfectly. Believe Spandam's words then believe that the sun will rise in the west tomorrow. Now that they are here, they can see the Straw Hat Pirates and Ace. Fortunately, the attention of the other party was all in the direction of the Judicial Tower. I didn't notice that there was an offshore platform here. Go Momoshiki. Roy saw through Momoshiki's mind. After all, the Justice Tower is the face of the world government, symbolizing justice. Now being invaded by pirates is equivalent to punching all Marine in the face. Momoshiki, as Marine Vice Admiral, could he sit idly by? Nope, this is my task. Momoshiki shook his head slowly. Once the Tower of Justice is captured, the fire of war will inevitably spread here, and even if the enemy is repelled, I am afraid that Shiondo will not be able to keep it. In fact, the Tower of Justice will already be the last line of defense. Roy locked his gaze. Since they are on the Enies lobby, they are actually tied to the Justice Tower. It is impossible to keep the laboratory intact when the judicial towers are breached. Momoshiki has been through a lot of battles, how could he not understand this truth? However, Roy's safety and Fairy Bean, and Enies lobby dignity are put together. Momoshiki is hesitant, but she thinks she will most likely choose Roy. Don't worry, even if you're not around, those pirates won't hurt me, Roy said with a slight smile. Still can't. I'm not assured. Momoshiki thinks he knows Roy's strength. After so many days of getting along, she can still see it. Although Roy's current rank is Vice Admiral. However, the corresponding strength is only at the level of Colonel at most. When facing the Straw Hat Pirates, they are already very threatening. Not to mention that Fire Fist Ace. The strength of Fire Fist Ace is far superior to that of ordinary Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral was defeated by Ace. As soon as the words fell, Momoshiki felt a powerful armament haki appear beside him. She turned her head in amazement to see that the armament haki was actually emanating from Roy's body. With this haki alone, it is already a General Vice Admiral level. Well, my strength is okay. Roy takes haki back. He didn't show his full strength. It's just armament haki on display. For example, the same level of observation haki, and the 6 forms are not revealed. Your haki is so strong. Momoshiki was shocked. I didn't expect Roy to hone such a strong armament haki when he was working hard for scientific research. The heart is also more for Roy to look high. At such a young age, haki can cultivate to this point. If you focus on improving your strength, you must also be a good marine fighter. Maybe you can become admiral in the future. Although there is no one who can become admiral. Even Momoshiki herself isn't sure she'll be able to replace admiral in the future. But in Momoshiki's heart, she felt that if Roy wanted to become admiral, he would be able to do it. Well, I recently took time to cultivate. Roy nodded. Take time to practice. Momoshiki was stunned, and he was able to become so much stronger by taking time to cultivate. What can be achieved by serious cultivation? At this moment, Momoshiki wanted to apply to Sengoku. Getting Roy to be transferred to Marine Combat Unit is sure to be a surprise. A rising star in Marine is about to appear. But the idea was almost instantly rejected by Momoshiki. Compared to a Marine combat power, Roy is more talented in scientific research. Scientists who are ahead of their time are unattainable. I can stop Ace, but Straw Hat Kid's strength is also strong. After all, Straw Hat Kids once defeated Crocodile. Momoshiki still couldn't let go. Until Roy patted the lightsaber on his waist. This is an improved version of the lightsaber, stronger than the one in your hand. Subversive weapon, lightsaber, owner, can achieve leapfrog challenges. Then I'll stop Fire Fist Ace, I won't let him get half a step closer here. Momo finally nodded and made up his mind. All the more because of Roy's support. If Roy didn't say a word, Momoshiki would have stayed with Roy without hesitation. Momoshiki was seen riding on a transport ship next to the platform in the direction of the Tower of Justice. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, with Roy's current strength, he is not afraid of the Straw Hat Pirates. With haki, he is not something that the Straw Hat Pirates can deal with, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a strong person on the side of the sea. The only one who can really threaten him is Fire Fist Ace. As long as Momoshiki prevents Ace from getting to the lab, it's perfectly safe. On the other side, Luffy and Ace met with Luffy in the Tower of Justice, after a brief exchange. I already know why I came here. Chapter 61. Luffy is trying to save Robin, who is being held hostage by CP9. Ace was recently investigating Marine's miracle product, Sendo, and accidentally learned that Luffy was here, so he came over to join in the fun. Thanks to Mr. Iceberg for saving me, otherwise I would have fed the fish at the bottom of the sea now. Ace said with a smile. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. Pirates like Ace almost died in the sea. But they also understood that Ace was definitely not here to make fun. I must have heard that Luffy was going to challenge Enies lobby and came to help. Otherwise, who would venture into the central organ of the world government in a stormy time? In general, the arrival of Ace greatly boosted the morale of the Straw Hat Pirates. Great, Ace helped us make those guys at CP9 look good. Usopp, who turned into the Sniper King, roared excitedly. A strong combat force, Miss Luo can't wait long. Sanji calmly lit a cigarette. Luffy's big brother is a big man, a big guy. Chopper's eyes lit up. Che, we can rescue Robin without you coming, but since you want to join in the fun, let's go together. Zoro clasped his hands and also had a smile on his face. Bang! Nami unceremoniously punched Zoro in the head. It hurts. What are you doing? Zoro covered his head. Tsunere guy. It's good for us that Ace came to help, can you be honest? Nami gritted her teeth. Okay, I was wrong. It is rare for Zoro to admit a mistake at first sight. After all, Robin's safety is at stake, and gathering more strength can ensure that Robin is rescued. Haha, your relationship is really good. Luffy has a group of good companions. Ace smiled and didn't mind. Fighting is something that every pirate group will stage. Now they are willing to break into Enies' lobby for their companions, risking their lives. It is very rare to find such a companion. Now is not the time to grind, let's rush. Luffy said, looking ahead. Get on. Straw Hat crew roared in unison. And Ace was the first to rush forward, knowing that time was running out now. Not a second of a single servings can be wasted. In front of Straw Hat crew, everyone in CP9 except Lucci waited in a row. The CP9 crowd's mission is to stop Straw Hat crew. Now seeing the popularity of Straw Hat crew, CP9 people feel a lot of pressure. All eyes were on Ace. For CP9, the Straw Hat crew were just defeated men, not worth mentioning. When he was in the capital of water, he easily defeated the Straw Hat crew. The key is Ace, the captain of the Four Emperors' second team, Whitebeard's right-hand man. Far from someone CP9 can deal with. Although the members of CP9 have been trained like demons since childhood. But they are not full-time combatants. CP9's full name is World Government Secret Cipher Pol. The main work is to engage in various clandestine activities, mainly against criminal organizations around the world, especially the Revolutionary Army. However, things have come to this point, even if it is facing Fire Fist Ace. They also have to give it their all. Betting on the name of CP9 will never allow them to save Robin. Fire Fist. Just when the CP9 crowd was preoccupied and ready to fight. A wall of flames and a roar from Ace were greeted. The hot flames rushed towards them like dragons. This is Ace's move, which is said to sink 5 ships with one punch. Hurry up and dodge, it's not a move we can deal with. Help, I'm going to die. CP9 let out a desperate wail. The range of the Fire Fist is too large, and they have no way to dodge it when they are in the Justice Tower. Everyone was about to be engulfed in flames. The entire CP9 member will be destroyed by Ace alone. At the moment of 1,000 shots, a sword light flew by. The sword light actually split the flames from the middle. The CP9 people in a desperate situation saved their lives because of this. What happened? Someone can split the flames. Zoro was dumbfounded. Zoro never imagined that flames could be split by swords. Completely overturned Zoro, the previous understanding of the sword. In Arabasta, Zoro has already exceeded his limits by defeating those with the ability to slash fast. Now, to my dismay, Logia's flames can also be split by the blade. Let Zoro understand that it turns out that on this road of a swordsman, he still has a lot to cultivate. Hey, get it wrong, flames have no entity. Sanji was also incredulous. A chef who deals with fire every day knows all too well what fire is. It's the master's coming, Ace said in a deep voice. The words fell with the flames, and Momoshiki appeared in front of everyone. One by one, CP9 members were overjoyed and morale increased. After all, this marine expert on the platform still came to their aid. After all, everyone is a member of the world government. The banner symbolizing justice was destroyed, and the jumping rabbit was probably unbearable. Surrender, pirates, you have no chance of winning in front of me. Momoshiki holds her own famous sword, not a lightsaber. But even if he didn't show his lightsaber, Momoshiki was very confident. Against Straw Hat crew and Ace, she is sure to beat them. Not to mention that once the lightsaber is used, the other party will have no chance of victory. Ace looked at Momoshiki with a solemn expression. He could feel that Momoshiki's strength far exceeded that of the average vice admiral. But no matter how strong his opponent is, Ace will not let the opponent hurt Luffy or his partner. Because Ace had made a vow to take care of Luffy's younger brother. Won't let you stop us. It won't let you stop Luffy from rescuing his partner. Ace looked directly at Momoshiki without the slightest fear in her eyes. He was well aware of the identity of the woman Marine in front of him. The famous Momoshiki, Admiral Replacement. Vice Admiral, which is far more powerful than the average, is the overall leader of Marine. Partner, it's just a pirate. Since you become a pirate, you must have consciousness, and sooner or later you will be judged by justice. Momoshiki snorted coldly. You don't understand at all. Robin was framed by the world government, and she is not the son of the devil at all. There will be no justice on trial here for Robin. Nami shouted unwillingly. Robin. After hearing this name, Momoshiki couldn't help but frown. She had indeed heard Robin's name. The famous Ohara Devil was offered a reward of 79 million Bailey at the age of 8. The reason was the destruction of 6 warships. It was also sensational news at the time. When Momoshiki heard about this, he wondered if this was the truth. But for the 20 years since, Robin hasn't been arrested. Slowly, Robin's name disappeared from Momoshiki's memory. I can't imagine hearing Robin's name again. To Momoshiki's surprise, Robin was caught by CP9. But Momoshiki can be sure that there is definitely no Spandam relationship here. It is those spies under CP9, and they have excellent work ability. The word of justice is in Marine's hands, not you pirates. Attacks on Enies lobby are not allowed. Momoshiki was unmoved by Nami's words. Momoshiki is equally skeptical of some of the world government's moves. But after all, she has been Marine for so many years. There has been no confusion in my heart, and I know very well that there is also light and darkness in the world government. Momoshiki said that what to do is to keep this light in his heart. Nami was disappointed, and she thought it was a woman like Momoshiki. Maybe be able to empathize with Robin. Now it seems that she is wrong. Even if the other party is also a woman, it is still Marine after all. It's useless to talk to these guys. Ace gritted her teeth, not surprised by this kind of thing. That's right, it's really useless to try to get you pirates to lay down your weapons and stop destroying. Momoshiki nodded as well. From this point of view, it proves that it is impossible to reconcile the contradictions between the two sides. People who are in two positions, no matter what they say, it doesn't matter. Luffy, I'm going to stop this guy, you guys go rescue your companions. Ace yelled at Luffy. Ace, this guy is very strong. Luffy hesitated. He desperately wants to save Robin, but he doesn't want to put Ace in danger. Because this matter has nothing to do with Ace. Robin is Luffy's companion, and the danger is of course borne by Luffy and others. Go quickly. Don't wait to regret losing a companion. None of us want to lose again. Ace's tone was full of remorse. Hearing this, a person appeared in Luffy's mind. Sabo. They knelt down together and drank the wine of their brothers. If they were given another chance, the two would definitely rush to the city without hesitation. Take Sabo back from his father. However, such an opportunity is unlikely to arise again. Everyone, let's go. Luffy's deep voice rushed over first. Ace recalls not only Sabo, but also the 4 Captain Sachi, who was killed by Blackbeard. That was the first person Ace met after joining the Whitebeard pirates. The relationship between the two people later was like brothers. Without the mood to save his companions, Ace never wanted to experience it again. Momoshiki looked at Luffy and the others who were by, and did not make a move. Her gaze kept looking at Ace, wary. Ace suddenly appears here, and Momoshiki suspects that he is most likely coming for Sendo. The Straw Hat Pirates may not know that the fairy bean planting lab is at Enies lobby, and jumping rabbits can leave them alone. Only Ace must not let him pass. Not to mention that behind Momoshiki, there are the people of CP9. The Straw Hat Pirates will be handed over to you, don't let them go alone. Momoshiki scolded the CP9 crowd. Understood. CP9 quickly agreed. One by one, they stepped forward and stopped everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Act according to plan. Nami suddenly shouted. I saw the Straw Hat Pirates, who were originally charging neatly, suddenly scattered and entered the Justice Tower. CP9 did not expect that the pirates would choose not to confront them head-on and find a way to bypass them. So naive. Think we're a decoration. Jabra scoffed and rushed towards Zoro. Because Zoro just looked at Jabra with a mocking look. The rest of the others are also looking for their own goals. What they didn't expect, however, was that Luffy took advantage of them to leave his place. Time. His hands stretched out sharply and grabbed the highest wall. At once, he rushed into the judicial tower and disappeared. A bunch of trash. Momoshiki saw Luffy easily shake off the CP9 crowd and was anxious. She originally thought that this group of guys would be able to hold on for at least a while. After defeating Ace, he will free his hand to deal with Luffy and the others. But he didn't expect to be broken by Luffy head on without even holding on for 20 seconds. It is clear that this is the Straw Hat Pirates' ploy to attract CP9's attention so that Luffy can break in alone. Even if the CP9 people want to chase Luffy now, it is too late. What's more, they were dragged down by the people of the Straw Hat Pirates, and they could not get out without defeating them. Seeing this, Momoshiki could only take action personally to stop Luffy in the Tower of Justice. But before Momoshiki could act, Ace took the lead. Pillar of Fire. Accompanied by a boom, Ace opened his hands, and the whole person spun at great speed, and flames spread out from his hands, forming a rotating pillar of fire. Rumble. Pillars of flames rose into the sky, starting from the bottom floor and directly bombarding the upper floors of the Justice Tower. The huge power actually directly destroyed most of the Justice Tower. Broken stones fell, and Momoshiki had to dodge the stones and stop. Zoro, CP9 and others, who fought in the Tower of Justice, were affected. One by one, they all fell and had to hit the ground again. Everything seems to return to the exact same scene as just now. Zoro and others are on Ace's side, while CP9 is on Momoshiki's side, and the two sides face off again. "How's Luffy?" Ace shouted. The plan was successful, he should have entered the interior building. Nami looked delighted, and even more relieved. This raid plan was made by them before. The biggest concern is not how to lure the CP9 crowd away and give Luffy a chance. It's whether Luffy can execute the plan. After all, when they were on the sea train, they had made a detailed attack plan. Luffy nodded like pounding garlic, as if he had listened. As a result, just after the sea train approached, Luffy rushed over alone, completely disrupting the plan. The success of this plan made Nami's hanging heart relax. That's good. Ace breathed a sigh of relief. Momoshiki, on the other hand, looked gloomy, and she was completely speechless about CP9's abilities. CP9 everyone even understood that they had messed up, and one by one they lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. It is worthy of being the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, with good skills and tricky abilities. Momoshiki acknowledges Ace's strength and causes her trouble. Being trusted by Whitebeard at a young age to become a second captain is a real skill. Since you feel troublesome, how about we take people away? So that we will not have any casualties. Ace smiled slightly. Although I am not the garrison of the Tower of Justice, if I want to take people out of Enies lobby, I have to pass this level. Momoshiki flatly refused. As Marine, she has long dedicated her life to justice. No matter what happens, the pirates will not be allowed to insult the banner of justice in front of themselves. Don't think that if Luffy the Straw Hat breaks in, you can take Robin and Lucy. Kaku spoke. That's right, with Lucy there, your captain is not Lucy's opponent at all, and Luffy easily defeated Straw Hat Luffy before. Khalifa also shouted immediately. When Momoshiki heard this, he relaxed slightly. She had also heard the name Luffy. It is said that he is the most powerful genius in CP9 in 800 years, even in Marine, he is also a top powerhouse. Since Lucy has already defeated Straw Hat Luffy once, there should be no problem. In addition, Luffy's goal should be just a companion, and he will not rashly attack the offshore platform. Oh, you underestimate my brother. In order to rescue his companion, the power that erupted from his body should not be underestimated. Ace has faith in Luffy. But to avoid accidents, Ace turned to Zoro and others. Let them go and help Luffy first, and leave it to him. I'll deal with this guy. Ace's eyes danced with flames. In the face of strong enemies, he was aroused to fight. It seems that I have always been underestimated by you, why do you think you can stop me? Momoshiki was exasperated. The enraged Momoshiki appeared in front of Ace in an instant. The long sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, and each blow was attached to Haki. Although Ace dodged one after another, he was also very embarrassed. Just by virtue of this. However, Ace would not give up, and he took a few steps back. Hands slashed behind his back. Yan Shanggong. Majestic flames erupted from Ace's arm like a torrent. Along the ground, a wall of flames is constructed, separating Ace from Zoro and others. At the same time, wrap yourself in Taojiao and CP9 people. Go catch up with Luffy and take back your companions. Ace shouted sharply. Be careful yourself. Zoro and the others gritted their teeth and launched an impact. The opportunity that Ace created for them cannot be allowed to go to waste. As soon as he moved his footsteps, a great battle broke out in the circle of flames. Haki intertwined and collided, causing Zoro and others to shake. Even if you are not in the center of the flame circle, you can still feel the strong wind. This is Haki, this is the strength of the strong. Although they were shocked in their hearts, their steps did not stop in the slightest. This is not the time for hesitation, and a little time cannot be wasted. Go find Luffy and Robin, then come back and meet Ace. Not good. Just now, the Tower of Justice collapsed, burying the passage downward. Nami exclaimed. They found that they had no way to advance through the underground passage. Over there. There's a ship over there. Sanji shouted, pointing into the distance. That ship was the transport ship that Momoshiki came here just now. It's not big, as long as it's to deliver supplies to and from Enies lobby. Ship, aren't we going to rescue Robin? What to do by boat? Chopper didn't understand. Stupid. If they want to escort Robin to the Marine headquarters, they will definitely open the door of justice, we just need to stop in front of the gate of justice in advance. Sanji cursed and ran towards the transport. Seeing this scene, no one else hesitated. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already boarded the transport ship. However, just when they had just left the shore and were not far away. As soon as it was found that in the direction of the Justice Tower, a huge circle of flames had been extinguished. Momoshiki actually appeared on the shore, glaring angrily at them. Ace won't be defeated. Nami couldn't help but cover her mouth. If Ace died for them, Nami wouldn't forgive herself. How is it possible? That's Ace. Zoro frowned. It is estimated that it was dragged down by the CP9 people. Whitebeard's right-hand man will not fall so easily. Sanji nodded as well. That's right, it must be. The Sniper King even waved his fist to convince himself to believe. But they soon discovered that it wasn't just Ace that they had to worry about now. They themselves are in danger. Momoshiki's eyes on the shore looked as if he could kill. That one will be able to jump up. Joe couldn't help but say. It's impossible, it's already hundreds of meters away. The Sniper King immediately comforted. That Marine, move. Nami shivered. Under the gaze of the Straw Hat Pirates, Momoshiki slowly raised his arm and raised his long knife. Haki wanton. Even the air around him began to twist because of this. Momoshiki wielded a long knife and slashed down. A sword slashed through the air, as violent as a hurricane. Straight for their ships. Frightened, Nami and others were shocked. Once they are struck by this sword, they will definitely die and die together with this transport ship. You guys are hiding behind my back. Zoro roared and swooped out, standing at the bow of the boat. Hey, green algae head, don't force it. Let me come, Sanji shouted anxiously. In Sanji's view, this is almost an act of sending death. This kind of thing, how can Zoro be preempted? Shut up. This is a decisive battle between swordsmen. Zoro didn't mean to get out of the way in the slightest. Duel between swordsmen. This is a duel of which doors, the other party did not put them in their eyes at all. But since Zoro is already blocking here, he will definitely not give in. Ghost Chi. 9 swords flow Asura magic 9 flash. As soon as Zoro made a move, he went all out. Only in this way can there be hope of protecting all. An aura from the Asura hell permeated from Zoro's body, making his whole person look like 3 heads and 6 arms. A whirlwind-like slashing wind blade was emitted from the middle of the 9 knives. Bang, bang. The collision between the swords turned out to be even more violent than the collision of the swords. Zoro's all-out blow did not neutralize Momoshiki's attack. But it also deviated from the direction of Jianmeng, and did not let Jianmeng hit the transport directly head-on, but offset to the side. Boom. Everyone just felt the boat shake violently and almost capsize. Well done, Zoro, Nami shouted excitedly. I knew you could. Worthy of being a friend of Usopp. The Sniper King also nodded quickly. Zoro, you are the #1 swordsman in the world. Chopper burst into tears. Being able to survive such a fierce attack makes them all feel like the aftermath of the disaster. Zoro fell down with a bang, fell backwards violently, and had lost consciousness. At the critical moment, Sanji stepped forward and held Zoro up. Chopper. Sanji looked anxious. Everyone then discovered that Zoro had been seriously injured. Despite his best efforts, he still failed to completely resist Momosegi's blow. From his chest to his abdomen, there was a huge wound in Zoro, and blood burst out. Zoro, you're so badly injured again. Chopper wept while treating Zoro. On the other side, Usopp and others even found that the ship began to leak after the blow just now. I can't take care of Zoro, and I'm all doing tight repairs. Otherwise, they won't be able to reach the Bridge of Resistance and stop Spandam from taking Robin in advance. There's a platform there. We're docking there now. Nami noticed the offshore platform. Why is there a platform there? Forget it, let's go over. Sanji felt strange. But now there is not much time left for them. Just as they were approaching the offshore platform. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. A huge boom sounded. At the far end, the door of justice, which had been closed, slowly opened a gap. The magnificent atmosphere from the paving made everyone on the transport ship sluggish. Is this the gate of justice? It's too high. It's hard to imagine how it was built in the first place. If you enter this door, you will never come back. The Straw Hats muttered. All were struck by the grandeur of the gate of justice. It wasn't until this moment that they realized what kind of behemoth they were challenging. Wait, the door of justice is open, it won't be Robin who has been taken away. Nami's eyes trembled. Once brought to the gate of justice, it means never to return. Impossible. I kept looking at the bridge of hesitation, no one passed by, something else must have happened. Sanji frowned. On the other side, on the Tower of Justice, Ace and the others, who were fighting fiercely, also looked at the gate of justice. Someone coming from Marine headquarters. Momoseги was a little surprised. Now Spandam has not yet appeared at the Bridge of Shock. But the door of justice opens, which only means that the support of Marine headquarters has come. This made Momo unexpected. She also thought that Spandam, a good-faced fool, would not ask for help. Che, is it Marine reinforcements? Ace is a little embarrassed and has multiple wounds on his body. After all, the opponent's strength is second only to Admiral, and he alone is difficult to parry. While Momosegi unleashes a slash at the transport, Ace defeats the rest of the crew except Kuchi and Jabra. However, by the time Momosegi joins the fray, Ace has fallen behind. It's Buster Call. Jabra couldn't help but shout. Buster Call. Momosegi remembered that Spandam had accidentally touched the golden phone bug before. Now the door of justice opens the cracks, and it is the army of Buster Call. Nope, they must be stopped. Momosegi looked anxious. On Enies' lobby, most of them were Marine soldiers. The only enemies that invaded were the Straw Hat Pirates and Ace, plus dozens of people from the water capital. In this case, bombing with Buster Call is self-destruction. The voice just fell. The 10 warships that came through the Gate of Justice had already begun shelling. Countless shells rained down from the sky and smashed into all parts of Enies' lobby. Bang! The sound of explosions came and went. The first to wail were the Marines on the Enies' lobby. Where did the attack come from? It's a warship from the Gate of Justice, why did it attack us? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, we are also Marine. It's useless to say anything now, hurry up and get more. Marine fled in search of hiding. Where to hide? Under such intensive artillery fire, continuing to fight is tantamount to a dead end. When everyone in the water capital saw this, they were all incomprehensible. Because they saw Marine with their own eyes, they were shot away directly by shells. If this fire is against them, it shouldn't even affect Marine. Unable to care so much, now they also hurried to dodge in the direction of Kionjima. Nami and the others on the sea are also blindfolded. What's going on? Marine is attacking Marine. Infighting, or something else? It's Buster Call. Sanji immediately shouted. During the previous battle between Sanji and CP9's Blueno, the other party told Sanji that Buster Call existed. 10 warships plus 5 vice admirals form a nation-class combat force. It was the fear of Buster Call that Robin succumbed to CP9. Make an agreement with the other party to exchange his life for Luffy and the others to leave safely. This is Buster Call. The Sniper King held his head and screamed. How can this small transport ship be an opponent of 10 warships? Not to mention that Luffy is not on board now, and Zoro is also seriously injured and unconscious. Nope, make it clear that their target seems to be Enies' lobby, not us. Sanji remained calm in this situation. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that Buster Call is going to destroy Ace on the island? Don't care so much. Let's go to the platform first. Marine doesn't appear to be attacking there. Nami looked anxious. The ship was attacked and leaked badly, and it had to be corrected first. Otherwise, don't wait for Buster Call's giant ships to come and smash them to pieces. They themselves will first sink to the bottom of the sea. The transport ship accelerated and finally stepped on the offshore platform. Chopper and Sniper King took the lead in carrying the seriously injured Zoro on the platform, only to breathe a sigh of relief. Saved. Chopper wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yes, but why does this place have a platform, and it seems that there are plants planted here? The Sniper King noticed the fairy beans in the greenhouse. Although the appearance of the fairy bean is peculiar, it does not let Usopp take a few more looks. After all, in this world, there are so many weird plants. Usopp only noticed the existence of fairy beans because he was more concerned about plants. The eyes of the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates were on the houses on the platform. If there is a house, it means that there are people living here. My heart is praying that I don't get caught in a monster like Momoshiki. Fortunately, until now, Marine has not appeared. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Roy's distressed voice came. I didn't expect to be approached by you. How to say, this is probably the son of the plane with the aura. There are indeed people on the platform. Nami and the others immediately turned their heads and looked at each other, all looking guarded. But when they see the person in front of them, their first reaction is doubt. A young man in a white coat. He looked at them with a wry smile. Isn't this guy Marine? Hey, who are you and a member of the world government? Usopp stepped forward and stood at the forefront. No matter from any point of view, the young man in front of him does not look like a strong person. Members of the world government. Well, first belong to Marine. Roy nodded. Haha, even in Marine, you must be very weak, you won't be a logistician like growing vegetables. Usopp laughed. The man in the white coat appeared in front of him, the person who Usopp is most confident to defeat now. Ah, Usopp, this person is. Nami shuddered and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Not only Nami, Sanji and others also retreated one after another. Hey, what's wrong with you guys, are you afraid of this guy? And I'm the Sniper King, and Usopp is my friend. Usopp said with a spread of hands. Even now, Usopp can't pull it down. He does not admit that he is Usopp, and still uses the name of the Sniper King. After all, for the Golden Mary, Usopp and Luffy fought a lot. For a pirate group, this is intolerable behavior. Newspaper, he's the guy in the newspaper. Sanji was on guard. Now that Luffy is gone, Zoro is injured and unconscious. Sanji knew he was going to be the first to stand up. Newspaper. Usopp looked at Roy suspiciously. Soon in my mind, I recalled that I had seen this face in the white coat. The news that shocked the world the other day, the genius scientist who surpassed Vegapunk in Marine. Roy, you're Roy. Usopp collapsed on the ground in fright and crawled behind Sanji. Chopper and Nami have long since hid behind Sanji. It seems that I am not famous enough, you will recognize it. Roy smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. The last time he was exposed by the World Economic newspaper, he thought he was already famous all over the world. Now it seems that this face still can't be recalled for the first time. Why are Marine's genius scientists here? Nami asked boldly. Since it is beautiful Miss Nami asking, then I can tell you that I am cultivating fairy beans. Roy answered directly. Fairy beans. Is it the fairy bean that can be reborn with severed limbs and brought back to life after eating it? Nami was incredulous. Even ignoring why Roy calls himself by name. By chance, They came into close contact with the most mysterious item in the world. It is also a base for cultivating fairy beans. Suddenly both Nami and Sanji understood why the warships didn't attack here. It turns out that there are the latest technology products from Marine here. It's a little inaccurate to bring back the dead. Xiando can't save the dead, but just one breath can restore the dying person to health. Roy explained with a shrug. Dying and dead people are two completely different concepts. After receiving Roy's personal acknowledgement, Nami and Sanji look at each other. They all confirmed from each other's eyes, and their thoughts glanced. That is to grab Roy in front of you and threaten Marine with Roy. Marine's most talented scientists in exchange for Robin and their safety sounds like a good deal. On the Tower of Justice, Momoshiki was very anxious. She did not expect that the people of the Straw Hat Pirates would actually board the platform. Especially the confrontation with Roy, who did not know what they were talking about. You two stop Ace. Momoshiki gave orders to the two remaining CP9 members, Kaku and Jabra. It doesn't seem to be possible. Jabra was on the verge of crying. Even if he transforms into a werewolf form, he can't get close to Ace. Haki's cultivation is insufficient, and Ace in the bra flame form has nothing to do. Kaku on the other side is also in a dilemma. In the first half of the Grand Line, people who use Haki are rare. Those who are proficient in Haki will be sent to New World. Ace appears here. For the average soldier as well as CP9, it is a dimensionality reduction strike. Momoshiki ignored the two men, left them and ran towards the Bridge of Hesitation. Find a way to make contact with those Buster Call warships, and then return to the platform to protect Roy. Opportunity. Ace, who had been embarrassed just now sees the opportunity. The index fingers of his hands resemble pistols, not to mention pointing at Jabra and Kaku. Tap tap. Tongues of fire spew out between the fingers, emitting continuous small flames. Like bullets, it poured towards the two people. BGEB, seeing this, Jabra immediately dodged, but was still hit by a series of flames. The whole body burned and rolled on the ground with a scream. Instead of escaping, Kaku wields two longswords to fend off Ace's attacks. The long sword swung and actually blocked all the flame bullets. However, Ace's move is not a real bullet after all, but a flame. In the blink of an eye, the two long swords were burned hot. Kaku's hands were burned, and Kaku had to take his weapon off. How could Ace let go of this opportunity, and the tongue of fire spat even more violently. In the blink of an eye, Kaku was also wrapped in flames. Ace finds time to pursue Momoshiki, and the tongue of fire goes behind Momoshiki. Momoshiki never imagined that Kaku and Jabra would not even be able to stop Ace. Had to go back to Ace again. On the other side, one of the ships in the Buster Call fleet. Vice Admiral on this warship is a rat. With Sengoku's tireless efforts, he finally contacted the squirrel. The squirrel then learned that it turned out to be on this platform between Enies lobby and the Gate of Justice. It turned out to be Marine's secret base, the laboratory for the research and development of fairy beans. And the order given by the squirrel is to protect the platform from destruction. Just now the squirrel noticed a transport ship leaning against the platform. But I didn't expect that the pirate Straw Hat crew who got off the ship. Abominable. I already knew this, and I just sank that ship directly. The squirrel was full of regret. As a result, Straw Hat crew and Roy are now standing together. Even if the squirrel wants to make a move now, he has no chance. But he still asked his generals to lean over, first find a way to get closer slowly. Wait until the right time to strike. Roy must not be allowed to fall into the hands of pirates. The consequences would be unimaginable. The offshore platform, which is in the spotlight, is engaged in a confrontation at this time. Drive Roy, we must kidnap you in exchange for our companions. Please don't resist, Nami said seriously to Roy. First salute and then soldier. That's the strategy Nami adopts. If you can get Roy to obediently follow them, it will save a lot of trouble. Even more out of respect for Roy. The research and development of fairy beans will be the gospel for countless people to cure diseases. Chopper often wondered when he would be able to see Sendo with his own eyes. It's honest, I like it. Roy smiled, he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, even kidnapping himself, Nami said so bluntly. Without directly getting a black pocket, it is already good to pack yourself. So you're going to resist? Nami frowned. She didn't feel the slightest emotional fluctuation from Roy's body. If I am taken away by you so directly, wouldn't it be very faceless? It would be better for you to give it a try. Roy put his hands in his pockets. Looking at his standing posture, there was no tension at all. It seems that it is necessary to use tough measures. Sanji stepped forward with a cigarette in his mouth. For a while, the atmosphere on the platform was very tense. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. The sound of the explosion suddenly came to mind, but it came from the fortress of the hesitant bridge. Everyone on the platform looked over. The vice-admirals of the Buster Call fleet also looked over there. Even Momoshiki and Enies, who were fighting, were attracted by the loud sound. The scene of the fortress on the Bridge of Hesitation is shocking. A huge fist stretched out from inside the ruins of the fortress. And the fortress has been beaten into ruins by this fist, and it is a mess. How is it possible? There are giants inside the fortress. When did you get in? How did we not see it? One punch has such power, not an ordinary giant. Wait a minute, someone seems to have flown out. When the fortress was in the spotlight, not a single detail was missed. The people of CP9 already recognized that the person who flew out was Lu Chi. They were all stunned, not expecting Luffy to be defeated. Who exactly and who defeated Luffy? The picture of the inside of the fortress was also presented to everyone. The giant's arm turned out to be Straw Hat Luffy's. The CP9 crowd could not accept that Luffy would be defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. That's the defeated subordinate before. There hasn't been a day in the past, how can Lucy lose? What surprised everyone even more was that the Straw Hat Luffy was in everyone's gaze. The body gradually shrinks, just like a child. Inside the fortress, there was another battle. The two sides of the battle are Franky and Spandam. Franky's metal body has quite a few scratches, and there are also wounds in those areas that have not yet been modified. It was caused by the elephant sword in Spandam's hand. Although Spandam's Dao power is only 8, the elephant sword itself is self-aware. Just swinging it tightly can cause damage. In addition, Franky has seastone shackles on his body, and it is difficult to avoid being restrained. But as Luffy turns on third gear, the moment the giant rubber pistol hits Flylick, Spandam was so shocked that Franky rushed up and knocked Spandam unconscious, falling to the ground like a sword. Franky gets the key to the shackles on Spandam. Seeing what happened here, Marine was shocked. I didn't expect Straw Hat Luffy's strength to be so strong that he even beat CP9's Luffy. Luffy is still a relatively famous person in Marine. Great, Franky, Usopp shouted. Open Robin's shackles. Nami is a reminder. The sound on the platform really reached Franky. Franky didn't drag the mud and water in the slightest, and opened Robin's shackles next to him. Nico Robin, do you know the consequences of running away? You will be in trouble with those of your companions. Slowed down, Spandam shouted, struggling to get up. Blossom, Robin has his hands right and uses his fruit abilities. Click, Spandam's joints were twisted and broken, and he completely fainted. I will no longer be afraid of anyone's threats because I have many trustworthy companions. Robin had a smile on his face. Let's go. With Luffy, let's get out of here first. Quote. Although Franky hates Spandam, he also knows that now is not the time for revenge. They came to Luffy, and Franky reached out to hug Luffy. No, I can still move freely, and it only takes a minute to recover. Luffy stood up like a small child. Just now Luffy swelled for about a minute, and it took a minute to recover. What kind of move did you make? You just turned into a giant. Franky found it unbelievable. I call it the third gear, although it is powerful and fun, but the side effects are very troublesome, but fortunately it has already knocked the guy away. Luffy smiled. Bang, boom, the shells kept falling, and finally a few rounds fell on the fortress. The fortress, which had already been turned into ruins, was then blown up into dust powder. Marine, those fools, don't you even let go of here. Franky was shocked. The so-called Buster Call is the coverage fire of a specific target. Even if Marine Admiral stands in the coverage area, they will not hesitate. Robin said slowly. That's the ruthlessness and horror of Buster Call. Really crazy. Franky couldn't help but scold. The Tower of Justice is only the place that has been subjected to the least shelling. The main island and the front island have long been turned into a sea of fire. Fortunately, everyone in the water capital has returned to the sea outside the former island and has not been caught in the artillery fire. Looking at Robin next to him, Frankie was even more unbearable. When you think of Robin's hometown, where the Buster Call once encountered, you can imagine how cruel that was. Doesn't care about that, let's go capture a warship, then go to a platform to find Nami and them, hurry up. Luffy took the lead in that direction. Okay, Frankie and Robin followed, but then, in the air filled with artillery fire and smoke, a figure appeared above them with moonwalk. It's Lucci, who was shot by 3 blocks and flew down on the warship, appeared in front of them again. Straw Hat Boy, definitely won't let you take them. Lucci roared. What happened on the fortress attracted everyone's attention. Even Roy was drawn to watch Luffy's battle with Pathfinder curiously. It seems that the plot does not develop in the established order, as Roy knows. According to what happened before, Robin and Frankie should have been taken to the Bridge of Hesitation by Spandam. Almost the door to enter. It was Frankie who blocked the attack at a critical moment and saved Robin. In addition, the Straw Hat crew should have been flooded by the influx of seawater in the secret passage below the Justice Tower, and almost completely wiped out the army. Fortunately, Granny Luo transformed into a mermaid and rescued them all. When it surfaced, it happened to meet Frankie and Robin. But now it's become Luffy and the other 3 against Lucci. The other side, Straw Hat crew, on the other hand, appeared beside him. Even Marine Vice Admiral, which launched the Buster Call, changed at this time. Burning Mountain, which was originally one of the missions, is now replaced by someone else. Roy doesn't want to, but the world has been changed by him. And this change, like the butterfly effect, will become bigger and bigger. Finally, one day, it will become a storm that sweeps the world. Just as Roy sighed, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming. Loin, it's Sanji. Sweep the opponent's waist with your legs to make the opponent. Loss of balance. While Roy's attention was on the fortress, Yamaji chose to do it. Fight quickly and take Roy hostage. Roy, Momoshiki exclaimed. Now Momoshiki is full of regret in his heart. Why didn't he stay firmly by Roy's side? If she had been there, Roy would never have been attacked in the slightest. Her hand couldn't help but touch the metal stick around her waist. That's Momoshiki's real killer weapon, the lightsaber. Hesitate to use this weapon and solve the battle quickly. Hehe, it seems that your marine genius scientist is going to be caught. This is also your effective means, how to use it on yourself. Ace scoffed. Hearing Ace's words, Momoshiki had no intention of refuting it at all. She even understood that she underestimated Ace. Ace's strength is not as good as his own, but it is not so easy to deal with. It was precisely because too much time was wasted around Ace that even the Straw Hat Pirates reached the platform. Buster Call Fleet. The squirrel also looked nervous, knowing very well that Roy was once caught. That would be an unbearable loss for Marine. He couldn't wait to help Roy now. But once the Straw Hat Pirates are stimulated, then Roy is even more dangerous. This group of vicious pirates, it is not surprising that they have done anything. However, what happened on the platform exceeded everyone's expectations. Facing Sanji's kicked flying legs, Roy countered faster. There are no bells and whistles, just leg lifts. The difference is that the leg technique is faster and more ferocious. Sanji originally knocked Roy unconscious, but was kicked away by this understatement. Click. The sound of broken ribs sounded, and Sanji lay on the ground and began to scream. Sanji, Nami and the others exclaimed. The look in Roy's eyes was filled with fear. They thought Roy was wearing a white coat and just a scientist. But he didn't expect to defeat Sanji with one kick. On the ruins of the Tower of Justice, Momoshiki's eyes flashed with surprise. With Roy's kick alone, at least Vice Admiral's level. Originally, Momoshiki thought that Roy was just qualified for hockey's cultivation. But I didn't expect that even physical arts were so skillful. The Straw Hat Pirates named Sanji was previously inseparable from CP9 members. It also vaguely occupies the upper hand, and the actual experience should not be underestimated. However, in front of Roy, it was solved with just one move. The hand holding the lightsaber was even looser, because Momoshiki knew it was no longer necessary. What? Ace was even more stunned. Expecting Luffy's companions to reach the platform, they also met Roy, a scientist at Marine. This is simply the good fortune of Ultimate, which is the perfect opportunity. Taking Roy hostage allows everyone to leave safely. Even if you take Roy away, you can get the coveted fairy bean. If Ace wasn't worried about luring Momoshiki over, Ace himself couldn't wait to land on the platform. But with Sanji defeated, Ace realizes that the discovery of things may be headed for the worst. The squirrel let out a long breath. I can't imagine that Roy still has such strength. It seems that he was recently awarded the rank of Vice Admiral, which is worthy of the name. The squirrel couldn't help but mumble. No one objected to Roy's promotion to Vice Admiral. Because this is just a title, Roy doesn't actually lead the warships. But no one expected that Roy would have a Vice Admiral level sales calendar. And that's when Roy, himself a scientist. If you put your heart and soul into training, how strong it will become. As this genius, a chasm that mortals like me cannot cross. The squirrel sighed. Still, Roy thinks it's better for Roy to put all his energy into research. He's excited to see new products coming out with Roy. It's not just the idea of the squirrel, it's the idea of most other people. As for Roy's safety, have them to protect. I take back what I just thought. When the squirrel thought about this, he realized that he was wrong. If Roy does not have combat effectiveness this time, it will not be easy for things to turn out to the worst. Offshore platforms. Chopper checks Sanji's injuries. Nami and Usopp, while trembling, are also at the forefront. Zoro and Sanji fall one after another, and the only thing they can count on is them. Chopper, how's Sanji? Nami didn't forget to look back and shout with concern. It's not serious, it's just that you need to recuperate for a while, and now there is no way to fight. Chopper responded. Sanji struggles to get up and fight, but is stopped by Chopper. Fighting with this body will make yourself fall first. Abominable. It seems that only I am the Sniper King, I can warn you. I am a hero on Sniper Island, there are 3,000 subordinates, and the consequences of angering me are serious. Usopp had the audacity to raise his weapon and point it at prisoner. Your strength is too weak, is lying your biggest weapon at this critical moment. You also need to cultivate. Roy smiled, unoblivious to Usopp's bravado. In exchange for some honest dead brains, I am afraid that I will really believe the so-called 3,000 subordinates of Usopp. But it's one thing to believe, it's another to be scared away. Look at the Sniper King, you will regret it. Usopp's voice trembled. Even if the lie is exposed, he has no other means. Roy ignored the Usopp and looked at the Buster Call warships on the side. Stop shelling. You are influencing the cultivation of fairy beans by going on like this. Roy's voice uses hockey. It was instantly transmitted to the ears of the squirrel and others. Although the artillery fire did not spread to the platform. But the shelling led to the Enies lobby, causing large gunsmoke and dust. It obscures the sky, so that sunlight cannot penetrate in. Not only the squirrels, but also the other vice admirals heard Roy. I suddenly felt very embarrassed, and I didn't know whether to continue to carry out Operation Buster Call. After all, as is customary, Buster Call doesn't stop once it starts. Until the target is completely eliminated. In other words, they were going to raze Enies lobby to the ground. However, if this affects Sendo, the consequences were unimaginable, and they were no longer able to bear them. For a moment, the battlefield calmed down, and the Buster Call ships took the lead in ceasefire and did not take further action. The cultivation of fairy beans has been affected, and the consequences have been far greater than the reason for the launch of Buster Call. All of a sudden it was dark. What's going on? Isn't Enies lobby rumored to have no night? Nami said suspiciously. It looks like Marine will brag too. Usopp pouted disdainfully. For the Straw Hat Pirates who are not familiar with this place, of course, this will be considered normal. Yet all of Marine, and Roy, looked up at the sky. It is not night that appears overhead, but a huge island falling from the sky. The sun obscured the sky over Enies lobby like a black yoruichi. Ha 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 ha. Landing along with the island was a sound of maniacal laughter. The man standing on the edge of the island is none other than Golden Lion, who followed Buster Call's army. Golden Lion has been observing from high altitude for a long time. Buster Call offense Enies lobby. He also wondered when Marine would attack each other. It also convinced Golden Lion that his trip was not in vain, and something interesting must have happened. Golden Lion's forbearance and waiting were not in vain. As Roy roared out with Haki's words, Golden Lion's eyes lit up. This is actually the base for the cultivation of fairy beans. For a while, the cause and effect were analyzed by Golden Lion. It must have been Ace with the Straw Hat Pirates who attacked Enies' lobby in an attempt to capture Sendo. Because Enies' lobby lacks troops, he has to order to protect Sendo. To this end, it is necessary to destroy the entire Enies' lobby and ensure the safety of Sendo. Otherwise, Golden Lion can't find Marine and has a second reason to destroy Enies' lobby. Golden Lion's analysis cannot be said to be exactly the same as the truth. It can only be said that it has nothing to do with it, and it can't be beaten with 8 poles. After all, when Golden Lion arrived, he didn't see Straw Hat Crew and Spandam confronting. I don't know the cause of everything, it's all because of Robin. It is also related to the ancient weapon Pluton. However, all the errors in the analysis did not affect Golden Lion's shot. Buster Call on the fleet. The generals recognized it, and the man on the island was Golden Lion. Hey, I'm not mistaken, why is Golden Lion here? This is the first person to escape from Impel Down 20 years ago, the legendary sea thief. Does he have anything to do with Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy? Want to help them? The Golden Lion jailbreak was definitely a hot topic at Marine some time ago. From the moment Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, Marine never gave up on the hunt for Golden Lion and the intelligence search. But this legendary sea thief seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, completely without news. Who would have thought that when he saw Golden Lion again, the other party would appear in the sky above Enies' lobby? It's impossible to destroy Enies' lobby and take revenge on Marine. Contrary to the general's guesses, Roy and Jumpy reacted immediately. The appearance of this sea thief is for the immortal bean. Marine's intelligence system. Roy couldn't help but shake his head and complain. Sengoku also assured himself that this time the planting base of Sanbean is the highest level of protection. Never again when previously leaked. As a result, as soon as the fairy beans were planted, Golden Lion came to the door. Roy certainly doesn't know that Golden Lion came with the Buster Call fleet and accidentally discovered the existence of Sendo. The other side is in the judiciary. Momoshiki on the tower was not in the mood to analyze at all. Faced with the island falling from the sky, Momoshiki felt powerless in his heart. Dealing with such a huge island has exceeded her ability. Fortunately, at this time, the squirrel and others reacted and absolutely could not let the island land. Otherwise, not to mention the planting base on the platform, Roy himself would be in danger. For a moment, the warships adjusted their guns and launched shelling on the fallen island. Rumble. One shell after another hit the bottom of the island, and the sound of explosions continued one after another. However, the squirrel and others soon discovered that the shelling had little effect. Instead of destroying the island, the boulder at the bottom of the island fell off. Boulders fell straight down from the sky, far more powerful than cannonballs. 2 warships were hit by boulders, almost sinking. If this wasn't Buster Call's warship, it would have been buried at sea. The squirrel and the others had to give the order for the warship to retreat to avoid the falling boulder. Even the Buster Call army couldn't figure out the whereabouts of the island. The fighting on the island all stopped and looked at the huge shadows falling in the sky. Everyone felt their own smallness. On the bridge of hesitation on the fortress. Hey, what a joke, I'm not the one who died here. Lucy, hurry up and get me out of here. Spandam screamed. He had been awake for a while, but he had been pretending to be dead to avoid the battle. Now that such a large island has fallen, it will definitely be crushed into ruins, so Spandam will not be allowed to stand up. Faced with Spandam's call for help, Luffy is unmoved. Staring dead at Luffy in front of him. On the other side, Frankie and Robin are both injured. Just now, when Lucy stepped on Moonwalk to return to the fortress, Luffy was still in a state of third gear side effects, looking like a child. Frankie and Robin stepped forward to face Louis. It took Luffy a minute to get him back to normal. The price is that both of them were beaten badly by Luffy, and now they can only breathe and rest. Lucky, are you listening to me? I'll let you take me away. Spandam didn't get a response and jumped to his feet. He is a noble nobleman, how can he be buried with pirates? Shut up. Lucci said coldly, without the slightest emotion in his tone. It even contains a trace of cold murderous aura. Spandam was stunned, realizing that he continued to disturb Lucci. Then it may be himself who is killed. Remember it for me. Spandam could only step on the bridge of hesitation and ran desperately in the direction of the gate of justice. Along the way, I hated myself for not growing 2 more legs. But with the speed at which the island falls, Spandam is impossible to dodge. HMPH. Can't you imagine that this will be the ending, whether it is good people and bad people will be smashed to death? Frankie smiled, but not fearful. Some are just a mockery of fate. Experienced being abandoned by his parents and killing his favorite master by the world government. Even Frankie himself died once. For him, death has long been fearless. Being able to die with a like Spandam, Frankie didn't feel resentful. Frankie realized early on that the world was deeply unfair. Robin, on the other hand, was in tears, and she was not afraid of death. It is sad that because of himself, the harmed companions have fallen into a dangerous situation. And failure to inherit the will of the Ohara scholars. Having lived as a survivor for so many years and not done anything. Nami and Zoro, they're just below that island. Luffy is also anxious, and he can't wait to go over and help them now. However, Luffy, who stands in front of Luffy, will never let them pass. You pirates, don't think about being powerful, you will die here today. Lucy smirked. Aren't you afraid of this island that is about to fall? Frankie didn't understand. Just now, Spandam fled in fright, but it seemed like a normal reaction. I won't have any flinching until I kill you criminals. Lucci didn't care about his life and death. Before he dies, he must also solve Luffy and others. Frankie felt a chill. Is the world government controlled by such ruthless people? How can a madman who does not even care about his own life care about the feelings of others? As far as 887 is concerned, everyone feels that there is nothing they can do about the terrifying ability displayed by Golden Lion, the legendary pirate. A golden figure appeared above the Buster Call fleet. It's Kizaru Admiral. Saved. Admiral is coming. Great. Kizaru Admiral will definitely be able to deal with Golden Lion. Soon the soldiers and generals recognize the figure. Marine Admiral Kizaru. Kizaru arrives quickly, originally tasked with stopping Buster Call from affecting Sendo, as well as completely solving the threat posed by the Straw Hat Pirates, as well as Ace. Who would have thought that just after arriving at Enies' lobby, Kizaru would see Golden Lion attack? Oh, this is a big man. Kizaru smiled self-deprecatingly. I thought it was just to solve a small problem. Who would have thought that he would run into the legendary pirate, and he would not volunteer if he knew it? But since he ran into it, Kizaru wouldn't back down. Kizaru's sparkling fruit doesn't actually allow him to fly. Instead, within a certain range, free movement is achieved in the air. The way to move is to shoot light from the 8-foot mirror, refract it on the surrounding objects to form a light track, and use the orbit to move back and forth at the speed of light. Flying with this trick will be very easy. When out of orbit, Kizaru will occasionally synchronize to stay in levitation. The rubble that had been dropped by the shelling had now become a stepping stone for Kizaru's flight. After a few moves, Kizaru came to the bottom of the island. 8-foot Chonguyu. A ball of light the size of a football flew from Kizaru's hand. After rising to the bottom of the island, it immediately turned into countless dazzling light bombs to bombard the island. It's Admiral. Wait and see, let you see the strength of Admiral. Kill that Golden Lion. The Marines cheered. Our shocking Kizaru's attack, it turned out to be so gorgeous. For a moment, the light shone, and the entire island was shrouded in golden light. Under everyone's gaze, light penetrated the island. However, just as everyone was about to celebrate the victory, they suddenly found that the speed of the island's fall had not decreased. Although those rays can penetrate the island, they cannot destroy it. Watch as the island is about to fall and destroy everything in Enies' lobby. The crowd sensed that the end was coming. At this time, Golden Lion, who was floating in midair, also struck. Ha ha ha, it's you boy. Golden Lion laughs maniacally and swoops down from the air, aiming at Roy. If Golden Lion can't take Roy away today, he's going to kill him on the spot. Even if he can't restore his physical health, he will never let Marine have this young genius scientist. This is Golden Lion's revenge on Marine. Revenge is now Golden Lion's biggest motivation to live. Staring at the Golden Lion rapidly descending in the air, Roy frowned. He didn't expect Golden Lion to appear here, which was so surprising. With his own strength, he is certainly not a match for Golden Lion now. But Roy won't sit still, his hand holding the lightsaber in his hand. This lightsaber is a modified and enhanced version that Roy hasn't tried yet. However, Roy is confident that the lightsaber in his hand will not disappoint him. Stop, your opponent is me. Kizaru, in midair, greeted him and blocked in front of Golden Lion. Do you want to stop me? When you first sailed on the sea, you were still a small character. Golden Lion looked at Kizaru with disdain. In Golden Lion's opinion, he can really be his opponent. It's just One Piece Roger. Sengoku and Garp have never been used as rivals by Golden Lion. Not to mention the more junior Kizaru. Times have changed, don't you know how long you've been out for so long? Kizaru snorted coldly. Admiral was looked down upon, much to Kizaru's displeasure. Even if he is usually lazy, Kizaru does not want to be looked down upon by pirates. No matter how it changes, Marine is still so incompetent, ahahaha. Golden Lion continued to taunt. I'm curious why you appeared in Enies' lobby after disappearing for more than 10 years. The other party's target is Roy. But Kizaru wanted to hear Golden Lion speak for himself. It would be better if we could figure out why Golden Lion knew Roy was here. Maybe you can find out who sells intelligence inside Marine. Kizaru has decided that there must be a traitor in Marine. It will lead to the planting base of fairy beans, so quickly exposed. In this world, no one can stop me, Golden Lion, wherever I want to go. Roy, the genius scientist you consider a treasure, I must take it with me today. Golden Lion crossed his hands at his waist, looking determined to win. Kizaru didn't take Kizaru seriously in the slightest. Looks like I have to stop you. Kizaru has heard that Golden Lion is arrogant. After seeing it with my own eyes, I realized that the rumors were true. Kizaru is admiral, but Golden Lion never sees him as an opponent. Then you should try to stop this first. Golden Lion liberates Lion Majesty. The island in midair loses Golden Lion's control and accelerates down. The shadows overhead fell faster and the sky darker. What brings an even more desperate sense of suffocation? Everyone realized that they were probably tens of seconds away from death. I don't want to die yet. Help, who will save us? It's over, we're all going to be finished. The surviving Marines on the Enies lobby wailed, not expecting themselves to be killed by an island. Evaded Ace's attacks and survived Buster Call's attacks. I thought I could survive smoothly. But I didn't expect that in the end, it was difficult to escape the fate of death. Don't think about leaving today. Kizaru looked at the falling island without the slightest recourse. So he rushed towards Golden Lion, vowing to capture Golden Lion today. Then you can try it. Golden Lion greeted Buster Call fleet. At this time, they were also in a mess. In desperation, some continued to shell the islands. Others tried to reverse course and return to the inside of the Gate of Justice. Only the warship where the squirrel was located, under his orders, advanced towards the platform. The squirrel always keeps Roy's safety in mind. This is the order Sengoku gave him. As for the squirrel's own safety, he has long forgotten about it. But the next second, the squirrel found itself overthinking. A figure quickly took off from the offshore platform. It was Roy, who used a bamboo dragonfly as a flying machine. Great, I forgot about this stuff. The squirrel let out a long breath. Buster Call warships are also not equipped with bamboo dragonflies in their collars. However, at this critical moment, no one chose to use bamboo dragonflies to escape. As generals, they will not abandon their men. Even if it is death, it must die together. It's just a pity that Xiando, it is estimated that it will take a long time to see the finished product. Squirrels also have regrets. I may never see Xianbin for the rest of my life. When the island lands, he will not choose to escape. Will bear with the soldiers. However, the squirrel then discovers that Roy has not flown elsewhere to avoid the island. Instead, he rushed towards the falling island and went retrograde. Roy, Momoshiki in the Justice Tower was shocked that she couldn't figure out what Roy was up to. Momoshiki. Roy's voice came from above. I'll save you. Momoshiki didn't say a word, and he couldn't care about the threat of Ace next to him. Directly took out the bamboo dragonfly and installed it overhead, and flew towards Roy. Ace saw Momoshiki see a huge flaw behind him. At this time, Ace can easily create a heavy escape. However, after hesitation, Ace still did not make a move. Facing Momoshiki, who is desperately trying to rescue Roy, Ace has a familiar feeling. Isn't this for the sake of his companions, who can even put their own lives behind? Although their positions are different, their actions are exactly the same. Don't come, get out of here, trust me. Roy yelled at the rabbit again. Momoshiki's body shook and he froze in midair for a few seconds. In the end, it still went in the direction of the Gate of Justice, away from the underside of the island. Behind Momoshiki are the members of CP9. They were all very embarrassed with their injuries, but they still stepped on the moonwalk and fled Enies' lobby. Ace frowned, hesitating what to do. He suddenly discovered an interesting scene. Hey, Chance. The corners of Ace's mouth curved. By this time, Roy had come to the bottom of the island. Slowly pull out the lightsaber around your waist and activate the switch. A blue glow of light extends from the handle and forms a complete lightsaber. The color of the light is not the red color as before, but Roy deliberately used it to distinguish the lightsaber. In fact, there is no difference between different colors of energy. Roy gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. The lightsaber was slammed into the bottom of the island, on a boulder. What is he doing? Crazy. With a sword to cut off the giant island. What even Kizaru Admiral can't do, what can this guy do? If you can fly, run away. Marine, who didn't know Roy's identity, was drunk. But it does not prevent them from expressing their respect for this person who dares to rush forward. Roy, can he save Enies' lobby? The squirrel was wide-eyed, not intending to miss any scene. There is a rumor in the top of the army. Roy is said to have taken the power of the lightsaber to a new level. But now it is a huge island that has landed. It's about the size of the main island of Enies' lobby. What kind of weapon can destroy an island? I'm afraid there is only the legendary ancient weapon. Even if the squirrel had great admiration and trust for Roy before. At this point, I can't believe what Roy can do in the face of the fallen island. Above the platform, the Straw Hat Pirates. This Roy flew up. What kind of bamboo dragonfly is used? Chopper looked at the sky, surprised and envious. What's the use of flying, we're all going to finish together. Why did this happen? Who is that guy flying in the sky? Usopp's tone was tinged with crying. I'm afraid the platform here is not simple, otherwise that Roy will not be reasonable. Nami was lost in thought. The houses and the environment here are at odds with everything Enies' lobby has to offer. It's not like it's an existing building. Instead, it was more like it was built on purpose. I think that Roy can do something. Frankie looked at Roy and spoke. Then let's wait and see. Sanji also covered his wounds, indignant. If there is a second chance, Sanji will definitely not take it lightly. Obviously he is a super strong person, but he wears a white coat that is harmless to humans and animals. At this moment, Usopp suddenly stood up and looked at the sea in the distance. Usopp heard a voice, a familiar voice. ... Roy didn't know it at this time, and his actions attracted a lot of attention. But even if he knew, Roy didn't care. Today, even if the power of the improved lightsaber is leaked, it must protect the cultivated fairy bean seedlings. He slowly turned the hilt of the sword in his hand. Click. Unexpectedly, at the bottom of the hilt, there was another switch hidden. On this switch, a skull style is marked. Of course, this is not the symbol of the pirate flag. Marine, it will not have anything to do with the pirate's flag. Skull, representing extreme danger. Come on, show your true power in front of the world. Roy pressed the switch. The lightsaber released all the energy in an instant, and the blue energy poured out, breaking through the shackles of the sword body. It transformed into a huge pillar of light that ran directly through the center of the island. Boom! The sound of the sky shaking sounded in everyone's ears. In the eyes of everyone, the falling island was torn apart. Unexpectedly, he was easily hit by this blow, and turned into a pile of boulders and fell down around the platform. The parts that should have fallen to the platform turned into dust. The shock wave generated by the light pillar rushed straight to the sky. The smoke and dust that had previously filled the air were blown away. The sun fell back and shone on Roy's body. At this moment, he is the savior of all. It's a god in your heart. Only the gods can do such a thing. Single-handedly destroying the landed islands was something Buster Call hadn't done. The power of the lightsaber in Roy's hand just now has exceeded the firepower of Buster Call's fleet. Roy, who was at the center of the storm, looked calm. Well, it's quite satisfactory. He looked at the hilt of the sword in his hand. Now all energy has been lost and it has really become scrap metal. However, as long as you replenish your energy again, you can use it again. It's just a one-off item, not in line with Roy's design philosophy. Roy then began to land and return to the platform. The prisoner is gone. It was discovered at the first time that the members of the Straw Hat Pirates group were missing. And the transport ship on which they came was still on the shore without repair. The cabin was badly leaked, and the entire ship was already tilted. It won't be going to the lab. Roy frowned. I worked so hard to make sure that the 10 lengths of Xi'an bean were not disturbed. Once the immortal beans in the cultivation field are damaged, won't they have worked hard in vain? However, he did not receive a warning from Jarvis, so no one should have entered the lab. But what about the Straw Hat Pirates? There were no ships around the platform, and neither did the warship Buster Call arrive. Nami and the others can't just disappear out of thin air. Just as Roy looked around in confusion, he unexpectedly found that not far away, on the sea, a small boat was sailing leisurely on the sea. None of the boulders and trees that fell from the air smashed into the boat. To be precise, every boat will dodge at an incredible angle. It's like this ship, with its own consciousness, it can foresee danger before it happens. It is worthy of being sheltered by the ship elves. Your luck is really outrageous. This is the aura of the child of the plane. Roy couldn't help but sigh. He had already recognized that the ship was the Golden Mary. After many adventures, the keel was damaged beyond repair. Unable to continue sailing, Kaku and Frankie assert that the ship is no longer saved. Later, in Frankie's shipbreaking yard, Karen banished the ship to the sea. I didn't expect to appear at Enies' lobby at this moment. While he was away, he drifted to the offshore platform and rescued Nami and the others. No, it should be said that it is the love of ships that triggers this miracle. Roy silently looked in the direction of the Golden Mary. The whole threat of the destruction of Enies' lobby is completely gone. But the island was torn apart, and falling boulders created chaos. Buster Call's warships were dodging falling boulders. Those huge stones that could not be avoided were directly blasted to pieces with artillery. Although some stones hit the warship, they did not cause much damage. After all, Buster Call's ships are exceptionally sturdy in their own right. Reluctantly, I finally got through this difficulty. And for Marine on the Tower of Justice, these rockfalls are just as powerful. But it is much better to dodge than the rain of artillery before. In midair, Kizaru and Golden Lion did not move during the confrontation, both resenting the scene of the island exploding. This Roy, interesting. Golden Lion's eyes twinkled with excitement. I didn't feel any displeasure at all because the island was blown up. Anyway, this island is not the base camp of the flying pirates. It's just an uninhabited island. Golden Lion didn't lose anything, but instead witnessed something interesting. A weapon that destroys an island with one blow makes every hair of Golden Lion cheer. Once he can get this weapon, wouldn't he be able to launch a dimensionality reduction strike from a high altitude? Golden Lion remembers the legendary ancient weapon Uranus, which had the ability to destroy an island from the air. Of course, this is just a legend, and no one has seen it with their own eyes. But Roy and the presence of the lightsaber make it all possible. Golden Lion has changed its mind. He doesn't plan to kill Roy, he wants to take the genius scientist for himself. In this way, Golden Lion not only has the ability to destroy East Blue, but even the world. Become the world hegemon. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, the Golden Lion couldn't help but laugh maniacally. You think too much, today you will die here. Kizaru understood Golden Lion's idea. This guy has his sights completely set on Roy. Especially after witnessing the power of the lightsaber, Golden Lion will not ignore this power. Kizaru is already planning to fight for his life. Roy, who must also guard the platform, must not be snatched away by Golden Lion. Is it? Then you can try it. Golden Lion jumped higher. Two long swords swing at his feet. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion instantly kicked out several slash waves, and the sharp sword chi caused ripples in the air. Laser speed of light. Kizaru didn't flinch in the face of the slash. Laser rays of light were quickly condensed on the fingers, shooting sword chi into the air. Boom. The sound of explosions sounded one after another. Every slash is dissolved by Kizaru. Let's do this today, and the old man will meet again for a while. Roy. Golden Lion's offense was neutralized and there was no disappointment. This is just a tentative attack. Then he laughed loudly and disappeared into the air. Kizaru looked at Golden Lion's departing figure and shook his head helplessly. Lion Fruit's ability is too troublesome for ordinary people to catch up with. Even if you carry a bamboo dragonfly, it is impossible to catch up with Golden Lion. If Golden Lion had to take Roy today, he would even fight for everything. Kizaru thought they had the possibility of seizing Golden Lion. After all, in addition to himself, there was also the Buster Call fleet. But Golden Lion wisely chose to retreat, and Kizaru had nothing to do. His gaze looked at a pirate ship in the distance. On the fortress of the Bridge of Hesitation. After witnessing the shocking scene just now, the battle between Luffy and Luffy began again. See, this is the power of Marine, the power of justice, and you pirates are no match for the world government no matter what. Luffy roared as he launched an onslaught. Abominable. Luffy was anxious. Just now, the boulders and trees fell from the sky, causing him to not see clearly that Nami and the others had called the Golden Mary. By the time Luffy could see clearly, Nami and the others had left the platform. As a result, Luffy thought that something had happened to them. Luffy can't wait to get to the offshore platform now. It's really a miracle. Until now none of your companions are dead or alive. You don't think you can leave here safely? Luffy continues to provoke Luffy. Of course, Luffy was aware of it too. Without defeating Luffy, he couldn't save his companions. Then let me solve Nico Robin first. Luffy's offensive changed abruptly. Shaving. Luffy instantly came to Robin next to him. Finger pistol. Swish. Two fierce attacks hit Robin's abdomen. Robin had been injured in the battle just now, and he was hit hard and fell to the ground. Lucy chose Robin for a reason. Because this woman is a great threat to the world. If you can't use Robin to wake up the ancient weapon, kill her. Robin's power must not be allowed to fall into the hands of evil forces. It's over. Lucci's hands condensed into a seal, which is the starting style of the Six Kings gun, and the ultimate meaning of the Six Styles. It is also Lucci's strongest move. This move actually uses Haki's power. Six Styles is not a simple physical technique. Essentially a way for Marine to practice Haki. After systematic training in Six Styles, many people can master Haki. This is also the reason why almost all Marine generals can use the Six Styles proficiently, which is the only way for every Marine general. Robin doesn't have Luffy's exaggerated body, and he will definitely die if he gets this trick. Robin. Luffy pounces and tries to rescue Robin. But he didn't expect that Lucci, who was in the form of a leopard, wrapped his tail around his waist. Lucci gritted his teeth desperately, unable to break free. Don't try to stop me. Lucci said coldly. Six Kings gun. With his fists on Robin's abdomen, Haki was already congealing. Left-handed weapon. At this critical moment, the third weak launched the attack. His left hand fell off directly and hit Lucci's head like a cannonball. Bang! Lucy was affected by this impact and lost his balance. The Six Kings spear did not hit Robin's body, but hit the ground next to him. The floor shattered into a large pit. Once this move hits Robin's body, it will not kill or seriously injure. Right-handed weapon. Frankie's right hand was outstretched, but the chain was followed by the chain. This time the target is not Luffy, but the fallen Robin. Reaching out and grabbing it, he brought Robin to himself. Good, you me off too. Since you are in such a hurry to die, then join Robin. Luffy flicked Luffy away with his tail and slammed Luffy against the wall next to him. Turn around and head towards Frankie. Luffy snorted, enduring the pain. Go ahead and help Frankie. Rumble. At this moment, a boulder fell from above Lucci's head. Luffy had to use a shave to dodge. In an instant, the fortress was half smashed and sunk. Not good, Frankie exclaimed. They are. The advantage is that on the side of the sea, half of the fortress slopes towards the sea. Without any support points, Frankie and Robin slipped towards the sea. Rubber, rubber. Luffy's hands lengthened and reached into the air, trying to grasp the ruins of the broken wall. Then save 2 people. How could it be possible for you to do it? Lucci stopped in front of him, and the fat guns were fired one after another. Get out of here. Luffy threw his fist at Luffy. Iron body. Luffy hardens his body and easily blocks Luffy's attacks. In the previous battle, Luffy was unable to break through Luffy's defenses. Finally had to make 3 gears, and the regiment would Luffy. I didn't expect that Lucy was lucky enough to land on the ship, and did not fall directly into the sea and retrieve a life. Luffy could only watch as Frankie and Robin crashed into the ocean. Don't worry, we're here. At this very time, Nami's call came from below the surface of the sea. It turned out that after they took the Golden Mary, West did not take the opportunity to leave. Instead, he came to the junction of the fortress and the Bridge of Hesitation, ready to meet Luffy and the others. Frankie and Robin both fell and were rescued. It's now, just waiting for you to finish off that guy. Usopp also clasped his hands together and shouted at Luffy. Kill him, Luffy. Zoro shouted the same. Defeat him. Sanji clenched his fists. Robin is also rescued, just waiting for you. Chopper was in tears. Everyone, get out of here alive. Companions were shouting for Luffy. They all understand that Luffy is strong. If it weren't for Luffy being here, he would have been holding Luchin back. They didn't know that several people had died at the hands of Luffy. From the beginning, Luffy knew who his opponent was. With an animal-like sense of smell, I realized that it was the guy who raised the pigeon. Luffy looked firmly at his companions on the ship and nodded slowly. Looking at Luffy again, Luffy's eyes were no longer worried. The opponent's moves are very powerful, especially that Six Kings gun. The power is several times stronger than the impact shell on Sky Island. To be honest, Luffy understands that his body is already scarred from the battle with Luffy. But he must not fall. Second gear. Luffy launched second gear again. The heart accelerates the blood supply, and the blood flows rapidly throughout the body. Because the blood temperature rises, the body turns red and steam comes out. Rubber jet bullet. The fist ejected like a bullet and slammed into Luffy's shoulder. However, after Luffy received this punch, a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it my psychological effect? It feels like you're playing a stimulant-like trick, and your power has become lower. Lucy scoffed. Luffy understands even more. He had used second gear before and didn't have enough rest yet. Now that it is used again, the blood acceleration is not as fast as before. So the power and speed that come out are down a notch. Rubber jet machine gun. But Luffy is still frantically attacking, and now he has only one choice. Do your best to hit the enemy in front of you. Rubber jet seal. Since the power of the fist is reduced, then use a more powerful kick. However, Lucy seized the opportunity and came to his side past Luffy's attack. Six Kings Spear. Bang. Ah. Under the attack of the Six Kings Spear, Luffy's whole person seemed to have been struck by lightning. Fell to the ground and shivered. You can't escape Enies lobby after all. Even if a miracle happens to get you out of here, I swear with dark justice, even if I chase Cape Tiana, I will definitely kill you all. Lucci stepped to the edge of the fortress and stared at the Straw Hat pirates below. However, Lucci's threat did not make anyone back down. None of them showed a look of fear. Don't dream, stupid leopard. Luffy won't be defeated by you. Luffy, wake up quickly. This is not hell. We have to take Robin back. Usopp shouted. He can't stand up anymore, and then it's your turn. Luffy jumped and prepared to jump towards the Golden Mary below. Wait a minute. A voice came from behind. What? Lucy turned back in surprise. It was found that Luffy had stood up again. Well, the difference before is that this time there is more steam on the body. Usopp, you were right, this is not hell or desperate, we want to go back together. Luffy said as he gasped. Enough. I'm fed up with messing with you. Let me use all my strength to solve you at once. Don't worry about your companions. In order for you to meet again, I will send them to hell one by one. Lucy said with a sly smile. Rubber machine gun. Finger pistol Madara. Although they know that they are different, the two fight surprisingly consistently. Luffy waved his lead wildly, and rained down. Lucy shoots countless finger pistol, like a machine gun. Ah! The two sides collided together, both emitting a roaring canister. This time, Luffy actually withstood Luffy's attack and stood firm. The strong wind bursting from the fists of both sides tore the ground apart. For a while, the wind and sand walked off the rocks. "You're Straw Hat Kid." However, at this critical moment, Lucci smiled slightly. His tail strikes from the side again, tying Luffy up and lifting him into the air. No matter how powerful the move, you need to rely on the foot as a support point for strength. Without support points, you can't use your full strength. Six King Gun. Max Wheel. Luffy once again posed for the Six Kings Gun. Bang! The sound of artillery shook the surroundings. The power penetrated Luffy's body, and even the wall dozens of meters behind him shattered. Woohoo, it's over. Luffy gasped and lowered his tail. Luffy's eyes were blank, and blood oozed from his jaw and nose. Although his feet touched the ground again, he was already unsteady on his feet. Subconsciously shaking walking, it is only a matter of time before the distance falls down. Luffy ignored the loser and walked forward across Luffy. He also wants to kill the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Ah, what Lucci didn't expect was a roar behind him. Looking back, Luffy didn't fall. After withstanding the largest round of the Six Kings Spear, he could still stand in place. Rubber Jet Machine Gun. Luffy shook his fist again, faster and harder than any before. They couldn't see their arms clearly, and they could only hear the sound of fists hitting their flesh. Iron Body. Poof. Lucci launched the sixth style at the first time, but he couldn't even block a punch. Countless fists smashed him into the wall until he lost consciousness. I won, let's go back together. Luffy fell to the ground exhausted, but still did not forget to shout. As Luffy knocked down the last wall just now, the fortress completely collapsed. Luffy, who fell to the ground, also happened to fall into the sea with him and was caught by Nami and others. Great, I'm still thinking about how to get up. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. Next, let's go find Ace, and everyone in the water capital, get out of here together. Nami hasn't forgotten anyone else. Good. Straw Hat crew nodded. The battle on the fortress also attracted Marine's attention. CP9's Luffy was knocked down. Momentarily made Marine shake. This is the facade of Enies lobby, known as Genius in the Dark. Straw Hat crew must not be let go. Just as the Golden Mary was about to head in the direction of Midima, shells rained down. I saw that Buster Call's fleet all turned around, surrounded them, and continued to shell. Next to the squirrel, there is Admiral Kizaru. It's all because of you guys that the situation is out of control, and you have to take responsibility. Kizaru straightened his clothes, furious. Enies lobby is destroyed like this, and the world government will lose face. Although there was a mistake by Spandam, he accidentally touched Buster Call. Coupled with the sudden appearance of Golden Lion, it caused great chaos. The destructive power of the Straw Hat Pirates is minimal. However, there must be an outcome to this matter. The Straw Hat Pirates to bear all the blame is the best ending. To be able to make the world understand what it means to provoke world government. Take the Straw Hat Pirates as a sacrifice to maintain the dignity of the world government. Buster Call's fleet began to shrink and surround, intending to capture the Straw Hat Pirates alive. Vice Admiral and even Kizaru were ready to arrest people. Obviously defeated such a strong CP9, but now you still have to be caught. Usopp held his head and let out a desperate wail. Before heading to Enies lobby, Usopp thought his opponent was CP9. Who would have thought that there would be so many vice admirals again? Even Admiral would make a move. The battle between Kizaru and Golden Lion just now was seen by them. For Usopp, this is already a fight between the gods. That's the price of fighting world government. Frankie sighed. Frankie felt sorry for the people of the Straw Hat Pirates. Robin has been rescued from Spandam, and the group is reunited. Just one step away from freedom. But in the end, it was difficult to escape the fate of being arrested. Although Frankie is not a companion of the pirate group now, he has long regarded them as friends. Everyone, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Robin wept and apologized. No, it's not your fault. Lying on the deck, the exhausted Luffy roared and stood up. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates also roared angrily. It's not your fault. Even Zoro woke up from his coma and stood up against the railing. 6 people from the Straw Hat Pirates, plus 7 Frankie. Standing straight at the waist, facing Buster Call's fleet and Admiral Kizaru, there was no fear on his face. At this moment, they all saw death as home. This scene moved many Marines. I have never seen a pirate with such hard bones. Ordinary pirates have long been frightened in the face of such a large formation. A little backbone, it's a pity that your adventure ends here. There was also a little admiration in Kizaru's eyes. Does Admiral have an admiration for Marine? Of course this is impossible. Kizaru admires the blood that flows through Luffy. It is worthy of inheriting the bloodline of the hero Garp, and has a little of Garp's former style. It's just a pity that it's a pirate. Nope, there is no end. Fire fist. A voice came from a distance. The impact of the flames ensued. In an instant, a warship was sunk, causing Marines shock. This is Buster Call's warship. What the hell can sink such a ship? Everyone looked at the source of the attack, at the end of the Bridge of Hesitation. Ahead of the Gate of Justice. It's actually Ace. Obviously he was still in the direction of Enies' lobby before. How could he suddenly appear at the Gate of Justice? The one who fell was Blueno, and he helped Ace. CP9's ZZ, pointing at the people around Ace in disbelief. The rest of the CP9 members looked over and understood instantly. It must have been Ace who used Blueno's door fruit ability to reach here in an instant. Just as CP9 members stepped on Moonwalk and left the Justice Tower, Ace accidentally discovers that Blueno is not flying, but is out the door in front of Blueno. Door fruit. Ace had read the Devil Fruit book, which had a description of the gate fruit. Can make a door to anywhere. As Blueno was about to walk through the door, Ace followed. Directly to the Bridge of Hesitation, only a stone's throw away from the Gate of Justice. The first time Ace stunned Blueno again, observing the battle. Marine did not expect that there were enemies in the direction of the Gate of Justice anyway. Ace, Luffy and the others shouted excitedly. Originally thought that Ace was trapped on the Justice Tower. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in the direction of the Gate of Justice. I thought you had escaped secretly, but I didn't expect to be here. Aren't you afraid of death? Kizaru frowned. The second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the strength should not be underestimated. I hadn't seen Ace just now, and Kizaru felt a little strange. Originally thought that he was taking advantage of the chaos to escape. He did not plan to pursue. Who would have thought that Ace would actually appear in front of the Gate of Justice? It is equivalent to driving yourself into a corner. Ahead is the warship of Buster Call, and behind it is the Whirlpool Sea. Unless Ace can defeat all the Marines, it's absolutely impossible to get out of here. Afraid of death. From the day I decided to become a pirate, I have never been afraid. Ace smiled. Quote, I understand what your relationship is with Straw Hat Luffy, and why you should help them at the risk of your own life. Kizaru nodded, understanding that Ace was trying to hold them back. Otherwise, with Ace's ability, you are completely free to leave. He's my brother, and I swear to take care of him. Ace turned his back to the Straw Hat crew. Don't let others see his expression. Otherwise, how could the second captain of the Whitebeard pirate regiment show a spoiled smile? Brother, it's really an enviable brotherhood. It's a pity that none of you can leave today. Kizaru's feet glowed. In the blink of an eye, it was already moving at high speed in the direction of the Gate of Justice. Luffy, leave it to us, you guys hurry up. Ace roared, using all his strength. Heavenly flames burst out from him, forming the Fireball Flame Emperor. Wrap Kizaru in it. The fire makes Ace shine like the sun, unleashing the last of his power. Nope, Ace, let's go together. Luffy dragged his scarred body to climb the Bridge of Hesitation to continue the battle, but was held back by Zoro and others. Don't live up to Ace's wishes. Nami yelled in Luffy's ear. But if Ace stays here, he will definitely be killed. I'm going to save Ace. Luffy struggled. Almost overturned Zoro and others. Stupid. If you stay here like this, you will only become Lulu. Nami hated that iron was not steel. None of the people of the Straw Hat Pirates wanted to keep Ace here. But now they are already out of combat effectiveness. Staying here is not only hopeless, but will become a burden for Ace. Not Ace's will. Usopp, take advantage of the gap here to break out quickly. Zoro even braced his body and fought again. This action alone made his wound burst and bleed. Sanji also took a fighting stance, and was bound to kill a bloody path. Usopp did not care to reiterate himself at this time, not Usopp but the Sniper King. Hello Wong. Turning the rudder hard, he tried to get out of Marine's encirclement. Ace will be caught, and you guys don't want to escape. The rat gave the order. The Buster Call ships surrounded again. The warship that Ace sank with his punch just now, and the gap that appeared was about to be blocked again. I can't leave if I want to now, we're going to fail Ace. Usopp tugged at his hair in despair. It's over. We're going to be caught by Marine. Chopper also circled in place, all powerless. Sanji and Zoro, both staring deadly ahead. They are all determined to wait and gamble their lives, but also to make a way for others. No, I won't be caught. Robin is more determined. For 2 decades, she evaded countless chases by world government. And those who want to catch themselves, for huge bounties. If Robin doesn't want to be caught, no one can catch her. But today someone is destined to die here, then the first one is herself. Bang! Suddenly, flames appeared in the sky, blocking Marine's pursuit. Great Yan Emperor Yan Emperor. A huge spiral of flames obscured all Marine vision. Ace again. He appeared on the edge of the bridge of hesitation and looked at Luffy and the others. Luffy, it's really nice to see that you can save your companions, hurry up and don't let me down. Ace looks up and lowers the brim of her hat, revealing her signature smile dress on the side. Let's go together, Ace. Luffy was solemn. Nope, you're going to go on your adventure, leave me alone. I have the means myself. Ace shook his head slightly. On the other side of the body that Luffy and others can't see, Ace has been seriously injured by Kizaru. This is the price paid for throwing off Kizaru just now. Under the flames of the sky, a small boat disappeared into the blue sea. The Straw Hat Pirates looked at Enies' lobby and watched the flames gradually disappear. It wasn't until the Enies' lobby disappeared at the end of the field of view that one by one he sat down weakly. No one spoke, only Chopper was busy treating the injured people. I don't know how long it took. Luffy, who was lying on the deck covered in bandages, broke the silence. Ace must be alive. I'll get Ace out. Luffy's words drew the approval of his companions. That's right. The captain of Team 2 of Whitebeard will not be killed so easily. Nami nodded. That's a tough guy, he can definitely survive. Sanji lit a cigarette and held it in his hand. Ace helped us, we're going to help back, that's moral. Zoro looked even more determined. After all, we even dared to make a big fuss at Enies' lobby before, so let's go to Impel Down. Ace should be imprisoned in Impel Down. Robin's whole person has also become a lot easier. Now Robin has completely let go of the previous psychological baggage. Put your dark past before your peers and accept it by them. Robin finally understood what it means to be a trustworthy companion. But before we can save Ace, we have to heal our wounds. Zoro said calmly. It wasn't until now that Zoro moved a little, and there was a violent sensation. So there is no talk of a battle at all. Not just Zoro, everyone else was exhausted. After hearing Zoro's words, they all nodded. In their current state, they are no longer able to fight. Not to mention that if you want to rescue Ace, you must be fully prepared. After all, where they are going, but Impel Down. Then again, thank you, Mary. Luffy hugged the bow of the boat and said very gently, Mary. Everyone looked sad. Seeing the Mary again, they found more rifts in the ship. It is not only the keel that is damaged, but also the hull is scarred in many places. Although the Mary avoided most of the falling rocks, it could not avoid being hit by some small rocks. It is already a miracle that he can continue to sail on the surface of the sea. Usopp will definitely be sad to see this scene. Luffy sighed. Yes, Usopp will definitely be sad. Chopper nodded in agreement. The others on the ship had strange expressions on their faces. Haven't these two people seen that the Sniper King is Usopp until now? Usopp was embarrassed and did not take off his mask to reveal his identity at this time. Because Usopp is already the one who disembarked after the duel with Luffy. After you go ashore, you must say goodbye to the Mary. Luffy has already made up his mind. Everyone nodded. After a long time of sadness. Robin, the guy who was flying in the air before, the pirate who fought Admiral, do you know who it is? Usopp suddenly remembered. At Enies' lobby, Golden Lion fluttered in the sky. The reason why there is a huge island falling should be the ghost of that guy. I'm afraid that's Golden Lion, Robin said in a deep voice. Among the people of the Straw Hat Pirates, only Robin has heard the rumors of Golden Lion. After all, except for Robin, the rest of the people are under 20 years old. Golden Lion. Zoro shook his head slightly. Nope, when I was at the sea restaurant before, I heard the name of the pirate of the same era as One Piece Roger, but he was later locked up. Sanji interjected. That's right, Golden Lion was caught by Marine and imprisoned in Impel Down more than a decade ago, and Golden Lion successfully escaped from prison more than a decade ago, becoming the first person in Impel Down history. Robin never misses such big news. Successfully escaped from Impel Down. Hearing this, Straw Hat Crew's mood rose again. Great, since we can have the first person to escape, then we can definitely rescue Ace. Nami waved his fist excitedly. Even if not, it doesn't matter, we can be the first one. Zoro smiled slightly. Good, when we're done, let's go to Impel Down. Luffy nodded firmly. Since they dared to break into Enies' lobby, they don't mind going to Impel Down again. Frankie was also excited to see Straw Hat Crew regain his spirits. Instead, it was Frankie himself, caught in hesitation. It stands to reason that Luffy saved herself, and Frankie should help them rescue Ace together. He doesn't mind paying Straw Hat Crew's kindness with his life. However, Frankie is not Luffy's companion after all, and he does not know if he will be accepted into the Straw Hat Crew. Moreover, he has a group of brothers to take care of. What happens to the brothers once Frankie leaves? The members of the Frankie family are all homeless people and orphans. Frankie has always taken care of them, and the regiment has kept them alive in the capital of Seven Waters. For Frankie, they are already family. Thinking of this, Frankie realized that he didn't know what happened to the guys now. Is it still on Enies' lobby? Guys, is there a small boat on this ship? Frankie asked. Yes, what are you going to do? Usopp looked curious. My brothers don't know their whereabouts yet, I'm going to find them. Frankie said slowly. Hearing Frankie say this, Straw Hat Crew immediately realized that it was those in the water capital. Although before they beat and stole Usopp's money. However, members of the Frankie family are their own sub-professions as bounty hunters. After getting along with this incident, they have dissolved the misunderstanding. Even the beaten Usopp himself did not mind. Instead, his relationship with Frankie became good. If they don't escape, I'm afraid they've already been arrested and thrown into Impel Down, and if you want to rescue them, then join us later, which will have a higher success rate. Sanji said with a puff of smoke. It's better than going back to Enies' lobby alone. Then it is not to save people, but to send them to death. After all, Enies' lobby not only has marine troops, but also Admiral. Alright, Frankie finally nodded yes. This is the best way to do it at the moment. Although Frankie does not want to mix with pirates, he has captured many pirates before. But in order to save his family, he had to make a choice. Wait a minute, what's there? At this moment, Usopp pointed to the sea behind him and said. Everyone immediately looked over with a nervous expression. It's a warship, Sanji could see clearly from a distance. Che, is it Marine's pursuer? Rope braced to take out the weapon. That's not right. In front are two sea beasts, it's the group of guys. Frankie burst into tears when she saw the familiar voice. The two sea beasts were also members of the Frankie family and were domesticated companions. On the ship on which the Frankie family rides, there are two giants and everyone from the water capital. They also saw the figure of Straw Hat Crew, waving their arms in greeting. The joy of the rest of his life after the disaster made everyone forget their sorrow for a while. Enies' lobby ideographic period. The Bridge of Hesitation is now dilapidated. Everywhere there are burned and destroyed marks. There was even a huge gap in the middle, which almost broke the Bridge of Hesitation. It is hard to imagine what kind of battle has just been experienced to cause such destruction. The eyes of the surrounding marine all hit a man lying on the ground. Fire Fist Ace. Even if BGEC, the other party, is a heinous pirate, there are still people who cast admiring eyes. One person resisted the pursuit of the entire marine and dragged them here abruptly, failing to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates. Especially Admiral Kizaru is still here, which is enough to prove the strength of Ace. But what Marine admires is not Ace's strength. Instead, dared to sacrifice himself, and let Luffy and others escape. This kind of dedication is rare among pirates. Troublesome guy. Kizaru frowned and looked at Ace on the ground. Kizaru was also embarrassed, with several torments in his admiral clothes. Admiral's clothes are made of special materials, which are difficult to break in ordinary battles. It can be seen that Kizaru just solved Ace, and it was not easy. Kizaru Admiral, are we going to go after the Straw Hat crew? The squirrel cautiously came over to inquire. Pursuit. Catch up, Kizaru said angrily. Pirates' ships are strange. But one thing is absolutely guaranteed, and that is that the speed exceeds that of the warship. This is not difficult to do. Because the warships are very large, they must be guaranteed to carry at least 800 soldiers. Such a huge pirate ship is a minority. The squirrel pulled his head, very faceless. The Straw Hat pirates attack Enies lobby, but are able to leave in dignity. It's not just about Enies lobby. All the marine present were slapped hard. Grab this guy and send it straight to impel down, Kizaru said, pointing at Ace. Yes, the squirrel was relieved to see Ace, who had fainted. Fortunately, they caught the Fire Fist Ace. The fame is far greater than that of the Straw Hat Kid. It's just that the squirrel has listened to the Enies lobby soldiers and learned that it was the Straw Hat pirates who attacked first. Ace came after Straw Hat crew. Although Ace is more famous, the mastermind is Straw Hat crew. But the squirrel is well aware, as used by the world government. The charge of the mastermind will definitely be planted on Ace's head. By the way, there is also the group of waste from CP9, arrested together and waiting for trial. Kizaru added. With such a big thing happening, the members of CP9 are equally responsible. Kizaru Admiral, the responsibility is not on us CP9, we are also victims. Just then, Spandam came over and said. When the island falls, Spandam runs desperately on the Bridge of Hesitation, trying to hide inside the Gate of Justice. As a result, Ace appeared in the direction of the Gate of Justice. Frightened, Spandam pretended to be dead and waited until after the battle was over. Now it is heard that Kizaru has ordered all members of CP9 to be arrested. Soen couldn't bear it and ran to Kizaru's side to intercede. After all, Spandam is the head of CP9. Although this chief is not respected and trusted by his subordinates. But now something happened. Spandam will definitely be the first to be disposed of. So now Spandam's intercession is not for Luffy and others at all. It's just a matter of getting rid of your responsibilities. Victims, how did you say that? Kizaru looked at Spandam in disbelief. Kizaru had heard that this Spandam had risen to the CP9 chief by virtue of his father's power. But did not expect that it was such an idiot waste. Of course it's a victim. We didn't expect to be attacked by Fire Fist Ace either. That's the second captain of the 4 Emperor's pirates, who else can solve it except Admiral? Deal with him. Spandam looked flattering. Try to overturn Kizaru, and the strength of Fire Fist Ace, to cover his responsibilities. Buster Call, what's going on? Using Buster Call inside Enies lobby, how do you explain it? Kizaru asked. This. Spandam was sweating profusely. No matter how rhetoric may be, this is an inexplicable fact. Today, Enies lobby is in ruins, all of which Buster Call does. The island that Golden Lion fell down with his ability shattered to do less than half the damage of Buster Call. Grab it now. Kizaru was too lazy to talk nonsense with Spandam. The marine soldiers next to him immediately stepped forward, ignoring Spandam's resistance, and directly brought shackles. I want to see my father, my father. Bigum's wailing voice came. The soldiers, however, were impatient and dragged Spandam away. However, after a while, some soldiers came to report with a bitter face. Admiral, the rest of CP9 is gone. Gone. Kizaru looked surprised. In previous battles, CP9 members were all seriously injured. How can it disappear? The whole island has been searched, and no one has been seen. The soldier also had an incredulous expression. Kizaru was just about to speak, about to increase the search area. A figure appeared in his mind. It is the owner of the gatefruit of that CP9 member, Blueno. When Kizaru first fights Ace, Blueno is still lying in front of the Gate of Justice. I don't know when, it disappeared. Now that Kizaru had reacted, Blueno was probably pretending to faint. While he and Ace were preoccupied with the battle, he once again used the ability of the gate fruit to escape. By the way, he also rescued Lucci and others. I'm afraid they all understand how much responsibility they will bear. No need to look for it, those guys have already fled, just accept and let the headquarters list them as wanted criminals. Kizaru waved his hand and said, there is a gate fruit here, and the CP9 members are estimated to have left by boat. And Kizaru now has another important thing to check out. That's the case of the offshore platform, the Sendo cultivation room. Coming to the offshore platform on board, Kizaru glanced around slightly relieved. From the outside alone, the offshore platform has not suffered any damage. But Kizaru also knows that the cultivation environment of fairy beans is very demanding. After Enies lobby has experienced such a big battle, will it have an impact on the growth of Sendo? Kizaru Admiral. Roy saw Kizaru on the platform and also stepped forward to say hello. Where, I didn't have any strength, or Dr. Roy, the lightsaber you developed is too strong. Kizaru couldn't help but sigh. That devastating blow could destroy the fallen island. Is this the power of the improved lightsaber? Kizaru is ashamed of himself. As Admiral, he is not a weapon. The only good thing to know is that Roy is a scientist at Marine. Otherwise, any evil force has this power. Then I'm afraid the entire world government will be threatened. But think about it, except for the world government. There is no other force that can afford the huge research and development expenses of lightsabers. And the preparation of so many supplies. But to threaten world government, you don't need as many lightsabers. Just one handful is enough to give the world government a headache. Kizaru, that Spandam guy is such a fool, Enies lobby turned over to someone like that. It almost affected the cultivation of fairy beans. Momoshiki next to him couldn't help but complain to Kizaru. And also called Kizaru by his first name, without any honorifics. Kizaru wasn't surprised. After all, Momoshiki is the one who directly calls Garp, the little Garp. So Sendo is not affected. Kizaru heard gratifying news from Momoshiki's words. Of course, it wasn't Roy himself. Momoshiki felt palpitations. Today it wasn't Roy showing Vice Admiral's strength. Not to mention the islands that can't stop the fall. Even the level of the Straw Hat Pirates, Roy can't get by. But Momoshiki now understands that his worries are unfounded. Because Roy must have expected this, he let himself go. The one who can really threaten Roy is Fire Fist Ace. Good thing you held Ace back. Kizaru smiled. I don't have anything to work, just do my duty. Momoshiki shook his hand, not caring at all about Kizaru's kind words. As for Spandam, I have just asked people to arrest him, and the follow-up should be accountability. Kizaru continued. Hearing this, Momoshiki's face softened slightly. At least let Spandam, the idiot, get the end he deserves. Momoshiki told Kizaru in passing that the buster call was accidentally pressed by Spandam. Kizaru was also immediately angry. An important item like buster call can be accidentally touched. Look at the messy Enies lobby and the soldiers who died under the buster call. I don't know when they learned that their death was just due to a misunderstanding. How unwilling and painful it is in my heart. Spandam, this will definitely be severely punished. Previously, CP9 members were convicted of losing devil fruit and thrown into prison. Kizaru happened to have heard about things. That man, Foz 4, was once one of CP9's strongest agents. It is said that he is a genius comparable to Luffy and is treated as a potential stock. However, during a mission to escort devil fruit, he was hijacked by red hair pirates, which led to devil fruit's hospitalization. The mission failed and he was imprisoned. But no one expected that this Foz would escape from prison. He also formed his own pirate group, which is now one of the 4 Emperor's men. The prison where Fords is held is not an impel down that throws pirates. What about the rest of CP9? Roy asked. They fled. Kizaru spared his head a little awkwardly. Escape. Escaped under your nose. Are you serious about working? Momoshiki was furious at once. Momoshiki knew Kizaru too well. Confidence in his own fruit and strength makes Kizaru very lazy and casual when doing things. If this time is also for this reason, so that the CP9 people pick it up. That Momoshiki won't let Kizaru go. Be sure to reflect this matter to the above. It's CP9, there is a door fruit ability owner, and he took the rest of CP9 with him when he fled. Kizaru could only explain. Momoshiki was stunned, and did not expect that CP9 members would escape in this way. There was no more embarrassment for Kizaru. It is not easy for the yellow ape to be able to catch the Fire Fist ace. No one would have imagined that all the CP9 members, who were government agents, would escape. Just stay with Spandam, he's the one who deserves the most punishment. Momoshiki nodded. Roy sighed secretly. He knew that Spandam would not be punished in any way. Later, he will even glance at Lucci and others and become members of CPO. All this is probably Spandam's father doing it in secret. And the reason why Luffy and others left was not just for fear of being used as a scapegoat. And because they know a lot of secrets, the world government won't let them go. After Foz was thrown into prison, he was severely tortured. It was after being impatient that he chose to escape from prison. It's just those words, and Roy can't say them. Even if you say it, it is useless. By the way, how could Golden Lion be here? Roy brought up Golden Lion. Hearing Golden Lion's name, both Peach and Kizaru frowned. I don't know, maybe the intelligence of Shiondo here has been leaked. Can I change places now? Kizaru is also most worried about this. That's Golden Lion. The legendary pirates are no less tricky than the four emperors. No, once the fairy beans are planted, they can't move, so they can only stay here until they ripen 3 times. Roy shrugged his shoulders, helpless. If we talk about changing places, let's not say that tens of billions of funds have been lost. No one can afford such a huge loss. Enies lobby is such a sunny place, I'm afraid you can't find a second one. At that time, there is also a risk of intelligence leakage, so it is better to continue to stay in Enies lobby. Roy felt even more strange. Why Ace and Golden Lion are here? Roy couldn't figure out what was going on. It can only be said that its own appearance caused a butterfly effect. The original history was derailed and the world changed. Even Golden Lion and Ace, both of whom changed their actions. And the rest, like the four emperors. They were originally in New World and controlled a place, and it is estimated that it will cause even more storms. Because of the emergence of Roy's invention, they must have made corresponding moves. Fortunately, Golden Lion just came to take a picture and did not force an attack. Coupled with Kizaru's unexpected appearance here, Roy is not in danger. Otherwise, with the strength of Golden Lion, and the ability to use fruits. If you really want to do it to yourself, then Roy will never be at peace. I have to report this matter to the Marshal. Buster Call's forces will stay here for protection first, and there should be no danger for the time being. Kizaru believed in this event. It will definitely give Sengoku a headache. After all, it was Whitebeard's captain who was captured, and it was likely to cause trouble. Today, Ace's true identity is still a secret known at the highest level. Kizaru didn't even know. In the plot, after deciding to execute Ace, Admiral is informed of the reason for the incident. After watching Kizaru leave, Roy returned to the lab. After experiencing the battle fluctuations just now, although the fairy beans had no effect on the outside, Jarvis did not warn. But Roy had to see with his own eyes that the parameters of the fairy beans when they were growing were okay before he could relax his mind. Momoshiki was still waiting outside, looking wary. Especially from time to time, look at the sky to guard against enemies that may attack from the air. Roy looked at the parameters on the screen and sighed in relief. Sendo was not affected in any way and everything went smoothly. Jarvis also calculated the approximate time, which was about half a month. Half a month, it's a bit long. Roy shook his head slowly. Before that, Roy didn't care about this time. Even being able to mature once in half a month is already an unexpected joy. With the attack on Enies lobby, however, everything was different. Roy could feel very much that his current situation was very dangerous. If Kizaru hadn't appeared this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Roy won't use a lightsaber to tear open the Straight Island. The target will be replaced directly with Golden Lion. As for the fairy beans, they can only be allowed to be destroyed. Otherwise, even if the island is stopped, Golden Lion will come down and kill. Jarvis, analyze whether you can speed up the growth rate of fairy beans. Roy feels there's room for adjustment. After all, the growth needs of Shandu at each stage are different. At the seedling stage, it is different from just planting. Increasing the growth rate of fairy beans by 5% by 2 degrees Celsius and 3 degrees Celsius and 3 points of humidity is expected to increase the growth rate of fairy beans. Sure enough, after a few moments, Jarvis gave the answer. Raise the temperature and humidity immediately. Roy's voice fell. The robots in the test field began to move. Roy did not sit idle, but looked at the lightsaber in his hand and fell into thought. This lightsaber has exhausted its energy and cannot be used for the time being. Today, he has the scientific and technological knowledge to make bamboo dragonflies, lightsabers and fairy beans. Can you find a way to increase the power of your lightsaber again? At least build a lightsaber of your own to improve his self-preservation ability. Marine Headquarters. When Kizaru appeared in the marshal's office, Sengoku and Suru had been waiting for a long time. Even Aokiji stayed in the office and never left. Only Kizaru found out that Garp was gone. Enies lobby. How things are handled. The Straw Hat Kid should be difficult to deal with, after all, it is Garp's grandson. Sengoku sighed slightly. Grabbing Garp's grandson, Sengoku wasn't happy. After all, this is the relatives of comrades in arms. Garp probably didn't want to hear the news, so he left the office. The name is that it's boring here. Anyway, Straw Hat crew escaped. Enies lobby was mostly destroyed by Buster Call. Kizaru shook his head. This group of fools, definitely don't let them go next time. Sengoku was a little surprised, and then cursed. However, I was relieved in my heart. Not catching Straw Hat crew, it's not Garp's fault. After all, even Admiral was dispatched. It can only be said that the luck of the people of the Straw Hat Pirates is too good. Kizaru then explained why, and why he launched the Buster Call. Hearing that it was Spandam who accidentally touched it, both Sengoku and Suru were stunned. Even Aokiji was speechless for a moment. Although Aokiji gave the Spandam golden phone bug, it was itself used against the Straw Hat crew. But that's not how it works, where the bombing of Enies lobby is. Now hearing Kizaru describe what happened, I realized that the truth was so surprising. What about Spandam? I've already arrested him. Kizaru asked. CP9's affairs will be handled by the world government, not by us. Sengoku waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Kizaru frowned. Leave it to the world government and tell you what the outcome will be. But as Sengoku said, this is not Marine's involvement. By the way, how is the situation of Shondo? It is not affected. The crane next to him asked. According to Dr. Roy, nothing was affected at all, just. Kizaru hesitated. Is there any other loss? Is it a lack of funds? Sengoku's first thought was funding. After all, before Five Elders was in charge of funding, Sengoku had been worried about funding. No, it's the troublesome character who shows up at Enies lobby. Kizaru had time to tell the whole story of Enies lobby. Ace suddenly appears and pins down Momoshiki. This allowed Straw Hat crew to escape. Then Golden Lion appears, forcing Kizaru to deal with Golden Lion first. And finally, Roy uses a lightsaber to destroy the fallen island. Only then did the entire Enies lobby be saved, and it was not completely destroyed. Sengoku and the others were completely stunned, and only after a long time did they slow down. The amount of information is too large for a while. Even if they have experienced hundreds of battles, it is still difficult to react. Golden Lion, are you sure? Sengoku clapped his hands on the table, nervous. How difficult Golden Lion is, Sengoku knows better than anyone. It was the one who almost destroyed the Roger Pirates. If it wasn't for Golden Lion breaking into Marine Headquarters himself, Garp wouldn't have done anything with Golden Lion. When he heard that Golden Lion had escaped from Impel Down, Sengoku was even more worried. I was afraid that Golden Lion would immediately take any retaliatory measures. As a result, after waiting for more than 10 years, I did not hear anything from Golden Lion. But Sengoku knows that Golden Lion won't sit still. Who would have thought that when they heard the news again, it was Golden Lion who attacked Enies lobby and tried to snatch the fairy beans. I've fought against him, and I'm very strong. Kizaru nodded cautiously. The sword chi that could split the sea alone made Kizaru's heart palpitate. Things are in trouble. Whitebeard and Golden Lion are eyeing Sendo. Suru frowned even more, making his own judgment. The appearance of Ace, Sengoku, they are not artificially coincidental. Where in the world is there such a coincidence? It must be Whitebeard who wants to get hold of the fairy beans, so he sends Ace, a sharp soldier, to the people. Even narrowly, it allowed Ace to succeed. If Kizaru arrived, the consequences would be dire. Ace. Garp's face became even more gloomy. Those present simply knew that Ace was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. But only Garp and the people of the Holy Land know that Ace has another identity. One Piece Roger's bloodline. What to do with Ace after catching it is a big trouble. At least Garp knew that he couldn't make decisions on his own. I'm going to the Holy Land to discuss this matter, and you wait for me to come back from the Holy Land, Sengoku said to the crowd. Understand. In addition, I let Buster Call's warship stay at Enies lobby, temporarily increase the defense of Enies lobby. What to do next? Kizaru asked. Buster Call's warships are specially crafted and cost far more than regular warships. So even in Marine headquarters, there are very few of them. Are used to perform special tasks. It's all about Enies lobby, and it's not a long-term solution. Send some warships to replace the Buster Call ships, just send 2,000 ships. Sengoku thought for a moment and said. This is already a multiplied force and more protective. Understood. Kizaru nodded. Sengoku immediately rushed to the Holy Land with 590s. World Economic Daily. Morgans looked at the photo in his hand in disbelief. The content of these photos is all related to Enies lobby. Is this true? For the first time, Morgans questioned the contents of the photo. The Straw Hat Pirates make a big fuss about Enies lobby. Roy also appears at Enies lobby, rumored to be cultivating fairy beans. The Marine Buster Call fleet went out and attacked the Enies lobby. Huge islands fall from the sky. Golden Lion, a legendary pirate who has disappeared for 20 years, appears. There is also the marine genius scientist Roy, who used unknown means to directly destroy the air island. In the end, the Straw Hat Pirates and Golden Lion fled, and Fire Fist Ace was arrested. No matter which thing comes out, it is big news that will sensationalize the world. Now these news are appearing in front of Morgans. It couldn't help but make him start to doubt life. But after the shock, Morgans did not regain his composure. Even professional journalists like themselves will be shocked by these news. So when the newspaper spreads around the world, how the world will react. Morgans can't wait to see this. That's what Morgans wants to see most as a journalist. However, when he gave the printing order to the subordinates of the newspaper. President, this matter has something to do with that Roy, and if it continues, I'm afraid the world government will really do something to us. The subordinate said nervously. The newspaper has received a warning from the world government before. Everything that involves Roy is an important secret. The World Economic newspaper is absolutely not allowed to publish anything related to Roy again. But this time, Roy is the key of the key. In particular, the weapon that can destroy the island must be another secret study of Roy. Just like that, the world government won't let Morgans go. HMPH. I have nothing to be afraid of. There are few people who have seen my true face, feel free to report. That's our job. Morgans waved his hand, already not caring. Anyway, Morgans offended world government, not once or twice. There are more lice. No amount of affection, nothing remarkable. In contrast, if Morgans don't report, Marine's latest mysterious weapon to appear. That's what makes Morgans uncomfortable. Understood. The subordinates did not say anything more. They follow Morgans and are not afraid to reveal the truth about the world. Sabayati Land Island. Straw Hat Luffy. Attack Enies lobby. Interesting. Kid looked at the newspaper and laughed maniacally. They had just landed on Sabayati Island and were planning to take a stroll around the island. The newspaper happened to arrive, and Kid opened it and looked at it a few times. Unexpectedly, today's news is shocking. Ace is caught, Golden Lion appears, Marine's mysterious weapon, and more. Kid, on the other hand, set his eyes on the Straw Hat Luffy. Kid vaguely feels that he will have a lot of intersection with this Luffy in the future. Big brother, this is just a pirate of 100 million Baileys. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, it is not a great role. Kira said next to him. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were many people who paid more than 100 million bounties. Not to mention that in New World, more than 100 million pirates are redundant. It's not worth mentioning at all. Stupid. That's the bounty before. and Enies lobby doesn't know how much to improve when the Golden Rider is a big man. Maybe it might overtake me, Kid scolded. Kid's current bounty is 310 million Bailey. How is that possible? Big Brother is the strongest newcomer in this era. Kira smiled. I decided, let's stay on Sabayati Island for a while, wait for that Luffy guy to show up, and then kill him. Kid clenched his fists and smirked. As long as the competitors are eliminated. Regardless of the Straw Hat Kid's latest bounty, Kid already sees Luffy as a threat. And in the face of threats, the best way is to solve them directly. Meanwhile, on another island on the island of Sabayati, Luo looked at the newspaper with a shocked look on his face. Unlike Kid's focus, Ro cares about Marine's latest weapons. That blow can destroy the terrifying power of the island. Marine has become stronger again. Who is this Roy? It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Luo couldn't help but shake his head and muttered to himself. The members of the Heart Pirates are now hanging out on the island. Only Luo stayed alone on the shore, reading the newspaper. At the same time, he is also very glad that he stayed here. Only then can I see the newspaper for the first time and understand that such a big thing has happened in the world. Fire Fist Ace is arrested. Golden Lion appears. I am afraid that the world will usher in chaos. Luo sighed even more. This kind of scene is not what Luo wants to see. Because Law knew very well that there was a man waiting for this kind of moment. Let the whole world enter the dark ages of chaos, and that person can realize his plan. Overthrow the Sky Man high above. What Luo doesn't know is that in the future he will have a very important intersection with the relatively inconspicuous Straw Hat crew in the news. Inside a restaurant. Pizza, 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 get me pizza. Supernova in denim costume jewelry Bonnie, with her legs on the table, shouted tastelessly. And in front of her, there were already dozens of empty plates. Even Bonnie's injury was tore at 2 pieces of pizza. But even so, Bonnie still roared impatiently. Hurry up and make pizza. Our boss can't wait. The crew of the Bonnie Pirates roared in the kitchen. Our 5 chefs are already using the fastest speed, please don't rush any more. The head chef was in tears. Who would have thought that this beautiful-looking lady would have such a huge appetite? Our captain can't eat enough, but it's terrible. The pirate threatened. Understood, understood. Here Bonnie has already stuffed 2 pizzas. When I saw that there was no food on the table, I immediately became angry. Captain, check this out, big news. Shocking big news. Another pirate, holding a newspaper, broke in. Shocking news. In this chaotic era, what else can be shocking? At most that guy named Roy has researched something new. Bonnie's tone was rather disdainful, though. But Bonnie's furrowed brow proved that she was still afraid of the guy called Roy. Just a few inventions have raised Marine's power to an unimaginable level. This made Bonnie very unhappy. The first time he took the newspaper, Bonnie read it carefully. Her expression also showed shock. Fire Fist Ace is caught. Golden Lion appears. A mysterious weapon that can destroy an island. What's wrong with the world? Bonnie muttered. Captain, pizza is coming. One of his men brought 2 new plates with a flattering face. Don't eat it. Don't be idle. Let me go out and search for information on the island. With a snap, Bonnie stood up with a serious expression. The boss actually stopped eating. The pirate's present seemed to have seen a ghost. When you see the captain, you can put down your food first and deal with something else. Captain, what are we going to investigate? The subordinates did not quite understand. As long as it's a popular topic. And keep an eye on this guy called Straw Hat Luffy. Bonnie said, pointing to the newspaper. Straw Hat Luffy, the main character in this Enies lobby incident. If you can find Luffy the Straw Hat, it's possible to know exactly what happened on Enies lobby. Unlike supernovae who usually want to be famous or wander, Bonnie has other plans. It's just that these words, Bonnie will not tell anyone easily. Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy. On the island of Sabayati, Sabo also looked at the newspapers. He stared at the newspaper pictures of Ace and Luffy. Obviously, it is not the first time that I have seen the appearance of 2 people in the newspaper. In the early years, when Ace shined as a newcomer, he was in the newspaper many times. But why does Sabo feel strange when Ace and Luffy are together? My heart beat faster, as if some emotion had jumped up. But what this is, Sabo himself can't say. Sabo, What's wrong with you? Did you find something? Clar had noticed from just now that Sabo's expression was a little wrong. I thought Sabo was from the newspaper and noticed the hidden information. No, nothing, this Roy's attention may be increasing again. Sabo slowly shook his head and forcibly shifted his attention to Marine's latest mysterious weapon. In news reports, only hazy photos from afar. It is impossible to see what kind of means Roy used to directly destroy an island. But the effect is exaggerated, destroying the fallen island with one blow. Although the island is not very huge, this kind of power is unimaginable. Once Marine equips this power, there is almost no one to fight Marine. I didn't expect us to be on Sabayati Island, but Roy was at Enies' lobby. Crawl was a little frustrated. Nope, that's good news. Sabo was smiling. Good news. Clar didn't understand a little. Didn't they run away for nothing? Come to think of it, Roy is in Enies' lobby right now, so Enies' lobby's garrison must be very abundant, right? Sabo's eyes sparkled. As a staff officer of the Revolutionary Army, Crawl immediately understood what Sabo meant. Now that Marine has hit the power to protect Enies' lobby. Then now in Marineford, the original arsenal will definitely be empty. That means opportunity. Sabo, you're right, this might be a good opportunity. Clar also showed a bright gaze. For them, maybe it's really good news. Now the first contact with Roy is already very difficult. After an attack on Enies' lobby, security will be upgraded again. Coupled with Enies' lobby's unique environment, it's harder to blend in than to climb into the sky. By contrast, infiltrating Marineford's arsenal is more likely. Sabo bow. But Clayle found that Sabo was in the same state as before. Staring at the pictures in the newspaper, thoughtful. What the hell is going on? Why Sabo suddenly became interested in the two pirates, Crawl did not understand. Although Sabo has lost his memory today. However, according to Long, when he first met Sabo, Sabo was supposed to be the son of a nobleman, disgusted with his noble status and left. Although intelligence indicates that both Ace and Luffy are from East Blue. Sabo himself is also from East Blue. But East Blue is so big, the son of a nobleman and two pirates know each other, this possibility is too small. Crawl shook his head, leaving the possibility behind. New World, Wanokuni, Ghost Island. The terrifying power can actually destroy the island that fell in the air, and I am sure that this is another weapon made against us. Ember's tone was low. Although those present could not see Ember's face. But he knew that he must be frowning. Because everyone else here is in the same mood. Roy, Marine's lackeys have repeatedly targeted me, and I will kill him with my own hands now. Kaido roared angrily. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.